Gonzalez DeLucia,
Here.
Anna Smith,
Here.
Sade Fashakun,
Here.
Trish Bodie,
Here.
Paul Gauthier,
Here.
Nikosi Nelson,
Here.
Francesca Romans.
Here. It is 6:15 p.m. and with the quorum of the board present, I call this meeting of the Leander ISD Board of Trustees to order. It is my pleasure to welcome Cadet Maria Palacio from the Lone Star Company Navy Junior ROTC at Vista Ridge High School to lead us in the pledges this evening. Cadet Palacio, a freshman at Vista Ridge High School, is an active member of the Lone Star Company's Color Guard and academic teams. She takes pride in serving the community as a volunteer at Veterans Memorial Park and local Adopt-A-Road cleanups and has volunteered over 20 service hours to the community. Cadet Palacio has also completed several NJROTC competitions, including Stony Point High School's academic competition, where the Lone Star Company won first place. She is a motivated student who, despite being in the unit only one semester, has earned a promotion to junior varsity team commander for her color guard. Cadet Palacio's commitment to service, sharp personal appearance, and dedication make her an exemplary role model for others to emulate and reflect most favorably on the Lone Star Company Navy Junior ROTC and Leander ISD. Well done, Cadet Palacio.
Please stand and join me in saying the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please remain standing for the Texas Pledge. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
If you'll join me in a moment of silence, please. Thank you.
Please join me in giving a round of applause one more time to Cadet Palacio. Thank you. All right, so now we're going to move on to our Spotlight on Learning and hear from a few of our Glenn High School students and staff. Come on up.
Good evening. It's my pleasure, I'm going to be the short part, and that is to introduce the stars of the show, the Guardians, under the direction of one of the finalists for Dance Director of the Year, Kelly Mabry, and her assistant, Lindy Hansen.
Thank you so much, and hello, Leander ISD. Are you ready for this?
Ladies and gentlemen, for your student spotlight, the Glenn High School Guardians. Like Mr. Haug said, I'm Lindy Hansen.
And I'm Kelly Mabry, the proud directors of this fabulous team at Glenn High School.
Typically, you get to see the Glenn High School Guardians out on the football field performing a halftime show, or on the contest floor performing a jazz or a pom, or even at our spring shows on a stage. But tonight, for the one time only, for our student spotlight, we're here at the Leander ISD board meeting. Woohoo is right.
That's right. We are a fantastic dance team, and we're very proud of that, but we are so much more than that. Fun fact, we are named the Guardians because we are the guardians of the core values of Glenn High School, and that includes being a global thinker, a risk taker, showing an, what's the word? I was going to say intuition.
Grit?
No, it's an I.
Integrity?
Integrity.
Our captain got it.
That's showbiz, baby. and tenacity in the face of challenges. And it's that purpose that drives our planning for instruction throughout the year. Every year we pick a theme, and that theme has to have grit. It has to mean something when the performance is over. We want it to be something that our dancers carry into the next phase of life. And so this year we chose the theme Rise Up.
When we were deciding on our theme for Rise Up, Kelly and I really wanted to make sure we were bringing tangible skills for our dancers to go out into the community, go out into college, go out into their classrooms, to be able to know that they are the next generation of leaders, the amazing young women that they are meant to be. So with that, we have actually gotten to do something very exciting. What have we gotten to do, Kelly?
Well, I'll tell you, Lindy. The key to leadership, or one of the keystones, is mentorship. So step one was creating mentor opportunities for our dancers to see mentors in our area living those core values to their full potential. Now, most of this generation, as wonderful as they are, they get their influences from social media, from the Instagram. But we wanted real life influencers from Leander. And we have them. We invited strong, successful, powerful women who are living these core values in a successful way into our dance gym once a month to share their journey and their experiences with our dancers. And it has not only been inspirational and motivating and showing them what their life can become by rising up, but it has had a ripple effect. It has made our dancers also want to mentor the younger Grizzlies that are on their way to us.
And with that, we know that good leaders go out and take things that they have been taught and go and teach the next generation. So our dancers have actually gotten to go to elementary schools. They've gotten to read in their uniforms and get kiddos that are one day going to be future Grizzlies really excited about being future Grizzlies. We've also gotten to host dance clinics where we've had our middle school and elementary school students come up, learn dances from these girls, and actually get to perform them as well. And lastly, the biggest thing that we've gotten to do and pioneer at Glenn is a day of dance, which is something we've never done before. Whereas where we brought over our middle school feeders and they got to actually dance with our guardians and see all the different outlets of dance that we have at Glenn. So in a second, you're going to get to hear from our guardians in a moment about all the different things that they've learned from our speakers and things that they've actually gotten to also teach the kiddos that are in our elementary schools and middle schools. Without further ado, the guardians.
Hello, my name is Kayla Patton. I'm a guardian right now. I'm a senior. Something I've taken away from the powerful women in our community that have came and spoken to us is that I noticed that they all didn't take straight paths. Where they are now is not where they intended themselves years ago. They found where they are along the way, and the reason they are where they are today is because they showed leadership, even if they weren't in a leadership role. This resonated with me because I am a senior and I'm about to graduate, and I want to go for architecture. But listening to these powerful women, it has taught me that I can always change my major if I feel it's not what I'm meant to do. I know when I graduate, especially after talking to all these women, I know it's okay for it not to be perfect. Something I believe that everyone can take away from this Rise Up series is that success is about making the best choice for yourself at each stage in life. And something to remember, as one of our speakers told us, is you don't live once, you live every day, you only die once. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Fallon Green, and I'm a line member. I really appreciated how the directors have brought in women who have experience in various work fields. Something amazing to see was how these women were so vulnerable whenever they spoke to us. I think most people mistake showing vulnerability for weakness, but witnessing firsthand these powerful women cry over all the obstacles they've had to overcome just made my respect for them soar. I also admired how in tune these women are with their emotions. Multiple women have come to talk to us and said that they've had imposter syndrome, but they've dealt with this by praying or journaling or even talking to an expert. They've also taken it a step further and implemented mental health support for their coworkers. So that just really inspired me and made me want to lead like them in the future. One of the biggest takeaways I got from the speakers was that their paths took many twists and turns. When they were my age, they didn't know that they wanted to be a fire chief or an attorney or even the mayor of Leander. So as a senior who is about to go to college and doesn't know what they want to do yet, it's just really relieving to know that I can choose a job, and if I don't like it anymore, I can change my career path. After hearing these women speak to us, I felt more than capable of reading to the elementary school students. And in turn, the elementary school visits were a success. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Sarah Evers, and I'm a senior on Guardians this year. Throughout the Rise Up series, one key lesson that has stuck with me is that leadership isn't just about personal achievement, but helping those who come after you. The women that have spoken to us emphasize that true leaders don't only focus on their own success, but lift up the others. Leadership is about mentoring, inspiring, and creating opportunities. As a member of the PALS program at Glenn as well, it is important to me to be someone that the kids can look up to and feel seen by. If I can do that, then I know that I've been a great leader. This experience has inspired me to leave a legacy that the future generations want to continue. And if I can hand them the baton, then that would be great. I hope to do that so they can carry it forward. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Elena Garcia. I am a senior and currently serving as captain. And I apologize for my voice. I'm feeling a bit under the weather, but I wasn't going to miss this. Many women throughout our Rise Up series have left us with a key piece of advice: have a good mentor. Just recently, we had Miss Lozano come in and explain that our very own director, Miss Mabry, was her mentor. Seeing that these women did not succeed alone has inspired me to implement ways that I can be a mentor to someone else. The Guardian Dance team has taken groups of members to read to elementary school students, and at these visits, I've made sure to present myself in a way that the younger students can look up to. I needed to answer all the questions they had for me, let them know what my life was like, and then encourage them to find things that made them as happy as this organization makes me. We also had our day of dance where 8th grade students got to visit and explore dance options they would have in high school. This visit was a great opportunity to utilize the lessons I've learned from our speakers to teach and talk to students who will one day fill my shoes. I've now gone to work with a middle school student that asked me to help her with her solo. And while visiting DMS, it was a big surprise to me that so many of the middle school students remembered me and were excited to see me. And after elementary visits, it was another shock that at our dance clinics, many of the kids I read to remembered me and were excited to dance with me. I was like a mentor to these younger students, and it has fully shown me that mentorship is a cycle. I take what I learned from these amazing women and pass it on so that the future of this organization and students in general can be successful. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Karina Muñiz Vega, and I want to thank you all for your time and attention tonight, and I hope everyone's having a wonderful night. I'm currently serving as a senior officer on the Guardians Dance team. Hearing all these women in our community share their stories has truly impacted me, and I now relate to them so much more than I ever thought I would. They started out not knowing exactly where they would end up, which may sound fearful, but it's truly brave. They have had to take risks in changing their major, job, or position. In taking risks comes confidence within yourself to take these leaps in life. I personally relate to this as I have had to climb from the very bottom of being a line member to a social officer and now being a current officer. I had to give it my all and just go for it, take the risk, not knowing I would end up where I am today. I had the effort, passion, and eagerness to strive for success, and so did all the women in our community. This advice has helped me feel okay with not knowing specifically what I'm going to do as I go into college, but knowing that I will be successful in life. Thank you.
Hello and good afternoon. My name is Hannah Crabtree and I'm a current senior. A key takeaway I've observed from every speaker is that failure is a part of their journey to success. Every successful person has faced rejection or setbacks along their path. I have learned that there is a difference between being told no and telling yourself no. I have applied this way of thinking when I decided I would like to try out for the Kilgore College Rangerettes. I got in the headspace of that's too hard or I can't do that, to now understand that when I'm saying that, I'm only telling myself no. When you tell yourself no, you limit your full potential. I understand that with trying out, there's a chance of not making the line. But if I never try, I'll live with the constant thought of what if I wasn't afraid to fail and I took the risk. This has changed the way I view failure and perseverance. I have learned that this isn't about never failing, rather undertaking the challenge, and if you fail the first time, how you choose to keep pushing forward and persevere. As a final thought, I would like to leave you with a quote from Winston Churchill. Success is not final, failure is not fatal, it is the courage to continue that counts. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the time to speak to you tonight. I'm going to go off script because I just have to tell you, I can't leave here without saying this. We don't take for granted how blessed we are to work in this district, that you educate the entire child, the whole heart of the child, with strong academics, of course, but also all the other things that we do, fine arts, athletics, electives, CTE, all the opportunities that you give children through us. And we see ourselves as the guardians of the core values, but you are the guardians of education for Leander. Mm-hmm. And I appreciate you sitting in the seats you're sitting in and for giving us time to shine the spotlight on all of Glenn High School. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is that it? integrity. It's integrity. I know that. I practice that so much.
It's okay, we rocked it.
Photo time?
Photo time.
Let's give them one more round of applause. Woo! That was a lot of fun. Okay, next we're going to move to our video recognitions and watch a video highlighting some of our impressive students' achievements the achievements of our dedicated staff and volunteers. I should look at the script, I really should. All right, thank you.
Welcome back, Leander ISD. Happy 2025. My name is Walker Piercy, a 5th grader at Grandview Hills Elementary.
And I'm Carter Doan, a 5th grader also at Grandview Hills Elementary. We're so happy to have you back, and we can't wait to share all of the amazing things happening around our incredible school district. Football season is officially over, and one of our schools came out on top. They just so happened to be right down the street from us.
The Vandergrift Vipers won their first UIL state championship. They took on South Lake Carroll High School and beat them 24-17. Quarterback Miles Teodecki snagged the award for offensive MVP after leading his team to a historic performance. Earlier this month, the Vandergrift community held a parade for the team where the city of Austin recognized February 1st as National Viper Day. Congratulations to the mighty Vipers. This is only the beginning of many more legendary accomplishments. From the stadium to the stage, Leander ISD students shine in the brightest lights.
You can now call 49 of our talented One LISD students. 2025 Texas Music Educators Association All-State Musicians in Band and Choir. Students from all 6 of our comprehensive high schools practiced, performed, and absolutely crushed it against the best in Texas. Musicians performed selected pieces for a panel of judges who rank each instruments or voice parts. The top performers earn a coveted spot in one of 18 Texas All-State ensembles sponsored by band, orchestra, and voice. It's the ultimate showcase of talent, dedication, and musical excellence. Congratulations to these talented students. From soaring vocals to jaw-dropping instrumentals, our students prove that hard work and passion make for an unforgettable performance. February 3rd through 7th, we celebrate National School Counselor Week. We want to recognize the amazing work that the spectacular team has done for so many of us across the school district.
That's right. Thank you for guiding us and offering support during stressful times. Some of these staff from Vandergrift High School also want to celebrate you.
What an amazing celebration for counselors in the Leander ISD School District. We have some amazing counselors that do outstanding things for our children. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much.
It is so amazing to see the work you do every single day with our students here, and we appreciate you so much.
As an assistant principal, I just can't imagine doing my day-to-day activities without having the support of our absolutely amazing counselors. Every day they show up to work and they change our students' life one day at a time, and we are so appreciative of that.
Each and every child, whether it's scheduling or it's just being there for them for whatever they're going through, we really appreciate you.
Our counselors help our students, they help our teachers. They're just amazing in every single way.
You all make such a difference to our staff, our community, and our students.
Happy Counselor Appreciation Week, and I love all you guys.
You know, it takes a special kind of person who is willing to spend their free time helping out around Leander ISD.
Of course, we're talking about the over 17,000 volunteers that support around the community. We have a special message from our friends over at Canyon Ridge Middle School.
Hi, I just want to give a shout out to volunteers across our school district, and particularly here at Canyon Ridge Middle School. We could not do it without our volunteers.
Thank you so much to the parents and volunteers who come to the school and they take time out of their day to make this school such a fun and entertaining place.
We need volunteers for stuff like setting up events, taking down events, helping events function.
They give all to our students and make a huge impact across our school.
Our parent volunteers come in and they help with their time, they help with donations, they help with their talents, and it is such a joy to be able to offer this great programming and involve our whole community.
They just overall make our days so much better and help so much.
We appreciate you every day for volunteering here in our schools.
Happy Volunteer Appreciation Week.
I know it's obvious at this point, but we have so many amazing people in our school district.
Yeah, they inspire me every day to do the best that I can. But that's what happens when you're one community,
One family,
one LISD.
Okay, those were a bunch of cuties. Thank you guys for putting that together. Okay, next we're going to move to the citizen comment portion of our agenda. And before I invite the first speaker up to the podium, we're going to watch a short intro video.
Hello, my name is Vikas Singh. I'm a fifth grader at Granby Hills Elementary School. The district and the Board of Trustees are the local government body responsible for serving the educational needs of all school children like me and my friends here in Leander Independent School District. Their mission is to cultivate each individual student while creating a safe and supportive environment. The board is now taking up the citizen comments agenda item. This is dedicated time during the meeting to hear from the whole community, and the entire LISD family is listening. The district believes the Leander family thrives when we ensure a welcoming, safe, and caring environment. To our speakers, before you speak, we hope you have read guidelines specified in Board Operating Procedures and BED Local. The board wants to hear from everyone. Please be mindful of your conduct and example you are choosing to set when presenting complex information. Remember that school children of all ages may participate in board meetings either by watching them online, or you might even see some of us in the audience. Still remember that there are ways you could communicate with the board. You could send them an email or just tell them that you would like to chat sometime. When the board president calls your number, remember, watch the timer and focus on your remarks to the time allotted. We know it could be hard, but please conclude your comments when you hear the chime.
All right, we're going to start with speaker number 1.
Hello, my name is Abby Hurley, and I'm a sophomore student at Vandergrift High School. Thank you for having me here today. I moved to the USA 2.5 years ago. Before that, I was in an IB school, Nord Anglia, so I'm very well versed in the IB program. When relocating to the USA, one of my family's main criteria was to go to an IB school. After months of extensive research, all signs led to Vandergrift. We have learned about the great value and advantage of studying in the IB program since 8th grade. In high school, we took harder courses, made sacrifices, and completely engrossed ourselves in our learning, so we would be able to be a part of the incredibly high rigor program. One of the main benefits to IB diploma program is the holistic approach to learning. IB teaches critical thinking skills, well-roundedness, and deep understanding of the topics we learn, through aspects like the theory of knowledge, extended essay, and CAS. In terms of academics, while AP operates in a model of memorizing a huge range of topics to answer an exam, the IB program allows learners to think critically about subjects and really dig deep into them. In IB, you have the option to take classes at a higher level. I, for example, was going to take IB Psychology HL, 2 years, as that's the area I want to go in. AP Psychology is 1 semester. As students, we are feeling disillusioned and disappointed. We know the benefits that the IB program will bring us. I urge you to understand the benefits of the program and work towards better solutions. Our education is our future, not a budget line. What are your plans for the future? For those who are in the limbo transfer, how can you assist them in finding a new school? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, speaker number 1. Speaker number 2.
My name is Cordelia Palmer, and I'm a freshman at Vandergrift High School. I'm here tonight to share my thoughts regarding my experience as a member on the Long Range Planning Committee and my feelings after watching the January 9th board meeting. I'm truly grateful for the opportunities I had as part of this committee, but I feel it's important to share the disappointment and hurt I felt when I saw how our hard work was dismissed. When I was nominated to the LRPC, I was nervous but excited to join a group that was predominantly made up of district staff, board members, and community leaders. I missed school events and personal time to contribute to the committee, but I truly enjoyed being part of this important work. I remember in one meeting, I brought up the idea of creating a 5th, 6th grade school, and the committee members were genuinely interested in my suggestion, and I was thrilled when it was presented to the committee and board. However, when I sat down after school to watch the board meeting on January 9th, I was deeply hurt to hear the board dismissed our work the committee had done. To have the board disregard our plan made me feel devalued, and that was a painful thing to experience. The board's lack of acknowledgement made me question whether they even recognized the potential in specifically young voices striving to affect change. That board meeting left me feeling disheartened and discouraged. Being part of the LRPC was an incredible learning opportunity for me, and I'm proud of the work we accomplished. I also want to point out how important it is to create a culture where everyone's voice, whether from students, parents, or community leaders, feels heard and valued. When the district asks for feedback, it should mean something. It can't just be a box to check off. People spend their time giving input because they care, and it's really discouraging when that feedback is ignored or quickly dismissed. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, speaker number 2. Speaker number 3.
Greeting, Board of Trustees. I am Joseph Svoboda, a sophomore at Vandergrift High School. When I first heard about the IB in 8th grade, I thought it looked like the natural path for me in life. I'm not the greatest at making friends, so I figured the smaller class size would help me meet new people that I wouldn't have met before, as well as helping further my education. For the next 3 years, I knew exactly what I was going to do. For my entire 8th grade year, I knew I was going to do IB. For my entire freshman year, I was going to do IB. And for 7 months of my sophomore year, I was going to do IB until I got one text from a friend on my way home in the car that single-handedly changed the next 2 years of my life. I could not believe that Leander ISD was cutting one of the most vital programs that's offered to students. Kids were moving from across countries in order to come to Vandergrift specifically to do the IB program. And the IB program was even being advertised to middle schoolers, even though they didn't even know that the program would not be allowed to be used by the sophomores who are already at Vandergrift. IB heavily differentiates itself from the AP program through more thorough coverage of its topics. AP classes are fast-paced and don't give you much time to fully understand what you're researching. IB fully goes in-depth and makes sure you fully learn the topic before you move on. IB is one of the most important and sought-after programs in the district, and cutting it will make the hard work and sacrifices of many people mean nothing. I understand that cuts have to be made, but IB should not be one of them, for the sake of every student who has worked so hard to get here.
Thank you, speaker number 3. Speaker number 4.
Good evening. My name is Pace Young, and I am a sophomore at Vandegrift High School, and I am also here today to discuss the removal of the IB program from Vandegrift. The IB program, as you all know, is an incredibly useful and innovative program that many students, myself included, were excited for. My family moved halfway across the country so that my sister and I could receive higher levels of education, which included the IB program. As others have said, some families moved even further from other countries specifically so that their students could be a part of the valuable program. IB has been advertised to us for years, and I was very much looking forward to participating in such an innovative program that could teach me important skills and boost my future. Did you know that students that graduate with the IB diploma are 18% more likely to get accepted into an Ivy League school? While I have nothing against AP classes, the more engaging IB program would be a better fit for me and many other students. There are 40 sophomores at Vandegrift that were hoping to take IB next year, a significant increase from the 14 seniors currently in IB. This demonstrates the exponential growth that the program is experiencing. Why cut a program that is growing at this significant of a rate? While I understand that we are in a budget deficit, I believe that cutting IB is not the answer. Not only is it skyrocketing in terms of student interest, but it significantly benefits the futures of all students enrolled, so much so that many students are considering transferring to other districts that offer IB. Thank you.
Thank you, speaker number 4. Next is speaker number 5. Speaker number 5. All right, we're going to move to speaker number 6.
Well, this is all very inspirational, seeing all these kids participate, the videos, and the brave students that are talking tonight. It's a very tangible reminder being in a middle school library of the mission you have to give these kids the best future they can have. So with that, here's the prepared remarks. Dr. Gehring, it's time to think bolder. LISD and Texas public schools face unprecedented challenges in budgets and staffing. LISD faces the risk of a downward spiral of cut and consolidate. Embrace an opportunity to separate the district. Separation would give the North increased fiscal capacity from debt sharing with the South and a lower cost base. The South would gain autonomy to address its needs. LISD would have never imagined the growth over the last 30 years. Combine that with increased charter school demand, fiscal challenges, changing demographics, and the current construct of LISD is no longer valid. Lean into the opportunity, Dr. Gehring. Be the thought leader that the district and Texas public schools need. I'd love to talk with y'all about that anytime. Thank you.
Thank you, speaker number 6. Speaker number 7.
Good evening. My name is Emer O'Doherty. I'm a parent of Leander ISD and a resident at Steiner Ranch. I would like to thank the board for the opportunity to speak here tonight about our disappointment and concern that the International Baccalaureate Diploma Programme has been cut from Leander, and to sound the alarm that this was without any consultation to the students, the parents, the school, or the community. Cutting such a highly innovative and ambitious programme leaves our district at a huge disadvantage, and our children are the ones to lose out. The current cohort of sophomore students who were about to jump into the programme in August 2025 now feel disillusioned, disappointed, and overlooked. I could speak about the huge advantages of the IB programme all night long, but with just 90 seconds, I will leave you with these salient points. With over 2 million students and growing currently studying the IB worldwide, proven data tells us that IB learners score higher in reading, in maths, in science, in reading, and in research. IB students gain access to prestigious and highly sought-out university courses and become exceptional in their courses of study. IB students can enter a college campus with more than 30 college credits in their freshman year. I hope we can reverse the decision and keep the programme to allow our children and community enjoy the advantages of the International Baccalaureate Diploma. Thank you.
Thank you, speaker number 7. Speaker number 8.
Good evening, board members and superintendent. I'm Silvia Zolfanelli, and I'm here today to advocate against the abrupt cancellation of the IB program. First, I want to acknowledge LISD investment in obtaining the IB certification, a commitment to academic excellence. As a mother of three, I moved my family from Europe to Austin, choosing this district specifically for Vandegrift IB program. My children, like many others, have worked hard to meet the IB diploma's rigorous criteria. They are global citizens and they deserve an education that prepares them for a global future. IB develops critical thinkers, innovators, and leaders. It provides academic rigor, life skills, and it's recognized globally, and it's growing. At Vandegrift alone, the first cohort earned diplomas in 2020, 35 students despite the pandemic. For the class 2027, 37 are fully committed, 13 are considering, and 20 are taking individual courses. The class of 2028 already has 41 committed students and 135 expressing interest. This program is not declining, it's thriving. My question is, what protocol we followed in making this decision? A program of this significance should require discussion and a board vote. I urge you to reconsider. IB strengthens our schools, attracts family, and equips students for success in a global world. Thank you.
Thank you, speaker number 8. Speaker number 9.
Hi there. Excuse me. Okay. Leander ISD calls itself a district of innovation, but the recent decisions and discussions are leading me to believe that we're not taking that to heart. Closing the unique IB program that attracts people to the district is not innovative. Admitting defeat and closing schools when schools are under-enrolled is not innovative. Cutting staff is not innovative. Let's embrace our vision around innovation. That could mean tuition-based pre-K programs around the district that get young families connected to the public school system earlier so that we don't lose them to charters and private schools. It could mean inviting IB students to be tasked with growing the IB program. It could mean inviting high school students to do research and suggest cost-cutting measures that don't impact our amazing staff and programs. Maybe innovation is even recognizing when the district has gotten too big and finding a way to split it up so that it can move fast and keep up with the evolving world. I recognize that this is a really difficult time for public schools and there are actions that we need to take outside of here, but if we believe that we're preparing our students to handle different types of situations in the real world, we need to do a better job of showing up for them and being innovative ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you, speaker number 9. Speaker number 10.
First, I just want to thank you all for your service to the district during very challenging times for public education. I'm a parent to 2 children with disabilities in Leander ISD. I'm also the advocacy chair of the Special Programs Parent Advisory Council, and I work diligently to partner with the district's special education staff to empower parents and improve supports for children like mine. As our special education population in LISD grows and the public school funding crisis continues, I'm concerned about the district's future ability to meet minutes, follow timelines, and provide critical continuing education to staff. Further, as you all know, the rights of children with disabilities are currently being threatened at the state and federal levels. I'm here as a tired but determined parent. I'm asking you all to stand in the gap with us as you make budget decisions. I know these decisions are incredibly difficult, but I ask you to please preserve the special education budget. This can send the message loud and clear that Leander ISD stands with special education parents and that our children's rights will be honored here. Thank you.
Thank you, speaker number 10. Speaker number 11.
Good evening. My name is Jeff Warden. I'm a father here in the community of Moira, my daughter. She's in the ELE program at Fabian Elementary. The LISD program has been exceptional up until now. She was born with an ultra-rare genetic condition, one of only 600 or less in the entire world, called CAT6B. Our fear was that we would be involved in something on a course in her life where her needs would not be met or even understood. Her very beginnings in life in the NICU for 43 days were met not with diagnoses because they didn't have the information, but with explanations to us, me and my wife, about all the things that she would not be able to do. She would not be able to ride a bike. She would not be able to speak. She would not be able to tell us that she loved us. Our threshold, what we're seeking, is very, very low. It's coming from the margins of the educational system, and those margins are under threat. I know you understand that. I full-heartedly believe that you are actively pursuing every available resource and opportunity to get to the bottom of this and combat what is an asymmetric condition for the educational system, unlike anything we've ever seen. I myself am a product of the public education system. I am proud of that. I'm proud of the work that you do. I think there are asymmetrical solutions to be had. I think those are the only way we're going to overcome something that is year over year going to be disadvantageous to people like Moira. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker number 11. That concludes our citizen comments and moves us to our consent agenda. Board members, do you have any motions related to consent agenda items?
I have a motion for consent I would like to discuss sorry, I'm trying to pull it up. Yes. Oh yeah, 5A, consider approval of the 2025-26 academic calendar. I'd like to discuss that.
Are you asking to remove that from consent?
Yes.
Okay.
I'd like to sever.
So can we make a motion to, can I get a motion to approve the consent agenda 5B, 5C, and 5D, removing 5A?
And I'd like to remove 5C, but I will make a motion to approve the consent agenda for item 5A and 5D.
I second.
No.
And 5B.
No, B and D.
Hold on, let
again.
Trish say it one more time.
Yes, let's do that again. I make a motion to approve the consent agenda items 5B and 5D as presented. I second.
All those in favor? 7 in favor, motion passes. We will now take the first item on that consent, which is item 5A, consider approval of the 2025-26 academic calendar and acceptance of the 2026 and 27 draft calendar.
Good evening, Madam President, Board of Trustees, Dr. Gehring. I'm here to discuss the academic calendar and the recommendation for version C. I'm here to answer any questions you might have tonight.
So the concern that I have is that we got some information about absenteeism around holidays. And so that's my concern. I mean, we're a state that's funded based on attendance. Right. And we've seen whenever we have a holiday, we tend to have a high rate of absenteeism that day or the day before. And I also, so in addition to those extra days, which I know our teachers really want, some of our families to have expressed interest in those days. At the end of the school year as well, we have another 4 days after, or 3.5 days after a holiday. I also worry that people just wouldn't return. And so in addition to those extra days and those last days, we're looking at the potential of $267,000 per day that we could lose.
So what I'll remark on that is the data that we pulled and provided for you all since the last board meeting showed that what we see a pattern of is that last week of school is difficult when it comes to our ADA percentages. So I definitely want to affirm that that is something that we would be looking at. My suspicion on this would be that that data would just shift to that following week, but it's hard to say. So when I was pulling the data, there's no real way to predict what's going to happen to those 3.5 days after Memorial Day. So I recognize that as a concern. The data will tell us that that last week is going to be a challenge, but will it be those last 2 weeks? I'm not sure. We won't know until we try, if that's the direction we go.
What about any days around holidays other than the last week?
Great question. So what I have here in front of us is that what we're noticing is the holidays that took the biggest hit are the ones right before a break, like in the semester. So right before winter break and then right at the end of the school year. Those ones that are happening throughout the year, like say it's a PD day, while we might have seen attendance maybe go down a little bit, it wasn't in our top 5 of our lowest ADA percentages. So for example, December 22nd is the last day before winter break. You're gonna notice that as one of the top 10 that are in the lowest ADA, but not necessarily, let's say, like MLK Day. Those didn't pop up as being in the top 10 of the bottom ADA. Does that answer?
That does. I'm also looking at MLK Day is right after, it's 2 weeks after people have just come back from a long break. We're looking at adding days in October and in February. And so the February day would be what we're going to have next week, which is President's Day.
So the February day, hang on just a sec. We have for the 11th and 12th, with the 15th being the Professional Development Day, which is right around that President's Day. That was not a day that was in that bottom 10. That doesn't mean that we didn't see an impact in ADA. What's difficult when we were pulling the data is you have nothing to compare it to because this is different. This is completely different than what we were doing. So we did not see in those bottom 10 ADA percentages random days that we had as PD days as days that were highly negatively impacted. So that's like the only comparison I was able to kind of draw in order to see, do we have any predictive measures about how this calendar is gonna turn out?
Okay, and then the other piece was for, with the calendar C.
Yes.
It was trying to see if we could get to the point where we don't have to come back. Yes. And we talked about, I spoke to you about elementary and middle, getting them to the same minutes as high school.
Yes.
But that would still make us even, and we're still short maybe 2 days for bad weather makeup, which is already built into the minutes. Mm-hmm. Let's see. Actually, if they get to high school minutes, I'm thinking out loud. Yeah, we discussed.
Yeah,
that.
Yeah, I know exactly where you're going.
Yeah, so we're not able to find those extra minutes.
So to give everybody else context to what we're talking about here is one of the suggestions came of what if we entertain the idea, and calendar C is displayed, of adding October 16th back as a working day, and then February 12th back as a working day, and then adding 5 minutes into the elementary day. Would that give us enough minutes to still stop before Memorial Day? That was the question. And so I played with that option, and what that does for us is, yes, it stops our students before Memorial Day, but the student or the teacher contract days still require us then to add those additional 2 days that we just gained back to teachers, so they still would have to come back for 2 days after Memorial Day, which is not maximizing our professional learning, right? And so it's doable, it's just not ideal. That was one of the biggest things about B that was a challenge, was having to come back the day after Memorial Day for a professional development day. And so that's the challenge with that right now.
And can we take a quick look at A?
Yes. Does somebody have A to display?
Yeah. So A is pretty much what we have now?
Correct.
No change?
That's correct.
Okay.
And I do want to mention that while we have C as your recommendation, A is a viable option if that's something that you all want to discuss tonight.
So, Pete, can I phone a friend? As I've been talking to Pete about the finances.
So Pete, when I reached out to you, I had concerns, and as we're, watching budget discussions not only play out in our district and across Texas, but also across the legislative chambers on what schools can expect for funding, can you explain to me what are the risks, as much as you can calculate it with a calendar C instead of A, financially, that we need to be thinking about as a board?
Just to kind of repeat what Angela had stated earlier, anytime you have a calendar, we have days that are going to be near certain holidays. Not every holiday is going to be low attendance. The numbers that Angela had quoted were the same numbers that we had partnered on and collaborated with before. So on that particular day, we were about 75, 76%, 74 between the December's last day before the holiday break of December 2023 and December 2024. And the cost of district, if you want to call it a cost of district, but the reduction in funding was about $266,000 compared to our normal percent of about 94%. There's no waiver allowable for that because it's not based on an emergency, it's not based on a flu outbreak, it's not based on anything of that nature. So I guess when designing a calendar, there's a risk to any calendar. But I think this year, I know Brian Miller and his team have done a tremendous job in, and Brian has worked with other people too. I'm not trying to just focus on his side, but they've done a really good job of really kind of refocusing on attendance and putting in some programs. A lot of those things were kind of put on the back shelf with COVID back in 2020 and 2021. And then there's been some changes in our society as far as a lot of parents working at home and remote. It's a lot easier for kids to stay home and those kind of nature things. So we're trying to get that behavior back. And we're focusing on, well, we're talking tonight, we're talking funding. But really the main thing in our conversations is instruction time. I mean, if the student's not there, yes, we don't get funded on. That's the way our state funds schools. The main portion of that is, or the main effect of that is, if the child is not in school, then they fall behind, or more apt to fall behind. And a lot of studies are out there that chronic absenteeism has increased. So when the board or when administration makes a recommendation to a board to adopt a calendar, all these things have been, are talked about and weighed against each other, and how do you come up with the best solution? I think we have three options here tonight. But the main thing is kind of what I want to allude to before was, no matter what calendar is adopted, and we're doing this, but I think it's important that we continue to emphasize our students attending, and because if they don't, it's a lack of instruction. Behind the scenes, it is a funding issue. And so with all those things, in play, it's a multifaceted angles of how we go about that. But one is increase the importance, stress the importance to our parents and community that attending school. It helps you instruction, and there's many studies that show all of that information, and how that helps our students be successful as they go throughout their K through 12 and farther careers. So that's just kind of all the variables to take into play, and I think they've done a fabulous job. And now it's just a matter of which is something that we feel is the best calendar for the next year.
Can you go to the slide that shows the survey data? Do you have that on there? Is that one in this deck? Okay, no problem. I feel all of the attendance pieces, but what I'm also feeling is knowing the budget situation we're in, knowing some of the discussions we've had and the impact to our educators. And when we looked at that survey data, it was overwhelmingly our teachers were asking.
54% of them voted
Okay,
for
I knew
version
that's
C.
basically what, I knew that the comments, everything that we were seeing, it was really a high percentage. So Francesca, it was 54%.
54% by a margin of 24 over either of the other choices.
And so I feel like our educators were very vocal and asked. Thank you. I know I threw that up there at the last minute. You're fast. So to me, I think we have to stress attendance, and I think some of the education needs to be around people understanding what that 1% does. 1% decrease of attendance, that 0.5%. we're talking $1 million. People, it's a
Three-
lot.
3 million for
3
one-
million for our
1%.
1%. So if it's 0.5%, it's a big deal. So I think just educating people, and there's a risk in all of them with attendance. But given what our budget looks like, given what we're hearing from our educators, I feel like they spoke loud and clear. They're saying we really feel that option C is important. So I think we asked them to fill out the survey, to give us their opinion, and they did.
No, but I absolutely agree. I mean, we got feedback on what our community wanted. So I'm seeing option C. We see that there in the poll. I guess what I just want to make sure I understand, Pete, is what the risk is. I mean, if you're like, every calendar has risk of us losing attendance dollars, okay, then that gives me more confidence in a vote that I'm getting ready to cast. But if I'm getting ready to cast a vote for a calendar that could cost $1 million or short of $1 million in funding, that also impacts teacher salary. And I just want to make sure I understand when I'm casting this vote. Are y'all telling me that all 3 calendars options you would support any one of the 3? Or do you feel C is a stronger option? And I know I keep asking about the funding because that does impact. I also know we've got teachers saying for mental health breaks, they need that. For students saying they need that. But I also know there were some questions about UIL. So I just want to make sure I understand when I'm casting a vote for option C that it is admin's preferable choice, that you're not saying all 3 are equal. You like C better, admin.
So what I'll say to that is that I'm recommending C because I feel like that's what's most representative of what both our staff and our parents and our business and community weighed heavily on. I'm not mentioning students only because they were split even across all 3 calendars, and that's why I think it's the stronger option. I do think that A is still a very viable option for you if there's concerns there. But if you were to ask which one am I recommending, I would say based on the feedback and the process that we went through, C is the strongest option.
And Pete, can you just confirm that they're both going to have the same amount of risk for funding?
I believe there's risk, like again, whatever calendar you select. But I think the most important thing is what we're already working on is educating the community and our parents about attending school and not getting behind, or getting ahead, or not falling behind instructionally. And with those emphasis on that, and as we work at improving our recording attendance and whatnot, and looking for opportunities there, that either option you select, I would put as a similar risk.
All right, do I have a motion on this item?
I move the board approve version C of the 25-26 academic calendar and accept version C of the 26-27 draft academic calendar as presented.
I second.
Francesca makes motion, Anna seconds. All those in favor? 6 in favor. All those opposed? 1 opposed. Motion passes. All right, this moves us over to item 5C on that agenda, which is consider approval of the guaranteed maximum price 3 for Cedar Park High School Modernization Project.
Pete, don't go too far away. This goes back to funding as well. Again, you might notice the theme for the night that's going to keep coming up, given recent discussions across the state of Texas, in our legislature, in our district on funding. INS is also, it's not just a no out there discussion, INS is also a discussion. And I just want to get like some confirmation that based on the information you have now, based on what may or may not happen at INS, or based on budget discussions out there, that you still feel comfortable presenting this GMP. I just wanted to slow it down for a second because there's a lot of moving parts. I just want to make sure administration feels comfortable with this recommendation. Nothing's changed.
I can speak to that, Trish, and I would say yes, because
no matter what, I think it's always a filter that we have to run. When we present these changes, even to the Bond Oversight Committee, we want to make sure that we can ensure that the projects that we're committed to the community can still be accomplished. And that's what we ran through last time, is taking funds that were realized savings from a different project in Vista Ridge and moving those over to Cedar Park High School. It balances both projects. We're able to complete both of those. So we are confident in this decision and this proposed to you tonight, that everything will still be able to be accomplished.
And Pete, still on track?
Yes, we are still on track. All of our data coming in for the upcoming year, as we can finish the 2023 bond, we're still able to maintain the 33-cent tax rate, which we promised our taxpayers. Our values, we expect Travis County to decrease a little bit. We expect Williamson County to increase a little bit. So we believe our board-approved property value assumption of 4% increase will be will hold true. There was some legislation introduced on INS that would basically, districts like Leander that typically takes any extra funds that we do create from our INS tax rate and we defease, we pay down debt early, which is what I consider to be a very prudent and conservative approach to debt. They are now, a bill has been introduced that would now say if a district did do that, they would lose the over 65 homestead exemption, or when they reduce the over 65 exemption or they increase the homestead exemption, the state holds you harmless for that, and you would lose that whole harmless piece. But the way our debt is set up, we have maximized that, particularly since 2015. We'll come to the board with you in another month or two with the last major refunding piece to basically wipe out the vast majority of our remaining CAB debt. So we'll be in a better place, but it is going to put, if this bill passes, it will put some districts in a position where your INS rate will have to fluctuate. We really try to keep it level, and it may go up, down 1 or 2, 3 cents, and it'll fluctuate with the values, but it will not affect the bond, the 2023 bond. We'll be able to meet those payments as well as in any future bonds we will take whatever passes into consideration when we do our planning estimates.
And as we move forward I feel like this project's already underway, so I feel confident with supporting this evening, as long as, administration's saying y'all looked at this, and Pete, you're very much aware of what's happening. I think the environment is changing, and I want to be, as we start opening up new ones, to be very cautious. But this project is already going. As long as administration's telling me y'all have looked at it, y'all are good. I appreciate y'all looking at the process and giving us that confirmation.
Thank you.
No other questions? I make a motion that the administration recommends that, I make a motion that the board approve the guaranteed maximum price, GMP, number 3 of $7,170,365 for Cedar Park High School modernization project as presented.
I second. Trish makes motion, Anna seconds. All those in favor? 7 in favor, motion passes. That moves us over to the superintendent's report.
Thank you, Madam President. We have some incredible powerlifters in our Leander Lasers headed to the Special Olympics State Games this Saturday, 2:15. So we ask you to please wish them luck as they challenge powerlifters from around the state. We're super excited about this group of powerlifters in Leander ISD. Also headed to state, wrestlers from all 6 of our high schools have qualified for the state competition, and so they'll be headed to Cyprus, just outside of Houston, also this weekend. You heard earlier about Volunteer Appreciation Week. We did have our Volunteer Appreciation Luncheon. We had over 75 of our 17,000 volunteers show up to allow us to give them a small token of our appreciation for the incredible work that they do across this district. And so they beat me to the punch on highlighting those folks earlier. We're super excited about the Dual Language Family Night that was held at Reed Elementary. We had over 80 families attend. 40 of our staff members were present to host them. They met to enjoy food and fellowship. They learned about the dual language community, businesses and organizations. Students enjoyed time to dance and created vision boards. and they also learned about health and wellness. So really exciting time for our dual language students across Leander ISD. I wanted to highlight this. You'll hear more about this as we go forward, but we got some really, really good news as we got the National Student Clearinghouse report. Our direct-to-college enrollment rate jumped 5 percentage points from 70 to 75. If you look at this graph's been really flat, hovering around 70% since 2017, and so this is a phenomenal increase. One of the huge highlights of this, and so glad to share that you saw the Glen Guardians and Glen High School, but they jumped 10 points in this 24 cohort. And just a reminder to everybody that we have a budget workshop coming up in 2 weeks on February 27th. That'll be right here in this room. That's a regular board meeting date, but this will not be a regular board meeting. We'll spend some time listening as TASB presents their compensation study review, and then we'll have lots of time to have more budget conversations about the 25-26 budget. So we just want to remind everybody of that date. Be happy to answer any questions.
No questions. Thank you, Dr. Gehring. All right, we're going to move, we have an order change, and we're going to move to item 7B1, which is our legislative committee update.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, Dr. Gehring. My name is Christina Hardy. I'm the Chief Communications Officer, and I'm here to give part of our Legislative Committee update through introducing Mayank Bardwash. Mayank has been recognized as a student panelist at PTA Rally Day. His passion for public policy is evident in his roles as a youth leader for LISD, a former representative at the Austin Youth Council, and a national director for the American Youth Association, where he recently helped pass a bill in the California State Legislature. At Rouse High School, as a senior, he continues to be a community leader, and you'll find him serving as speech and debate president, Model UN vice president, and DECA VP of competitions. His devotion to representing the voice of the youth recently led to him being recognized as an academic All-American, one of the highest honors for a student to receive. Mayank?
Thank you, and good evening. I wanted to thank all of you for spending your evening before Valentine's with me instead of your spouses. It's truly an honor to be here. So I know it may have been a while since you all have attended high school, so I'd love to take you through an average day at Rouse High School as a senior. So out of my 8 periods, I have about 4 each day, and on an average day, my day starts with AP US Government. Recently, my government teacher asked me if he believed that I thought my opinion matters. And I said, of course my opinion matters, not only because I'm a US citizen, but because I'm sure it's someone's job to care about what I think. And he said, that's interesting. Do you think that your representatives care about your opinions? And I said, what an oxymoronic question for a government teacher to be asking me. Of course, the definition of a representative is to care about my thoughts. And he said, Mayank, I'm sorry, but unfortunately, it often doesn't pan out that way. Not only because you aren't a voting member of the public, but because it's easier to ignore your opinions than to actually create change. And it was in that moment when I realized why my work in public policy is so important, especially at the youth and student level. Many of my peers fail to engage in their civic responsibilities because they believe that it's someone else's job to care about what we think. And that's why I'm here today, and that's why it's so important for the youth to be empowered. My second period is AP English Literature. Last night for homework, I read a short story called Harrison Bergeron, and it's a dystopic depiction of a utopia where everyone is perfectly equal, so equal that the government enforces equality, but unfortunately this is at the cost of individualism, where everyone is the same. There's no beauty, there's no talent, there are no musicians, there are no dancers. Everyone is perfectly average, but that means that they've been reduced to the lowest common denominator. The lesson that I learned from this short story is that what makes us unique are the choices we make and the ways that we are different. So what does this mean for the LISD? I know that this is a year of budget cuts, and I know that it's a hard choice when you're deciding what programs should be cut. And I know that it's easy for us to say, don't cut these programs, and very hard for you to be sitting on the other side and actually making these tough decisions. But here's what I'll say. The core curriculum is strong, but what makes students unique and what makes us successful are the choices we take outside of the core curriculum. These are your elective classes, CTE courses, clubs and organizations where we actually choose our interests that makes us good citizens and makes us smart and successful for future opportunities. I know this for a fact. As the founder of our speech and debate program, as the vice president of Modernization, as a DECA VP, I know that the over 300 students that choose to be a part of these programs, they're the students who are actually making an active effort to be successful in the future. So when you're making your calculus for what budget restraints are going to be applied and what programs have to be cut, prioritize the programs that allow us to be individuals and don't reduce us to the most common denominator, making us all, unfortunately, perfectly the same. This is why I support the PTA's initiative for increased transparency when it comes to the budget and also supporting our staff with important and key resources. So my third period of the day is as a student aide for Miss Carrie Revis. Ms. Revis is our speech and debate sponsor, and we often spend a lot of time together, weekends at competitions, overnight conferences. So last summer, we spent over a week in Des Moines, Iowa. I'll be very honest, there's not a lot to do in Des Moines, Iowa, not a lot to see or experience, but we were there at the National Speech and Debate Tournament. It's one of the highest honors that a debater can get to be invited here. We were one of the few schools from LISD to participate, some of the best in Austin, and some of the few from the whole state of Texas. And at the speech and debate conference, we were there for a whole week. But in a few days, my teacher, my sponsor, had already run out of her discretionary funding, which means that the rest of the days, she had to pull out funds from her pocket to pay for things like food and other critical things that a sponsor would need during a trip of this magnitude, including buying waters for our students. Ms. Revis is an example of how LISD staff repeatedly go above and beyond. We have wonderful staff in this district, and they repeatedly look out for students that goes far beyond their job descriptions and mandates. But unfortunately, sometimes they don't receive the support that they give us students, which is why I support the PTA's initiative to increase resources for our staff, specifically increasing retention rates for these teachers that do so much for us. My fourth period of the day is Calculus BC. I often ask myself when I'm doing homework, why did I take such a hard course? Especially in my senior year, I've already gone into college and I'll be saying sayonara to this district in a couple of months. When I take these hard courses, I think back to my days in track and field. I used to run the 800 meters, which for those who don't know is just a half mile. It's not a long race, but during practices, they would make us run 7 or 8 miles. And I would ask myself, why am I running 16 times the distance that I would run at a race? And that's when I remember what my coach would say. She would tell us that the reason why we run so much harder, so much longer, and so much faster during practices is because when we go to our race, it feels effortless. That's why we take hard courses, because I know I'm probably never going to use Calculus BC in my real life, but I take these hard math problems because it makes the easier problems much more simple and efficient. But unfortunately, I'm disheartened to learn that my calc teacher next year might have to teach 3 separate courses, Calc BC, Calc AB, and on-level calculus, having to split her valuable time away from students who really need individual attention in a hard course and have to learn 3 separate curriculum, teach 3 separate groups of students, and ultimately her valuable time has to be split across 3 different courses. So I know the budget is like a hot topic, is of hot contention. So in preparation for this speech, I met with 5 different administrators from 5 different schools in LISD, and I asked them what they thought about the budget and what are some values that I should express to this board. Overwhelmingly, all admin did not criticize the board for budget cuts. They understand that it's out of your control and that it's necessary. But what they did ask for was discretion. As educators, you know that a one-size-fits-all policy cannot apply to students, and the same should be true for the budget. Let principals decide which program should be cut. If the IB program is key, then let the principal decide whether to cut that program or keep it. If there's increased special education needs, let the principal decide to retain those key fundamental programs. Allow these people who genuinely know what their campus needs best, Allow them to make these tough decisions. So at the end of the day, I leave Rouse High School hoping that some student driver hasn't hit my car. And often somebody asks me, why do I care so much? Why am I here on a Thursday evening when, again, I'm about to graduate in a few months and, I've already gotten into college, so why do I care so much? And that's when I remember that my little brother, he's in 8th grade right now. So when I'm a freshman in college, he'll be a freshman at Rouse High School. And it's truly what's motivated me to make a difference in this district and at my school. It's the reason why I founded our speech and debate program. It's the reason why your funding allows us to keep this program 100% free. That means that over 100 students have gotten access to speech and debate without a single penny leaving their pockets. It's why we're one of the best districts. It's why our clubs and orgs succeed across the board. And I was also recently asked what it means for me to be a rally day speaker. As a speech and debater for the last 8 years, I've been asked tough questions. I've been asking tough questions. And I know that our legislators and representatives truly need to be asked some tough questions, which is what I intend to do. And the reason I'm so honored to be a rally day speaker is honestly because I feel like it's my civic duty, and I want to represent the students who are often too comfortable and think that change happens automatically. So the next time my government teacher asks me if he believes that I believe that my representatives care about my opinion, I plan on answering, I don't care. I don't care if they care, I intend to make them. Thank you.
So where do I sign up to give a campaign donation? Because I vote. You got my vote. Thank you.
Of course, thank you so much.
So I have a question. I've attended multiple rally days, and the student caucus is always the highlight of my day because you really are getting a true glimpse of what's going on in the classroom, and you're going to have quite the platform. So my question to you is, what is one burning question you're ready to ask those legislators?
Absolutely. I know vouchers are a topic of hot contention, especially with Senate Bill 2, I believe. I do plan on asking legislators how exactly they plan on retaining critical funding, especially for our public school system, and also simultaneously combat increased need for vouchers. So I know that when I was talking to my principal, Mr. Hawkins, he said that when they look at the data for vouchers, when they make this calculus, they look at how many students are leaving the public school system, but they don't look at the students who come back. So a lot of students go and do elementary and secondary schools at a charter school, at a private school, but they don't look at the students who are coming back to high school. Specifically, UT Austin accepts top 5% of their class. They don't do that for privates or charters, but they look at the public school system. So a lot of kids come back. We also have fantastic programs, like, again, our free speech and debate program that private schools just can't compete with. So when they come back for these opportunities, these legislators are not looking at all of the funding that does not come back with them. So I think that's something that I plan on asking, and hopefully we get a clear solution for that.
I have a similar question to what Anna was talking about, is as you talk to these lawmakers, I'm also curious for school board trustees here. Do you feel like you have enough information from the district as far as what the budget is or how school finances? Do you need those type of details to go have those conversations? Are you getting the resources you need to be able to ask us the hard questions and lawmakers? Like, I've been listening to some of the discussions on the floor, and there is a lot of different feelings out there about public education funding right now. And I'm sitting there trying to just understand, seek first to understand. We had talked about that earlier. And I'm still processing. I'm just curious, as you're getting ready to go, do you feel like you have the resources you need? And then 2, are there questions as far as that you're asking for lawmakers that you need us to also think? You gave it to us in your speech. I just want to see if there's anything else.
Yeah, that's a great question. So I think that I feel pretty prepared. Again, like I said, I'd met with 5 different admin, and I was so shocked with the amount of transparency that each administrator provided with me. I thought there would be some bureaucratic red tape in the questions that I asked, but honestly, no, they were so super duper transparent. Some of the things that I've been prepared for, I've been reading through some of the proposed budget items, but I do think that it's a little bit hard for me to comprehend. There's a lot of jargon out there, a lot of conflicting stories and images. So if there was a board member who I could set up a meeting with, where we could talk specifically about the budget items that are more contentious than others, it would be fantastic for me.
I'll be happy to be that board member.
I think you impressed everybody here that you could reach out to any of us and we would be happy to spend some time with you. All right, I just want to give just a where we are with PTA Rally Day really quickly. The event is happening on Monday, the 24th. This could not happen without the collaboration and partnership with the LISD Council of PTAs and the work that we've done with them. The entirety of the event is focused on Student Caucus, a rally at the state capitol, as well as a meeting of with lawmakers. And this is really what is key right now, is to understand for our students, to understand what representative government means, that there's actually someone that is out there speaking on your behalf, that is creating, debating, and voting on bills that eventually become law. And we hope that our students really take away what that experience is and how impactful they can be. And so I just want to say just thank you to our Leander ISD Council of PTAs, the work that you've done, Anna, to bring that collaboration with that group. A special shout out to my staff between Heather Neds and Anna Giles, who have helped coordinate it. We expect over 200 folks to be participating in PTA Rally Day. That includes 40 from our delegation here at the school, among others. This is the capitulation of what impactful family engagement means. This is a collaboration of parents and teachers and students really working together to have us share in one voice.
Can I ask what that voice is?
Why, certainly, yes. We are advocating for public education. There are several of our legislative priorities, which our school district has voted on as a part of our legislative committee and what was brought before the board.
Well, something I found when I first started working for the district was that we've got a chair moving company. They move metal chairs from one school to another, and we spend between $500,000 to almost $1 million a year on that company. And I wonder, now that we're having these budget deficits, is that money well spent? Just like the money that spends for our dinners, and I've talked about that before. To deaf ears, people don't really want to hear it. Where if we just had the meetings 30 minutes later, we'd have to get our own dinners, and we just show up and do the meeting.
Paul, this is about Texas PTA, and so if you want to look at the Texas PTA legislative priorities, we can send you that link. You can also, if you want, I can resend, if we could resend Paul the link for the LISD legislative priorities. And look, someone from Texas PTA has those. If you give those to Cindy, she'll be able to distribute that to Paul so he can get those. Thank you, Christina. Thank you. Just a small portion of, I know that there were other things that you wanted to update, but yes. Thank you.
Yeah. And if we can do a bit, thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate you being here. Yes. I did want to give a bit of an update on what the Legislative Committee is doing. So the PTA Rally Day, such a huge highlight, and how much we are just so thankful for the collaboration, for the community engagement, and I'm so excited to get to be there, right?
I am so excited. I was excited before, and now from hearing from our student, I am like 10 times more excited to be able to have that representation there. I am so proud. So thank you so much, and your parents. Y'all should be just like, so proud as well. And yeah, so we're excited about the PTA legislative priorities. We're excited about the LISD legislative priorities that this board has passed, and to be able to go to this rally day and be able to advocate for those items.
And then I also wanted to share some of the work that the Legislative Committee is doing. And we are not done. We are just getting started right now. And I want to pass some of this over to Anna to talk about it as well, who's been very busy. But I just wanted to do a small thing because it did come up of kind of the legislation. The committee is hearing and talking about legislation. There are two bills that have been on the Senate floor, and out of the two bills that have been on the Senate floor and have passed out of the Senate floor, both impact education. And so just a small highlight, that SB2 that we did talk about. For me, as I listened to those conversations, the thoughts I had in my head were how this sets up two education system. One that seems to follow an education code with curriculum and funding limitations in place under a public school, more traditional system. And then it seems like there's another educational system that's being set up that will follow a different process to deliver educational content and receive funds. I'm not sure how the legislature wants to continue to answer this as they set up what appears to be two different types of education systems. I'm not sure long-term what this means then for public education. I do understand, and I've heard the discussion of lawmakers can appropriate funds, and it doesn't mean that all the funds they appropriate take away from public education. I get that discussion. But what I don't understand in the next part of the discussion is when you set up, though, this new educational system, how are you not saying it doesn't impact public education? And so we will continue to watch as that bill moves over to the House. Also, we continue to get updates. SB4 and the SJR that went with it were on the floor today. It's a homestead exemption. So what it means is you get a homestead exemption for homeowners at $140,000. Love that part. That part met with a lot of positive discussions on the Senate floor. That was really neat to see bipartisan discussions on how much we want to deliver property tax relief to taxpayers. But there was this other part of a conversation that is not finished because there's this calculation they're talking about of how when we give, the state gives this property tax relief, what does that really mean for schools and their INS side? And really what happens to your INS rates? And can you do the defeasance like we want to do? What happens to us as we try to do bonding? If this is where we're putting maintenance or this is how we're trying to balance a budget, this might look drastically different in the future. And so I still have questions on that, which is like, what revenue is going to be tied to this to ensure there's continued funding when you say you're buying this down for schools? Lawmakers also seem to indicate that they want local government to hold down debt obligations. There were 2 amendments adopted on the floor, and school finance experts now get to pour through them and see exactly what this language does or how it impacts. But there is definitely some discussion on the district's ability for defeasance of debt like we currently do. Article 3 also was discussed the last few weeks ago, and just a small little brief on that. Just like the bills above, the conversation has a long way to go before it finally makes it into law, but it is perfect timing for our PTA rally day because these discussions are taking place just like you said right now. The House discussion hasn't happened yet, so there's still more discussion to happen on the House and the House floor. But if you ask me what these discussions signal right now, the Senate has said they want pay raises, but they're not clear on what goes in to TIA. Is it going to be all of it, or do we get some for our teachers? And they say they will add some to safety and security, but it might be about $500 million, and some in a special education, most likely with a service intensity funding model. But to our student who just spoke, that doesn't speak to all the things and all the programs and all the extracurriculars and the clubs and the things that we as a community try to come together and support. So we've got really challenging decisions to make, and I appreciate our students and our community. And I can tell you this legislative committee has been engaged. Anna has been speaking at events, and I'll let her talk about that. She's going to keep speaking at more. She's not done. And our legislative committee recently had a discussion just at our last meeting with Christina and our SCR team. They've updated our legislative priorities page. In fact, Christina was so on it today when the House announcements of committees came out. She has already updated on your legislative priority list. When you go look at our members on there, you know what committees they're in. So when you're talking to the representatives and the senators who represent Leander ISD, you can quickly look on that page and see what committees they're going to be in, what bills they're going to be voting on. And I can guarantee you that public education wasn't just in those 2 bills, they're in a lot of bills. And so it is very important to just stay engaged, stay active, keep asking questions, and stay curious. And I think that kind of wraps up of kind of where we are right now is what is information we need to get to the community, which is why I asked when you were up here, what is it you need? Community, if there's certain information you need, we're putting information, education on our page. And then as trustees, we can go up there and advocate up at the Capitol. And I think that's our next step in the legislative committee is what is it our trustees want to do and what do we need to do to stay active and involved. Speaking of active and involved, I'll hand it over to you, Anna.
Thanks, Trish. I do want to just point out, just because I want to take us back to Rally Day. I had the privilege to host 2 Rally Days before I got on the board. And it was all by ourselves, no partnership with the district. We would invite the trustees and our super. And I think our first year we had 30, the next year we had 45. And for it to grow to 200 just goes to show the partnership that our district's willing to have with our parents, but also our parents understand the power of public education. And I just want to point out, we saw on that slide earlier, we had 17,000 volunteers in this district. A lot of those volunteers are part of our PTA and PTO, and they help put forth those priorities. These are our parents on the ground right now. These weren't district priorities, but parents and students who went to launch this summer and put together those priorities. And I just want to really emphasize that, because those are who is driving right now the message in the state of Texas is our parents in the schools. With that said, I've been a little busy, but it's been great busy. I've been going on and giving Special Education Finance 101 to legislators at the Capitol. And it seems kind of like an impossible presentation to do, I'm going to be honest with you, given the environment and the situation of public education in Texas. But I'm going to tell you, 2 weeks ago, we had over 75 staffers at this presentation. And it was a variety of individuals at this presentation, some of our heaviest hitters in public education who are trying to defund public education right now. But you know what they wanted to talk about is special education and what are we doing in Leander ISD to not only empower our students, but empower our parents. And I can sit here and say this as a parent who's had a kid in the district, who's gone in front of this board and yelled at the board, and who's gone down to the Capitol and threw this district under the bus. Are we perfect? No. But are we getting there? Yes. And so I got to sit up there with our CFO, Dr. Pete Poppy, and really break down what special education is doing here in Texas and how Leander ISD spent an additional $39 million extra in funding because of the outdated system and funding formula that the state puts forth. Had they actually funded special education, that $39 million that we spent in additional could go back to those programs we heard about today, could go back and ensure that our teachers are getting the raises they need. But we're having to overcompensate and ensure that each and every student is getting what they need. And I just want to make sure I point this out. We could not service special education and cut there, but y'all know what happens when we do that? We're going to get back in the same situation this district was in. We're going to be suing parents, we're going to have due processes, and we're not going to be the district that we're known to be to ensure that students come first. So I've been going around meeting with individual lawmakers, and some of these individuals, I'm pretty impressed. I'm not going to say names, but we've got some great meetings coming up on the horizons. And what they want to hear about is, what is this, our special programs parent advisory council? What does that look like? What are we doing here? And so about 2 weeks ago, we sat in this library. I think it was 2 weeks ago. My days are completely messed up, y'all. 60 parents showed up. And not only did 60 parents show up, but you also had someone with Texas Disability Rights. And I'm going to tell you right now, this is the first time ever this district has ever invited one of our advocates who come into these ARDs with these parents to ensure our students get what they need. And it was an honest conversation of, what can I do to support this district, but what can I do to support my kids? And when I left that night, I found parents who want to figure out, how do I help this district? And so I'm pointing them to Rally Day. We're trying to put on these special education 101 finances. And so my ask of the board and of this community is, get out and message your lawmakers. They need to hear from you. I can get up there and yell all day, but they don't care. They want to hear from our parents. And so right now, my job right now is to try to ensure that I tell them what we're doing here and how we are empowering our parents. We have a special education parent liaison, one of the few in the state that have this. And so I've been going around to school districts trying to get them to understand this is how you engage your parents. This is how you ensure our students are getting what they need. So with that said, in addition to Special Education Finance 101, we have a Safety and Security Summit that we're putting together. It's like herding cats, I'm not gonna lie, with 13 other districts. But I'm excited for this because we're really breaking down what safety and security and mental health is doing to our districts. And so you're gonna get a little bit of what are the safety and security mandates have done for House Bill 3 and how's that impacted Leander ISD. We're gonna talk about the funding, the lack of funding, and what we need to ensure that we're providing these safe spaces for our students, but not only that, for our educators. But mental health, we all know there's a mental health crisis right now, and it ties to every single one of our students. And so this opportunity for us is to get in front of those staffers and to really get them to understand what's happening right here. I can go in there all day and say, raise my basic allotment, give me more money. That's not gonna fall. They're just gonna completely ignore me. When you tie a story to a face, to a student, to student outcome, that is how we impact change. And so I'm asking for our community and our board to just really reach out, tell our story, and advocate.
Anna, you said I could yell all day, but I will point out that you aren't yelling. You are sharing a story when you're at these meetings, and I think tone matters. I think sometimes there's this thought of we need to be angry or mad. As public education officials, as our school district, as our parents, it's about staying curious, staying engaged, and sharing that story. And you've done such a phenomenal job. And I love the way that you've encouraged our parents too to like share that story. That makes a difference. Because you could probably present all the data facts out there. I bet you Sade's got tons of graphs and sheets.
I was going to talk about
right?
some of them now.
Well, then I'll look up, but your story of what is happening in public education, that's what makes a difference. And so that's what needs to be shared with our lawmakers.
Because everyone has a story, right? And everyone's been impacted by either special education. And when you break it down to that level, it really takes away all the other red tape. And it's like, it's a student at the end of the day and a parent fighting to try to get what's best for their student. And that's all people want to tell here.
Thank you. Appreciate the update, and thank you for our student for being here. We appreciate and look forward to seeing you at Rally Day. Yes. Next, we're going to move to the next agenda item, which we're shifting back to the top. This is 7A1, discussion of human sexuality curriculum, grades 7 through 9.
I have to say it's unfair to follow that amazing young gentleman that we just had, so thanks, Gloria, for moving that around, so we had to follow him.
I agree. I was hoping somebody was going before us, but we are excited to be here tonight. Madam President, Board of Trustees, Dr. Gearing, we are here to update you on the SHAC recommendation of the resource for human sexuality curriculum for grades 7th, 8th, and 9th. As a reminder, the 23-24 SHAC Human Sexuality Committee reviewed multiple curricula and narrowed down to 2 groups that came to present 2 different curriculums to the SHAC committee. The committee voted on adopting and adapting Austin ISD's Human Sexuality Curriculum as Leander ISD's Human Sexuality Curriculum. And it was recommended that we would develop 4 or 5 lessons per grade level to ensure that we're not overwhelming core content. And so our timeline for this recommendation, going back to board policy EHAA local, we held 2 public meetings with SHAC, both in December and February. We are having a discussion by the board at a public meeting tonight, and action on the recommendations by a record vote at a public meeting, which this will be back on the agenda in March. And this will be implemented for students with your approval in May of 2025.
Okay, so just so that everyone's on the same page, there are some very specific laws within the Texas Education Code around human sexuality curriculum, and the really important ones are outlined here. But as a part of 28.004, parents must opt their students into human sexuality instruction at all grade levels. So for 7th, 8th, and 9th grade, there will be an opportunity for students to fill out the opt-in form should they decide to do that. The curriculum must present abstinence as the only 100% effective method in preventing pregnancy and as the preferred choice of behavior. And your curriculum must spend more time on abstinence than on any other behavior. So those are outlined specifically in the code that is something that we must do. So what this year's committee did, this year's SHAC committee, we reviewed the recommendations from last year with them, and we spent our time at our first public meeting in December going through the TEKS for human sexuality for all 3 grade levels, so they were familiar with that. And then looking at the scope and sequence of other curriculum, including the one that we use to adapt to become our own. And then they had an opportunity to ask questions that then I received and was able to work through with the development of our curriculum, and as well going back then to the February meeting, reviewing the final lessons that have been created with their input, and then asking any questions that they might have and giving them an opportunity to give input. And then we'll talk about in a minute how that input will be translated to the public now. So we did contract with a professional health specialist. She has over 20 years experience developing a variety of health and sex education curriculum for adolescents and adults. She has a master's degree in education, and her focus is on health education. She has 15 years experience supporting sex education programs in school districts all over Texas, including Austin, Waco, Pampa, Richardson, Irving, Lufkin, Hayes, Dripping Springs, Del Valle, Uvalde, Eagle Pass, Hutto, Pflugerville, and many more. She also has 15 years experience in training classroom teachers on national best practices for implementing sex education curricula. She was the developer of the curriculum that we're looking at to develop our own, and so she was also the person that came to last year's SHAC committee to be the representative for the AISD curriculum and help answer any questions and go through that with them as well. So she has been working very closely with us over the last several months. We've met multiple times over Zooms, kind of giving her the recommendations that came out of SHAC and also the constraints that we have as a system. The one that we use to look at is very comprehensive, but also very long, and they have it set up in a different way than we're able to do in our system, so we needed to adapt it, which is why we've now made it to where each grade level has 4 or 5 lessons, which is a little different than that, and emphasizes the things that were important to the committee that met last year. Wait, I should go back, sorry. Let me also mention that we will be loading these into Google Classrooms so that some of the information that she was able to create is interactive. It's really great. Like there's drag and drops for kids to sort things about feelings and relationships, and it kind of is age appropriate as it goes along. Human sexuality TEKS are very recursive in nature, so it's kind of figuring out what is it that 7th graders need versus 8th graders versus 9th graders. And then, just like we have done in the past with Lifeguard, campuses will select the teachers that will be the facilitators of the lessons, and they will create the schedule that will work for them. And we're meeting with principals about this at a principals meeting early March. We've already given them the preliminary information, the same information that you're getting now, and then some of the details about how we need their support in creating the system through which they're going to select those teachers that will help facilitate that learning, because we will also be getting those teachers trained on facilitating that, and we need to make all that happen. And then we will do that training in April as long as the board approves, and then we are recommending, as we have in the past, when at all possible, implement these lessons after STAR is over, so there's not that additional pressure on anyone doing them. So we try to focus on those last couple of weeks of May to allow that to happen. So we are going to do a public preview that will start tomorrow, and SCR has been great in helping me get this ready. So all of the lessons will be available there for parents to preview, the community to preview, and then we've also included a Google form where we want to accept their input and thoughts on what we have up there, so that we can then make adjustments that might potentially be needed, while again making sure that we're meeting the TEKS as well as the law. We will hold that input form open until March, the beginning of March, which is then we come back here for your approval of the curriculum. I have included the website there, and one of the greatest things I think about this is now that we've done this will be our curriculum. We're not purchasing it from a vendor, and in doing so, we have the flexibility to make edits and changes that meet our students' needs, again, as long as we're staying within that law, just like we do with any other curriculum that we have. We have ways with our internal curriculum for teachers to give feedback on things as they're doing it so that we can make adjustments that support them, and we'll be able to do that with this one as well. And I think the other biggest piece is because we're not copyrighted with someone else's curriculum, what we have put on the website starting tomorrow can stay there forever. And parents can see everything that students will be interacting with. They are PDFs of the Google Classroom, so of course the interactive part isn't there. There are some videos that she created, voiceover videos, just to give it some different modes of learning. They will be able to click on those videos and watch them, but some of that interactive stuff is going to be static on the slides, and that's really the only difference that will occur, and we can leave it there and parents have access to it all the time. And knowing that this is an opt-in, that way parents can very closely look at everything, see if it's something that they want their child to participate in or not, and then make that choice. And the committee last year felt very strongly and kept leaning back in on the fact that it is an opt-in and leaning into those TEKs and how important so much of this information is to get in the hands of our young students as they grow and mature, so that they understand the implications of participating in any kind of activity and can make them their most informed choices. Oh, and that's it. Oh, there it goes. Any questions?
We sort of answered one of them.
Oh, good.
Yes. So I will go into my second one, which is keeping with, as Trish stated, the theme of the evening. What is the cost of this curriculum?
Well, I figured that question would come with the theme of the evening. The best news is we're not purchasing it from anyone. So the only cost that we have had is the support of our health specialist to create the lessons. And that complete cost, she's been working over the last several months, will be $7,200. And then she will have to come and train our teachers in April, and so that will be separate, but a day's worth of training is probably going to be around $800 based on her hourly rate. So we have traditionally held every year about $40,000 to pay for lifeguards. Some years they got a grant and we didn't have to pay it, and some years they didn't. And so that's a nice little budget savings that we're pretty excited about too.
I had the opportunity to sit in with that committee a few times before we made the changes to boards, and they went through so much information. They talked with vendors, they met with people, they wanted every bit of information on every different program that was available. And I know from my conversations when I was doing the high school carpool, a lot of the complaints that students had about this particular curriculum are addressed with the program that they chose. So I'm really excited about it.
I will add that on SHAC this year, we have 2 students that are regularly attending, and they have provided feedback on all of the grade levels curriculum.
So since we own it, can we license it to other school districts then?
That is a really good question. The answer is no, and here's why. We will be entering into a letter of agreement with Austin ISD. We have received that. The key points on it is that we are able to use it however we need to. We can alter it in any way. That we will guarantee that teachers are trained to be able to facilitate this learning, and that we cannot sell it in any way because they didn't sell it to us. So those are the 3 points in our letter of agreement, and we're working that through contracts now, just in case that you all decide that it's the right curriculum for us.
Just want to thank our SHAC members who did so much work and so much research on this to get us to this point. Of course, thank you and your department for pushing us over the line. I think it's really exciting when there's any type of budget saving, and we were also able to meet the needs of our community requests in there. So thank you for that.
So I remember back in the day when we had parents who wanted to access the material and they couldn't get it, and they came to the board meetings not very happy. They wanted to be able to see the materials and, talk to their kiddos. I would argue that possibly the amount of staff time trying to get to the other third-party vendor to get them to release their stuff, to try to get the stuff to the parents to be able to facilitate, there was probably a lot of expense there that wasn't even charted. So I love that this is something that has been developed in conjunction with SHAC. Thank y'all.
Because things are copyrighted, we would have to keep them in the libraries at the school, so parents had to have the ability to come up, to look at them, to review them. They couldn't leave, they couldn't have their cameras, they had to be someone sit with them. Now it's all out there in the open and they can access it anytime, and honestly, they can use it too. If they're more comfortable doing this with their children than they are having it happen at school, everything is there for them to use with their kids.
I love the transparency component as well. So, quick question on the Austin ISD, it started off as that curriculum, but you have the word adapted. So I feel like, knowing our Leander ISD culture, that it probably looks very, very little and doesn't resemble at all Austin ISD curriculum. But y'all didn't start from scratch. So can you just help me understand, why didn't we just start from scratch? Because I bet you it's going to look so different.
I think with anything, developing any curriculum, it's always easier to start with an example to look at. It's hard to develop an entire curriculum where all you have are these TEKs, which are very broad in nature and are kind of hard to read and take apart, which is why you do have a written curriculum that you create and help teachers do that. What we had access to, because just like what we're talking about, AISTs is also public on their site, and anyone can go there now and look at it to be able to see the comparison between what they're using and what she was able to adapt for us. Because she was the creator of that, and we spent so much time talking about Leander ISD, as well as she has worked with Lifeguard before, so she knew where we were coming from, and I really emphasized with her sticking to our TEKs, because you can go, when any curriculum, you can go well beyond the TEKs. And I said, I know something that's going to be of value to us is that we really stay true to the TEKs for the state of Texas, and she did an amazing job of doing that. And so it will be very different, yet still having a lot of those very core things in there that are required by law and important for our students to know.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions? I just wanted to follow up on one Gloria asked last time, which was the teachers that are teaching it. That was one of the questions of how do we do this without doing an excess burden? How was that going to work? I know there were a whole lot of questions. How does that figure into the situation?
So I'm partnering with our campus athletics, campus activities department on this year, because in the past it has been always through science, and what we talked about was there's too much within our new science curriculum to put that on science teachers. So we're working together. We're recommending, when possible, to have someone who's certified in health to be a facilitator within that. It may not always be possible for every campus, but we've curated the list of teachers, and that's what we're going to be working with principals at the next meeting, to help them choose and select what works best for them, so that it's not really, again, pulling from some of those core content areas that a lot of our students need that support.
All right. Thank you. Thank you for answering all our questions. And we're going to move to our next agenda item, which is 7A2, discussion of leading measures.
All right. Good evening, Madam President, board members, and Dr. Gearing. We're excited to be here this evening to speak to you about to provide you with an update on our progress towards our goals in the strategic plan. And this also includes some of the performance indicators included in our superintendent's evaluation. So, we always start these presentations with this same slide, but it is important just to always remind ourselves, everything really starts with our strategic plan that was developed with a lot of community input. We are in year 3 of that plan, and then that plan drives our district improvement plan, which is a 1-year plan to move us closer to those 5-year goals. We report out on our progress annually through our community-based accountability system. You've seen those documents earlier this year. And then, of course, this, as I stated earlier, absolutely aligns with the superintendent's evaluation and the board's evaluation. And just as a reminder, here are the strategic focus areas and goals from our strategic plan.
Good evening.
Sorry, ladies, I forgot to let y'all introduce yourselves. I'm so sorry.
Good evening. As Dr. Clark was just stating, as we look through our strategic plan and our one-year district improvement plan, we are holding ourselves accountable to the items that we are placing within that improvement plan. And so this is where the cadence of accountability comes in. And we shared this with you at a previous meeting this year. This is looking, when we were meeting in cabinet, we are looking at each strategy that we have placed within our improvement plan. And so we have decided on that strategy, we have looked at what is going to be our evidence, what is going to be our path to get there. And then we are sharing out at each of our meetings each week on the progress that we're making. This allows us with our PLC collaborative cabinet team to talk about the progress and the success, but it also allows us to talk about the barriers that we may be facing and solicit ideas from each other and think through our next steps, which are also leading to our next improvement plan for 25-26. This is our signaling chart. So when we create our improvement plan, at the very beginning of the year, we create our signals for how are we starting the year. And that's what we started at the beginning with our maintain, or is it a minor change, a major change, and so forth. But then we report out on that 4 times throughout the year. So we just completed our January progress signaling on how are we doing toward each of our goal areas, our strategies. And so that ranges from being on track, which you see to the right on that chart, all the way to crisis. So we just finished that item, and you can see for most of the things we are on track. And that, I think, is really helping us as we're going through that cadence of accountability within cabinet to keep us there and to really think about what are those next steps that we need to do. Also, each campus within our system has completed their signaling, and that's an attachment for you as well.
All right, and we are moving into the empowered student learning. Brenda just shared a little bit about our cadence of accountability, and that is part of our data-informed leadership of the way that we utilize data. Studies suggest that organizational change can result when we engage in that iterative process of utilizing data. The first thing that we do is we notice data, then we interpret that data, and then construct implications with that data. So we're starting tonight to look at the student performance data, specifically in reading. If you'll remember in the fall, we looked at House Bill 3, and what you're seeing right here is what our third graders looked like from kindergarten. So we're noticing that, and then we are seeing the upward trend of that data. All right, so let's take a second and just orient ourselves with what we're seeing. If you look at the left box, you're going to see bright green, a little bit lighter green, then a white band, then yellow, then red. That white band is the national average. And if you look at the national average, that is anywhere between the 41st percentile and the 60th percentile. Okay. The next thing that you're going to notice in there are some little triangles, and that is when we give our students the ISIP assessment. So that is marked we begin in September, and then we require that beginning of the year, middle of the year, and then that end of the year as well. But every month we're checking to see students take this ISIP. So you can see average for our district in kindergarten, if we're looking at those blue little triangles, and then you can see that trend line as it is moving up. And we can see there in kindergarten, and then you'll look at first, we are at least in that 60th percentile, but we're maintaining right there above the national average for kinder and into first. Moving on to second and third grade, again, we are using those same data things. What are we noticing there? What are the implications of what we're noticing? And last time Brenda was up here, she was talking to you about that satellite data, which is really that high view data. So again, this is a high view. This is our district data. When our campuses are looking at this, they are looking at their grade level data, the overall campus data, their grade level data, and then they break that down with teachers and then into that student level data. Now moving on towards that fourth and fifth grade data, if you think about those three different slides that we just saw, the trends that we see is that our students are either at or above the national average in their growth in reading. So when we look at that overall trajectory, we're interpreting that growth. Do you have a question, Anna? No, I'm talking to myself. That's okay. And so we are also asking those questions about possible implications of these trends. What are the reason that these trends could be happening? So as instructional leadership uses data at all levels, our cadence of accountability, we know that our collaborative teams start with you guys looking at that data, and we're looking at this big picture data, but then also please keep in mind that this is the type of data routine that we use throughout our collaborative teams.
So I do have, just to help kind of orient me as we go on through the discussions. It seems like the trend line was a little steep, looked a little better in our earlier grades, whereas this looks a bit more flat. Is that an optical illusion and I'm not paying attention to the numbers as well? Or can you tell me if that's true? And then what does that tell you as a system? Not as each child or each campus, but what should this be telling board members? We don't get to work with campus and campus, that's day to day. We only get to work with systems. So what should, what would you say as admin this should be telling a board member?
So I would look at more than just even the steepness of that growth, but I would look at what are the, and you guys feel free to jump in, but look at the color, right? So you're looking at the white stair step, and if you'll look at, they're all stair stepped, right? And so what we're shooting for, what we want is every child to maintain a year's worth of growth, and so that is a steady growth. So some of it may look a little bit higher in some, but that steady growth is actually what we are attempting to achieve. If we look at our younger grade levels, we do know that as a system, we have the reading redesign that we are working through. We could be seeing some of the implications of that, but what data does is good data makes us ask questions, right? And then we would need to look further into those implications, or what we would consider the implications to be. Do you want to add to that?
Yeah, and I think there is an element of an optical illusion, particularly on the screen. When you look at it in print format, the light green color shows much more greenish and so you can see a comparison. So if you look at the fifth grade, each triangle is an average of the student's performance. If you look at the triangle from September, it's just barely right there on that little stair step, that little corner where it jumps. But then if you look at the one in January, it's further into that green. It's harder to see on that screen than it is on paper. So what you ideally want to see is kids moving further into the next range or further up within the range. Again, this is an average. I think probably from a statistical standpoint, with such a large group of students that this triangle represents, it's going to be hard to see steep growth. When we look deeper down into classroom data, that's where you tend to see more of an incline. So I would say where I get concerned, back to your question, is where you don't see that line trending faster than or at minimum as much as the way the shaded section of that graph that they're in, if that makes sense. Yeah.
So Chris, if you could just tell me, like, looking at this then from a trustee perspective, what would admin say to trustees then about these results? Because here's the challenge I have. Y'all know there's more going on at a campus level. And I find the vocabulary of how to explain this at a system level challenging. So I'm just curious, sounds like y'all find it challenging as well. But other than you'd say, yeah, it looks good, we look steady as a system, is there anything else you would have with that?
I would say this particular data at this point in time is looks better than what we have seen in the past. You are correct in the lower grades. I personally believe it is connected to what Kristen talked about. It's that reading initiative, the way we're doing intervention at those lower grade levels. You're never going to hear me say it's good enough because I think things can always be better. We had this long conversation, it seems like 2 days ago, I think it was last night, about we're at halftime right now, so we're not going to get super excited. You can be up halftime by 21 points and still lose the game. But we're pleased with the progress that we're making. Our teachers and principals are making with students, and so I think this data indicates that.
So I just want to point out though, real quick, that 5th grade, they were in kindergarten when COVID hit. And so that 4th grade, right, they went into kindergarten when we were in the midst of craziness. And so I think that's something we have to think about, right? Because it was insane trying to teach 1st graders, the fundamentals of math or reading, because I was doing it, trust me. And so I think that's something I hate to have that asterisk. But I think that's when I see those charts, I'm thinking of that class. And then I think if you go to the next charts, right, where it's a 3rd and down, those students kind of somewhat of a normal year, right? Somewhat, right? And so, but also what you said earlier, that whole reading intervention model we've done and we've really ramped up, and you're seeing students in that kindergarten get that intervention we need now and not wait until 3rd grade.
Right. So one more thing as we're looking at these charts, over the years we have brought data to you in the form of bar graphs, and you see 60%, 61%, but you don't actually see the stair-step growth. And so that is part of the reason that we brought you this visual, is so that you can see there is a trajectory and a year's worth of growth. Even if that percentile may look the same, it is truly a trajectory.
Is this nationally normed data?
That's correct. This is a nationally normed assessment. We use it as one of our formative assessments as well, right? And so what I mean by that is we are, as teachers, as principals, in our level as well, it is informing us as to what our next steps are. So it is giving us information because it's nationally normed. We are seeing where we are nationally, but then we are also able to utilize that at the child level as well to inform our decisions.
Just want to make sure that people understand what that means. So one of those blue triangles in, say, the month of October for 5th grade, if that triangle was sitting right in the middle of that white band, that would be at the 50th percentile. That would be exactly where we would expect them to be against the national norm, correct?
That is correct.
So what this says is that our achievement on average for our 5th graders is above the national average norm of the 50th percentile. They're all at the 60th percentile or higher. So the achievement is higher than the national average.
That is correct. And not only is the achievement higher, but we are seeing the growth continue in line with that achievement.
Correct. So we're seeing both higher achievement with our students and also the growth that maintains that higher achievement over time.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, I know a really smart guy that says words matter all the time. And expect is not necessarily the wrong word to say, but we expect students to be where their potential is. So 50th percentile is it's the middle, like that's the average. That's where, so there are some kids that we would expect to be above that. So it's a little bit of a shift in the way we think about it. But statistically speaking, the middle kid is right in the middle. We always talk about our place in space in line. So
thank you for the clarification.
And I just wanted to add in here, Trustee Nelson, you had asked about star projections with our district assessments when Brenda was presenting. Was at the last meeting, I believe. Our DAs that we create aren't necessarily designed to do that. I don't know that these assessments are designed to do that, although they do that. They do give us star projections. We use it with caution, because we don't want to get comfortable. Oh, in in August, the student is projected to pass. We're good to go. You know, there's a teacher belief and mindset that can creep in with that, and that can happen in reverse of if a student is projected to not pass and it's August, that can be overwhelming. But these tests do, and Emily has given us some statistical stuff. If you want more, we can get it to you specifically, but these do provide that type of data, just since you had asked. MAP, which we haven't gotten to, also does the same thing.
And is this the overall reading component of ISIP? Because it usually has like multiple categories. Is this the one that comes up as overall reading?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so now we're moving into our math portion for the evening, and some of those questions, y'all, Dr. Gearing, you just answered perfectly into my part of my presentation, so thank you. So we, again, just as Kristen wanted to set the foundation and learning and around that data capacity for reading, same for our math. So we use NWA MAP to do our growth for beginning of the year to middle of the year. And so I want to take you through this slide to just build that data capacity with our viewing community. So I want to take you to the left of the slide where it says David takes a MAP growth assessment at the beginning of the year, and he scores a 212. Okay? So now what does it mean when we're talking about MAP growth? What does that actually mean? So go to the middle of the slide. So once David takes that test at the beginning of the year, he is only compared to students nationally, again going back to the national piece, who are in the same grade, took the same test, have the same starting score. So he would not be in a group that a score of 225, as an example, right? And has the same number of instructional weeks that have been passed. So would not be comparable to say, okay, we're going to take a student who's had 8 weeks of instruction compared to 16 weeks. So you can see it's very specific criteria that are grouped here, and that those students then are the matched peers for David across the nation. So they calculate that growth projection as the average, kind of coming back to what Dr. Clark was saying, as the average RIT score of point growth for all of David's matched peers, and we're going to talk about that here in a minute. So this average is set at the 50th percentile, and in a few graphs that quadrant graphs that we're going to be looking at here in a minute, you're going to see that, okay? So David's matched peers averaged a growth of 5 RIT points, so 5 is the projected growth for David. So when David takes his middle of the year MAP assessment and scores a 217, had a 212 at the beginning, a 217 now, David's growth is right there at that 50th percentile, right at that 5 RIT points of growth. Okay? So let's do an example for a minute. So let's take Melissa up at the top. Melissa had a beginning of the year score of 218. Based on her peer group, right, with those criteria we just talked about, that projected growth would be 7 RIT points. Well, Melissa had a score at middle of the year of 219. Did not meet that 7 projected RIT points growth score, right? But she did grow. It didn't mean she didn't grow. She just did not grow at the same rate as her national peers. So that's one example. I'll go down to Adarsh at the very bottom. Adarsh had a score of 230 at the beginning. Based on his peer group, 4 RIT points for projected growth, but Adarsh scored a 240 at the middle of the year. So you can see Adarsh rate of growth was higher than his potential in his peer group. Okay, so when we're talking about growth here in just a minute by campuses, we're looking at a student, just like in that middle group at that 50th percentile, I'll explain this here in a minute, but it is compared nationally with those very specific criteria. Okay, so looking at Leander ISD. So now that we've shared that foundation, so let's start with the quadrant chart on the left. This was last year, middle of the year, 2023-24. So ideally, look at that top right corner, high achievement, high growth. Okay, so every blue dot on that screen, on that quadrant chart on the left, represents a campus. Okay, so if you're looking at the x-axis going across, that is achievement. So if I started on the very left, you can see that's low achievement. As I cross that center line, that 50th percentile, I'm going to high achievement. The y-axis is the growth. So again, starting on the very bottom left quadrant, low growth. As I go upwards across that 50th percentile line, I see the high growth. Okay, so really we want our students moving to the right and up, right? So if you look at 24-25, what do you notice about middle of the year comparison? Those campuses moved to the right and up. So not only improvement in the achievement, but definitely with the growth as well. And this is our elementary campuses across the district. Okay, so I want to take your eyes to the 24-25 quadrant chart. Look at that blue dot as an example on the very top right quadrant chart in that right quadrant. So that is a campus. That is that middle student. So that, because they're taking always the average. So 50% of those kids, the other half of those kids are actually higher than that. The other half are a little bit lower than that. And it doesn't show up here like it would maybe on your screen, but you'll see that there's a gray band. So going across from that 40th to 60th, right, on both your X and Y. And that is when those students are falling right in there, or those campuses are falling right in that gray band, right? That is exactly where that projection, that average is. So some of them are going certainly higher than that as well.
I think the board can probably make some guess on this, but I would like to hear from admin. What do you attribute this to?
I thought that might come. I will say, I think, and just talking with our campus, and you're going to see this coming up here in a minute, is through the work of our campus leaders, our collaborative team leaders, our teachers, and our students, but really looking at the work that is occurring with our professional learning communities within those collaborative teams. And it was wonderful. I think, was it last week that we had our leaders together, and they were talking about, they were looking at middle of the year data. And we were talking about, in that meeting, about what are those things, what are those actions that you think are contributing to the outcome that you're seeing. And the discussion around how that dialogue has changed with their teachers and really setting those outcomes, it was phenomenal. So I definitely think the work that, and when you really think about it, it's only been this first semester, right? And so even more and better to come. And so really thinking that is one. I also think is creating the environment and the value and why and what does it bring. So when we talk about ownership of learning, is helping our students understand, why are we doing this? Why are we doing this assessment? What value can it bring? I think those are definite pieces that contribute as well.
So, Dr. Gehring, I'm thinking about the board's theory of action, that we're supporting you and saying, when we look at our superintendent goals, we want you to be doing the PLC. We want you to be connecting our students to deeper learning. Are you seeing that through here, or I just want to know kind of how you're seeing what we're doing, what you're working on, what the district is. Is there a through line?
There's absolutely a through line, and I don't think this is the result of a semester's worth of work. This is a result of years worth of work that our campuses and our teachers and our administrators have been doing, and our kids have been doing over the last 5 or 6 years. And so remember that we, in that time period, came through COVID, saw significant gaps develop and then have resurfaced again. And so this kind of achievement is not linear in nature. We've talked about that before. It comes in spurts. And so this is the first time that we're seeing a significant jump in achievement and in growth, which is really encouraging, because what follows growth is higher achievement. So this is not the result of one semester worth of work. It's not the result of one specific thing that we've done. This is the result of this board starting the conversation around what do we want the hopes and dreams of our community to be, what does that look like, how do we address that, and how do we put a plan into place, a long-term plan that addresses this focus on student learning, and really pushing the ownership of learning down to the learner as much as possible. So
I would just add to that absolutely this is a trend that started long before this most recent semester, even last year. But I can speak to last year, to some of the things that were done that were challenging, was to work through an assessment, developing an assessment framework or redeveloping an assessment framework. Or Leander ISD had one. It was just refocusing. That work started, I think, 2 or 3 years ago by Dr. Grissom, and we really spent time building that assessment awareness and literacy, and that starts with the leaders. We hashed out a lot of stuff. We had principals, gave them the time and space to do that, and then they are now doing that with teachers, and teachers are doing it with students as well. And so I think there's just that focus for sure, that you see some things culminating from a lot of work that happened prior to, just to reiterate what Dr. Gearing said.
I also want to add, I know we've had discussions in this board meeting about, we can get up here and present this, but most parents are like, they send home the report and it's like, what is this? And y'all know the word of the year, consistency. And so what I love and what I'm seeing across the district is parents are getting that information, and y'all are being very clear at the campus level. This is how you read these scores. This is where your student's at. Oh, here's the next step if you need more intervention. And so I'll get to my next question, but you're seeing this consistent across the district. You're seeing schools hold these information nights about what does your MAP scores look like. Like these teacher conferences, I feel like are more, yes, we're there to celebrate our student, but I feel like as a parent, I'm seeing more, I'm able to connect and understand what these scores mean and how can I get my child to improve.
Speaking to that, what I think has been really cool, going to some of those, and my kids are older, and my youngest is in high school, but went to some of these parent engagements at the elementary school and hearing students talk about this data with their parents. And so understanding and them talking about the dots and understanding where their growth is and what they're working on, and them being really excited about sharing this information. So I think it's not just the professional development that our teachers are, partaking in, but it's how they're also bringing their students along in that journey of that this is everything that you've accomplished, and being proud. And I know, I can't remember what school it was, where they were talking about their students, mapping out their goals and how empowering that was for their students, but just being able to see and understand, tracking my goals. I'm setting a goal, I'm achieving this goal, I'm on this trend. I haven't got there yet, but this is where I'm trending, is really powerful for our students, and really powerful in our overall strategic plan of students being owners of their learning.
I had the fortunate opportunity this afternoon, to be at Cox Elementary and saw that very thing exhibited. And so there was a student panel that shared about what goals they're setting academically, it could be personally, how they're tracking that progress. And so it was just so exciting to hear. And they were not shy at all to talk about it. So, but just to gain that understanding And for them to be able to share that and within their portfolios and so forth with their parents and with others, with their peers. And it was so funny because they were talking about, well, mine says this, and well, what did you do with that? And so it was just really interesting to watch them. Okay, moving on.
I was going to say something, but I
ahead.
didn't want to interrupt. Okay. I just wanted to add that for me, and I want to know if this is correct too, this also does go back to owning your own learning. Because I've noticed this in my son as well. And actually, Sade and I have talked about this before, of like, how do students know all the things that are available to them? And Dr. Gehring's like, well, you know, you can keep telling them, but how do they take that own initiative to find out what's available and all the opportunities? And I experienced that with my son, is he started talking about what kind of career choice he might want. And I said, well, you could start doing some things. And he's like, I don't know, what could I do? And it's like, we started talking, and he's thinking about education, y'all. I don't know if he's going to change his mind, but that's what he's thinking about right now. So we talked about, you know, teacher program at the district. Wait, we have that. Like, he's the one who initiated it. He's like, I should go talk to my counselor. I was like, yes, you should go talk to your counselor. But I think that goes back to what you started to, of like all these different pieces, which is not only the PLCs, the students knowing their own scores, but also starting to ask questions to equip themselves to find out really what services and supports are out there. I may be going way too far though with that data, so I can reel back, but I'm just wondering, you know, how I see this in other pieces. So I'll keep watching.
Okay, so we had talked about, Chris and I talked about the satellite data, right, so which we just kind of looked at. But it's important to note is how is this taken also down to the campus level and specifically to the students. This is the important piece, right? So this is just a couple of examples from a campus. And on the left, you can see where it's charting by grade level. But then it's taking it, you can see the picture on the right, at each grade level, those dots are students. So they're looking at specifically where are our students falling, where achievement and growth. And then again, within those PLC collaborative teams, having the discussions about then what do we need to do to meet those student needs, whichever level that may be in. Okay, so next looking at our middle school math. So it's the same concept, and we're going to be looking at middle school math and ELA as well as high school. So again, you can see with our middle school, we are again moving to the right and up, showing that same growth and achievement. And this, we do not have that comparison because this was the first year with MAP at our middle school for English Language Arts. So this is their kind of their baseline right now for their first time. And then looking at Algebra 1. Looking at our Algebra 1, our focus here is we see some movement, but we certainly would like to see more. And this is, again, I think where it comes back to the work of our collaborative teams and really having those coaching and guiding questions about what are we noticing here, what questions does this make us ask about how we're going through our questions 1 and 2. What is it we want our students to know and be able to do? How will we know? And then how do we intervene if the student is struggling or if the student already has mastered that?
Okay, then I have a question.
Okay,
Just
go ahead.
help me process. So in the other one, we're like, hey, look, the status moving where we think it is. It's evidence of our PLC. So is this evidence of this PLC not working? I mean, does the inverse work here, or what am I missing?
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I think it's hard to pin this down to something specific. I don't know that it's that the Algebra 1 PLCs aren't functioning well. I think an important piece for this is, remember high school, we rolled MAP out in high school a year or two behind where we did with elementary and middle. There's a learning curve with this type of assessment. For teachers, for principals, for us, you can see how we've progressed of what's the best way to even share this data. Not that taking the test more often makes you better at the assessment, at performing it on the assessment. That's not what I'm saying, but there is an assessment literacy piece to this for the teachers to know what to do with the data, how to interpret it, how to have it inform their instruction, so to speak. So I think those are some factors for sure that are worth considering. Yeah.
So my question on that was, that's an on-level, those are all on-level students. All the other math that we've seen includes both on-level and advanced students.
You're correct.
So I think unless we see 7th grade, which is the only other on-level math, then that can tell us whether we're truly still having a problem with our on-level students.
So when you break this data out by course at the middle school and even in 5th grade, we can break it by our kids that are already in that pathway 2, which is algebra 1 by 8th grade. Not at every school, but at several schools we do see that performance gap. And so that is definitely something that even the math team and Alicia, as their director, has responded to this year. And so it's definitely something that we are still working on. It is an area that we need to improve upon for sure.
Okay, and just to kind of bring this to something that we, as area soups, do with our high school principals, these dots are campuses, and so we bring the data, not just blue dots, but the actual dot of each campus to our principals, and then we're asking them those questions. So Vince, at Mr. Hawkins at Rouse High School, what do you notice, and what do you think these implications are? So we're asking them these questions too, so that then they can go and find some more implications as to why, what is happening at each level with our on-level, as well as our on-level successes, as well as those that we need to look deeper into as well.
Words matter, and so what they're actually doing is they're coaching the principals in how to ask the right questions of themselves.
Yes, thank you.
And how
For
to actually
coaching
ask
me.
questions of their teams, of their collaborative teams as well on their campus. So overall, there is no shortage. I'm going to quote April Chavette. She always says this to me. She always says to me, there is no shortage of good work to be done. And I could not agree more, right? So we definitely have more work to do, right? We all know that. But I want to take the opportunity, or we want to take the opportunity to really celebrate the growth that we are seeing, because that is a true success and the hard work that our campus leaders, collaborative team leaders, teachers, and students, frankly, have done. And so definitely want to celebrate that. Sometimes we don't get to celebrate enough, and so we look forward to even bigger and better.
All right, so we are looking now at part 2. Our goal 1, empower students through meaningful learning experience to optimize growth and embody the Leander ISD profile. And if we create and support a culture of deeper learning for all staff and students, then they will achieve the attributes in the LISD graduate profile across all campuses. So our KPI for deeper learning, one. In December, we had a pulse survey. Over 1,200 people responded, and 76% of those respondents feel supported to implement deeper learning practices. And then the second thing that we are looking for is to develop a common look-for document that measures the learning as defined by the deeper learning definition and the curriculum one-pagers. And so just to update you on where we are with that, we had a principal PLC. We brought all the content one-pagers to the principals and really asked them to have that productive struggle moment. How can we collaboratively create a one-pager a look-for document that's usable. There were definitely some productive struggles through that. We had 6 different feeder patterns, 6 different ideas, but we had some key things in common. Brought their ideas back to our curriculum department. They are creating a pilot or an example of what to use. We will then bring that back to our principals this month on the 25th. They will go through that. So it is an iterative, collaborative process. And we, again, are looking at having this completed by May. Okay. All right, and our middle of the year collaborative team reflection. If you guys will remember, at the start, we talked about that Dunning-Kruger effect that we could see when our teachers rank themselves very highly because they don't know what they don't know. So we were wondering, might we see that on this middle of the year rating, and we saw some of that, which Brenda will talk to you about in a minute. But I did want to point out that this reflection implementation guide was really not created to be an assessment, but it is created for teacher agency. So teachers are owning their own learning, describing where they feel like they are, and then have a tool to help them move to the next level.
Okay, so let's take a look at this middle of the year data that we received, and what does it tell us about our PLC foundational practices? So I want, again, let's just orient ourselves to what is being shared on the screen. We have the beginning of the year on top, middle of the year data on the bottom, and you can see the very dark blue is the PLC bright, that kind of medium blue is the PLC right, a little bit lighter is the light, and then the gray is not fully implementing PLCs at this time, okay? So you can see that we overall, when you look at the BOI to the MOI to middle of the year, when you look at bright and right, you can see that 1 percentage point growth. So that is that aggregate, but when we look at it by campus, and we were just talking about this earlier, how that looks very different at each campus, and not just at each campus, but with each team. So we're going to look at that here in just a second. So these are 3 examples of elementary campuses within our system. So I just want to take a look, for example, at Campus A. So look at the difference between the top beginning of the year and the bottom middle of the year, right? So that almost 14% that said at the beginning of the year not fully implementing PLCs, that has gone away, right, at that campus. And we see a much larger percentage growing in that PLC bright. Now look at Campus B and C, a little bit differently, right? That's coming back to that Dunning-Kruger that Kristen was just talking about, that Dunning-Kruger effect. And we predicted this and thought this might happen because we're doing this. Yes, I understand what this is, and we're doing fine with that. And then as they have engaged in the work and with their teams during this first semester, then it becomes more of an awareness. And just like Kristen was talking about with the implementation guide, it is not a rating, but it's really just allowing them to really think through, along with the coaching and the guidance from their campus leaders through this process. So this is not concerning because it's one of those things as, where am I? How am I defining that? What am I learning? So you can see across 3 different campuses, if we just look at that 1 percentage point growth that we saw on the previous slide, it's going to look very different when we go campus by campus and even team by team on a campus. Anna, did you have a question?
So beginning of the year, right, we do a bunch of different PLCs in regards to the beginning of the year. We have these leadership days, right, culture days. So I'm sitting here thinking middle of the year and beginning of the year and what we offer our staff in regards to PLCs, like how different are they between the beginning and the middle of the year? Like, are they not getting that chunk that they need that middle of the year? Or is it just the middle of the year chaos and they're trying to, grade grades, teach our students, and then, oh, we have this PLC. Like, I'm trying to understand, especially some of these campuses where we're bright and then we lose bright. And so I'm wondering, what are we doing? Are we engaging them what they need? Like, are we not giving them that PLC that they need to, improve or just become a bright campus?
We actually are going to be addressing some of that data, because it really is about what is it, as you have engaged in this work and as you engaged in this process, what is it that's coming up as next steps, as those needs, right? But think about, like I said, we started at the very beginning of the year. So if I'm just looking at PLC, I'm thinking, okay, I'm sitting with my team, I'm planning, and it's much more than that, right? And so when we talk about that Dunning-Kruger effect of, well, I thought it was this, and now as I've engaged, I'm like, oh, there's much more to this. I did not realize, right? And so it's a good thing for that reflection to occur and to understand, where am I and where do I now need to go? And so that's what we're going to be talking about in these next few slides.
Well, and this is kind of like why I keep asking out questions about what do those scores mean to you? Because if you just look at these scores out of context, you're like, wow, we got worse as we did it.
Right.
And so you have that extra lens that I continually will ask, because you're the trained experts for the board. What does this data say to you? And so I find that fascinating, because you're telling us, the data is telling us that actually what we're doing is exactly what we expect. If we are teaching and based on the other data, remember, we just get 1 point. You're going and looking at more. So if we're teaching the way we are, you would expect to see this, that they would get more understanding. At least that's what I think I'm hearing.
Yes,
Correct?
and like I said, I'm about to share with you what I find some of the very interesting points in the next steps. So these are just a couple of quotes, one from our principals. One's an elementary principal, one's a middle school principal. I'm not going to read them to you, but I'm going to just pick out a couple of the pieces from their quote. From the top one, it has given us a clear understanding of our current practices, offering space for reflection on what we are doing well and where we can continue to grow. On the bottom one, it has shifted the focus from merely planning to setting outcomes, discussing success criteria, and then planning in a responsive way. So right there, it's just thinking about how the dialogue and that time has shifted. And again, we're going to see this in this upcoming data.
Give a little context of where those quotes came from. I think
that was from actually last week, when we were having the discussion that I was talking about, when they were looking at their middle of the year data and reflecting on what are the contributing factors, right, that have played into the outcome. And so that's where those two quotes came from. Okay, oops, I went too far. All right, so as part of focusing on the data, we look at our 4 PLC questions. And these are the first two. What is it we want our students to know and be able to do? And how will we know if each student has learned it? So really thinking through this, like I said, this first semester, when we were doing our collaborative team leader trainings, where they go back to their campuses and work with their campus teams and so forth, we focused on questions 1 and 2. So this second semester is where we're really focusing on questions 3 and 4 of this, okay? So you'll see in questions 1 and 2, you see that 5 percentage point growth in the right and bright, as well as in the question 2. And here's what I find interesting with our next steps. Those top 3 next steps that have been identified. Planning for Tier 1 learning needs. It's that foundation of planning within Tier 1. And then in question 2, it's analyzing the student work and the data together. That's how that dialogue is changing within those conversations within those teams. I'm going to take you to a time when sometimes data was not even discussed. It was like, I'll look at mine, you look at yours, but don't be trying to see mine. So now it's a part of, what does it look like for our students? Also, see the process for student ownership that we talked about, and we were just talking about the example today at Cox as well.
I think, Trish, just to kind of your theme of questions of how do we then interpret this, for me, this is, I don't know if it's the most important, it's one of the most important pieces, the brown boxes. It gives us an insight into where our teachers' mindsets are and what they're thinking about, what I need to do next, which indicates their ownership of learning, and they're thinking this is the next step, and those are the right next things that we need them to think about. So,
And I really like the number 3 on question 2 right here too, analyzing the impact of the instructional practices. So it's not only the design, right, but it's in that learning that is occurring, is really that analysis of, was that working? Is that working for my students? If that's not working for Trish, then what do I need to do to change that?
I think what I love about this is you're essentially laying the foundations across the district for intervention model. Like, this is essentially, you're setting our staff up to be educated on, this is, hey, this is their data and this is what we need to do to get our students to where we're at. And so y'all know I am a big believer in intervention, because if we can meet our students where they're at early, then it pays off. And so I love this because I feel like you're setting that foundation, because y'all know how much I really want to get that intervention model solid in this district. And so I'm excited to see this. But my question is, what are we going to do to make it consistent across the district? What does that PLC model look like? Yep.
We're working. Okay, and then looking at questions 3 and 4, which we're going to focus on for this second semester, you see a 9 percentage point growth there. And again, we see that student ownership, designing and implementing interventions, that they identified as the top 3 next steps, and that's whether it's interventions or extensions. So overall, so we had 500 more responses for middle of the year. So I want to take you back. Do you remember at the very beginning of the year, we had talked about that when we shared out for them to determine in those foundational practices if they were light, right, bright, and so forth. We had some that completed it as an individual, and then we had some that completed it as a team, right? And so we said, no, we want everybody to do it as an individual, right? And so those are just those learning things that we encountered, and so we see a bigger and a higher response certainly for the middle of the year. We saw the generalized growth in our district level data, but really it's about what's happening within each team at each campus. So as a campus leader, this is where they're doing an amazing job too, is with our campus leaders, is to really provide that coaching and that guidance to have them dig deeper into those questions and understanding, and how are we going to move if we are at light? How do we move to right? So it's just leading that along, having them also set some goals. And that's what's been exciting, is to also, again, this afternoon, is each grade level team at this campus had set goals. So like I said, is no shortage of good work to be done, but there's good work occurring. Okay, so, and then also with goal 1, we had a key performance indicator to identify a platform to support the development of student profiles, learning plans, and portfolios district-wide. So in light of those budget constraints that we've been talking about for 25-26, we are holding on releasing this request for proposal and are investigating other avenues to accomplish this.
I have a question. We're not going to stop any of this, because, we have certain campuses who are doing this.
That is correct.
And I was telling Dr. Gearing, like, my son has one when he was just paper, right? Because that's where they can meet him. And over time, it's changed. And so I just want to make sure that the campuses that are doing this already are not going to be told to stop. Like, they can continue doing this learning portfolio that they're doing for our students.
Oh, we don't want to stop.
Okay, great.
We don't want to stop the progress, right? What we want to do is to look at various avenues of what are ways in which we can collect this so students can take it. So if I'm a 5th grader, I can take this on to the next level.
So to that point, we do the student portfolios and personal learning plans, like these happen on campuses. Anna's talking about this. When I read this, there's that, but that's not what this goal is about. When I see this goal is actually about the collection of the data to be able to give teachers access to information and to be able to support their student and students in access to information and their parents. So it's like a system. When I read this, this isn't about supporting the portfolios of the personal learnings. This is about supporting whatever platform we choose. And you are now looking at ones that are not maybe designed, but is there something we can cobble together from what I'm reading? Is that correct, if this is what this goal is?
Yes, this is really more about the digital platform. So all the work, we are continuing the work of providing guidance of what we want goal setting to look like in portfolios, learning exhibitions, et cetera. But we're pausing on this particular platform development or purchase is what this is about.
I mean, because I honestly, as someone who's, y'all know I have kids all over the district, and I do have a kid who went from 5th grade to middle school with that portfolio without a platform. And so I really want us to kind of look at those campuses that are doing that, because as a parent, I am getting this information. My student's teacher is able to help me explain, where does my child need to go? So it exists out there, and I don't think we need to go spend thousands of dollars on a fancy platform when we have campuses right now doing it. So I really would like to see those campuses. I know they're out there, I'm not gonna name them. And we know what they're doing. And these students have these portfolios, they're owning their learnership. I can't talk. They're owning their learning. And so I think for me, I'd like to see us really lean into those and not just go to this, third-party vendor platform where we're giving our students data. Like, we have stuff in-house right now.
I have, just to key off of Anna's comments, in a conversation that we had about these platforms previously, it was said that there is a district platform, and I'm so sorry because I cannot for the life of me remember who.
Naviance.
In admin, no, it was an admin-developed program that some campuses were using. So I guess my question is, if we already have campuses that are doing this, why are we not just doing the same thing that these campuses are doing and just bringing it to everywhere else? I don't know what campuses they are. My own kids did not have the portfolios, so I don't have the parent angle there. But if we have campuses that are doing it and it's working for them, why is that not something that we're just not expanding everywhere else?
So in the very beginning, when Brenda was talking about that cadence of accountability, a couple of those areas that we were looking at as far as strategies under our DIP are actually around curating where are these exemplars, and then how do we make sure that everyone has those same exemplars and examples in order to be able to do that. So that is there is a district committee that is working on doing that, so that everyone knows that it's not just one thing that's happening at Vista Ridge High School or one thing that's happening at Westside Elementary, right? But they are across the board expectations and available for our campuses to be able to access.
And I think we're talking about two different things here. We're talking about portfolios. Let's put this whole platform aside for a minute. This can be a portfolio of my work. If I punch 3 holes in it and put it all in here together, and I can carry it with me from my middle school to my high school, et cetera. Or it can also be a Google folder or a Google Drive that I put things in and I determine what are the things I want to highlight. It can be a Google site. But then the challenge with the format, we don't have a consistent format. Started to make a joke about a passionate board member who uses the word consistent a lot. She's not listening right now. But but a platform does allow us to be consistent. Absolutely, we don't have to have that platform. Would it help? I personally feel like it would, but we're not in a climate where we can spend the money on something like that right now. So we can work towards consistency. One, it's about the experience that the students have, and are they creating a portfolio, whether it's paper in a folder of some kind or digital. But But when it's in all these different locations, the information that goes into that, we have to figure out a way to pull it all together, if that makes sense.
I think the conversation with my board members has helped me as well, because I really thought this was a goal where the board had told Dr. Gehring, we want you to develop a platform. At least that's, I think we said that. And I think that's why it's a goal here. And then Dr. Gehring brought a third party in to say, okay, here's what we could do. And we're like, wait a minute, what's going on? I appreciate more discussion on this, because we do have this as a superintendent evaluation. This is a goal that we have set for the superintendent, that, you know, he's supposed to go get this platform. And what it sounds like the board is saying here is we definitely want the portfolio. And I hear administration say the platform helps us with consistency, which we've talked about is important. So what do we do in a budget time when we want to be careful of where we're spending our funding? But we put this in as a superintendent goal. We set, so do we give a pass and go, never mind? And you don't really pivot. You don't really pivot for a superintendent, because as a superintendent's evaluation, we've told the superintendent, you're supposed to get this within a year. These are the goals that you're supposed to hit. And if we want to pivot, we can, but that's not really fair for the evaluation part. There's a lot of process that goes behind the scenes, which will happen this evening also in closed session. So I'm trying to, as I'm talking, forgive me, board, process of like, you know, we told superintendent, go get us this platform, and now you're not able to. And so what does that look like when we don't have money? Are y'all still going to be able to deliver on that platform? Or is the board saying, oh, I didn't realize this goal was the platform, because that is what this goal's about?
I mean, at least for me, I know when we were talking about this, I kept bringing up my own experience as a parent in the learning portfolios we had, and why are we going and recreating the wheel? Because I know we had an individual, Dr. Martinez, go and pilot at a campus student portfolios. There was a whole thing about it. And I remember bringing it up. And so, Trish, I think for me, when I look at this, it's not so much identifying a platform for me, word of the day, consistency across the district, right? I know, and like what you said, Clark, Chris, is like, yes, you can have a binder, right? We're meeting kids where they're at, but you can also have this, you know, Google whatever portfolio, right? And I think for me, when I think about this, I think about myself as a parent, right? And I've seen that third, fourth, fifth, now sixth, seventh jump. And so for me, when I'm thinking about it, I want to ask Dr. Gehring and y'all, how are we going to have that same kind of consistency through the district? That's what I'm looking for. It's not so much like a platform, like everyone has to use Naviance. I mean, we should, because we pay for it. But I meant, like, I just don't think we have the system in place now. We don't need to recreate the wheel. And so when I look at this and I'm thinking, how am I going to, you know, evaluate Dr. Gehring when we tasked him with this? Again, I'm appreciative we're not going with this platform given the circumstances of the budget. But then I start thinking, okay, well then, what are we doing in the time? Because let's be honest, this budget situation's not going away. And so it's like, I don't even know if we'll ever get this platform, because I don't think I will ever support it, because I see what we can do it without it.
Right.
And
No,
so
yeah, and you and I've talked before. I mean, we've had a lot of discussions on we've gone to presentations where we've seen student portfolios, and we're like all excited, like going, oh my gosh, they're amazing. So I get that last part of the conversation, which is supporting profiles, learning plans, portfolios district-wide. And your question is, how do we support that? I love that question and want to continue to investigate that. But the adopted evaluation in our superintendent, the first part of it says, identify a platform to support it. And so that's what I'm just kind of wondering if that's what we said. So I'm just wanting to know how we move forward, because I don't want to keep telling you you're not meeting the mark if we don't want you to meet a mark of spending more money,
I
right?
think it's a little simpler than that. I think we've identified a platform. The board said we don't want to do that right now. I think we're good.
Well, I think we've just identified some platforms that are being used in the district. And so let's talk about platforms that are available to us that are not going to impact our budget. So it's not no, it's going away. It's yes, we need to identify a platform. We're going to identify a platform in our budget. And we just talked about what an option was. Is it the most ideal one? It's not the most ideal one. It's going to take a little bit of work, but we've seen campuses do it and do it well. And so what are some other options of software that is currently available to us that we could use? So I think in terms of being creative and thinking of platforms that are available to us, that would be my expectation as a board member.
So as we're looking forward, then, I'm looking for nods, then we're going to continue to ask Dr. Gehring how the platform search is going along.
I'm going to ask, what are each of these campuses doing as far as portfolios? Like, I want to see that. And I think for me, the way we can identify and make sure that they're performing this goal is through PLC. So when I'm thinking at the beginning of the year, I want to see, I hate to use training, but I want to see opportunities available for our campuses, that these campuses that are leading with these portfolios, how are they enabled to empower these campuses and show them, hey, this is how you can do it. But it takes it a step further, right? You can tell a campus, here's a portfolio, but it's got to be the parent piece. You've got to help the student. And so that is what I'm going to be looking at, is how are we helping those campuses that don't have this learning portfolio? What are we doing to support them? We know budget cuts are happening, right? We're throwing more on them, but it doesn't have to be like that. This is actually a tool, I feel like, that's going to benefit our students and our parents and our teachers, but I want to see how are y'all going to support them roll that out, because again, it shouldn't be one campus does it here and this campus does it here. And when these two campuses come together at middle school, I've got one student who is tracking their goals and understands that student ownership, and I have another student who's coming in who's like, whoa, wait a minute, what's going on? And so I need to see that consistency across the district. Every campus will look different, I get that. But where that consistency come from is that PLC, that model, that beginning of the year, and what we're doing to help our campuses.
I still want to keep processing this with the board, because these are the goals that we told. Now, we want our superintendent to walk, talk, chew gum, do all the things, keep the budget going, but we said these are the primary things. And so if it's the platform is the primary, then is that where we're going in the conversations? I do agree with Anna. I mean, a platform's great. I want to make sure there's consistency of portfolios district-wide, personal learning plans, but that's not this goal. And so I'm trying to hold both of those in place to make sure I understand what we're really asking for when we see this goal come up. So thank you all for the conversation. We'll continue to noodle as we move forward.
Yeah, and I've jotted some notes here to follow up, to respond in some way. I think just one last key point, I know we're going long, is if you think of the goal and the system response and where this is situated in our strategic plan, the system response is to promote and expand student ownership of learning. The platform removes obstacles for students when it works the way we envisioned it to work, the way Dr. Gehring envisioned it to work. Is right now, just because we've been talking about MAP, for a student to access MAP scores, other than initially right after their assessment, they are dependent on a teacher or an administrator or somebody to run a report and give them that score. If we had a platform that functioned the way we envisioned it, that would all just feed right in. There would be a student access point, a parent access point. Again, I'm not trying to convince the board that we should do this. I understand and agree with the budgetary constraints. So what else can we do internally with the systems we have to remove those obstacles as much as possible, or create systems that may still be person dependent, but again, build it into some type of system so we can get that information so students can expand their ownership of learning. I think I'm next. Yeah, I am. All right, so we normally talk about goal 1 and empowered students, but a lot of what we do is related to PLCs, and it definitely ties to empowered staff. So here is what Goal 2 is about. I'm not going to read the key performance indicators to you because we're going to look at those in just a minute. But interesting to talk about the system response, improving processes for recognizing and supporting the LISD staff. How does this mesh with that particular system response? So it's providing student or teachers the opportunity to engage in their work and own their learning as well. So here are the key performance indicators. These are tied to the superintendent's evaluation, is that we'll have 75% of our designated collaborative team leaders participate in targeted leadership development. So this is kind of one of those indicators that has evolved through the year. You start with one outcome in mind, but it's more complicated than you think it is. And I think we're making really good progress. Certainly, there's no shortage of good work to be done. But when you think of all the options that we have provided to our teacher leaders or collaborative team leaders, 62% of them having attended at least one of those is a pretty amazing accomplishment, in my opinion. Some of the challenges that we've faced is timing. Some of this training was available in the summer, and so the teachers, we did pay them, but it's still an obstacle for them to come in for the summer, which is totally understandable. A lot of the training is done after school. We are paying them, but again, it's an obstacle for them to come after school. They have children and places to be in the evening, etc. So the fact that we've gotten 62% of them to attend one of these has been, I think it's a big accomplishment. And again, we want to improve that as well. Just to kind of give you a more granular lens, if you think about I think it's listed here, the 15-day challenge, I would venture to say, having been a part of one of those 2-day trainings, if one of our collaborative team leaders participated in just that, the impact, if they take that back to their school and implement and lead their team through that with fidelity and show growth, we're going to see a return, even if they don't go to any of the other ones. I'm not saying we don't want them to go to any of the other ones. I'm just trying to paint a picture of, it's not about all of them going to everything. It's really, what are they doing with the learning from the ones that they are attending? And so that's where I think we're seeing the results in the data that Brenda had just showed you about the implementation guide. And then the next one is 75% of collaborative team members will indicate that through a survey that they are implementing those processes as part of the PLC implementation guide. So that's a key performance indicator built into this goal. But it's very connected to what Brenda has already spoken to tonight. Are you wanting to speak, or you're just changing? So I think we've kind of talked in depth about that particular indicator. So this is support by the superintendent. This is new. This was a survey that was done, and you can see, you guys have the full report. You were given that at the last or the previous board meeting before that, but 66% of those respondents fall into those top two categories, which I think are very supported and supported. And this is...
I'm sorry. I just thought Dr. Gehring would be speaking. So Dr. Gehring, when you're looking at these scores, what does this say to you?
So I think more than the score is the anecdotal responses that we got back in there about why or how we can improve their feeling of support from the superintendent. So a lot of that had to do with visibility, for example, really being connected to principals, being on campus and seeing the things that they're doing. And so that gives me active things that I can work on to really increase that score as we go up. So I'm more concerned about what do I do to make sure that they feel more supported in the future.
Right. And I'm curious because when I look at what our evaluation is, the things we've told you we want you to focus on, and then you add this part to it, do they feel like we're focusing you in the right direction to allow you to achieve this? Or is there something the board needs to consider here?
No, I think so. I think these are absolutely important. I think it's really powerful when you ask this kind of a question in a 360 view and get that response back. I think that can be very powerful.
So this is staff engagement or satisfaction with professional learning, and you can see the upward trend over the 4 years that we've done this survey. I think the most interesting question, we constantly say when we look at data well, we end up with more questions than we started. One of the questions that keeps coming up is professional learning and how you define it is evolving. The most effective professional learning, this is research-based, is what teachers do with their colleagues in the collaborative team. And so, but not everybody thinks of that as professional learning. And so it's, the data is great. The response is positive. Our question is, do they view that work as professional learning? It absolutely is. It's just not a standard go to something and you sign in and you get credit and hours and that type of thing. Okay, what am I doing wrong here? Oh, it's time for discussion. I'm sorry, did you want to, oh.
I think we've discussed a lot during, and so thank you, because I think that the questions came up as we were going through, and thank you for the opportunity. That was a lot of data, and I think a lot of really exciting data. You know, I'm really excited about some of that middle of year data, and feeling like, you know, our PLC light and our PLC bright, and seeing what can happen when we get it. I'm not going to start the right bright thing with you, Brenda. I was like, we've gone down this road. But we also saw places where we know that there's improvement, and there's some things that we need to adjust. And so I think it's further conversation with the board and really getting aligned in some areas. But thank you for all of that information. Anyone additional? Okay, thank you. We're going to take a 10-minute break now. We are back from our break, and we're going to move right into item 7C1, which is discussion of the long-range planning framework, identifying key district needs.
All right, so Madam President, members of the board, Dr. Gearing, I am back to continue discussions around the long-range planning framework that we discussed at the last meeting. Our primary goal tonight is to present a summary of key district space needs for your confirmation. What this is going to do is going to help us in the next steps navigating this long-range planning framework. And so your guidance, your insights are going to be really critical as we move forward with thoughtful and strategic decisions. So I do want to, again, make sure that everyone understands that no decisions have been made at this time regarding the optimization of any specific campuses. We are still in the early stages of this framework, just identifying data, gathering that data, and exploring options. So when we move towards future steps, they're well informed.
I'm sorry, can I interject there just real quick to ask you to clarify one other thing?
Of course you can.
Because the amount of emails about this.
Yeah.
Can you clarify the scenarios that were presented? Those were not official in any way. Those were scenarios presented by the committee to demonstrate the matrix and the information that you all were presenting. Those were not officially presented scenarios that the board approved.
Correct.
Okay.
You are correct. And yeah, that at the time, the committee believed that was the best way, like you said, to demonstrate how that tool worked, and to demonstrate that it did identify some scenarios that came out of that work.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. We have been getting so many messages with a lot of concern about the scenarios being official. They were not.
They were not. And so now the work this spring that we're going to do, working with you through this framework, will get us to a point that we can bring recommendations to you as a board. Okay, well, within that long-range planning committee, the committee did believe that our role goes beyond just simply evaluating our facilities for their current purpose. Our job is to ensure that those spaces are prepared to meet future needs, and that's adapting to the district's evolving landscape that we see currently and adjusting for future priorities. We also think of our framework as building a bridge. The structure represents the careful planning and the strong foundation that we are creating as we navigate through this framework and this process. The bridge symbolizes the path that we are paving towards future opportunities. So, beginning tonight, by combining tonight's discussions with those future possibilities, we can move forward with clarity and with purpose. The work has been over the last several weeks and will continue to be focused on 3 key areas: open enrollment, facility optimization, and innovative academies. Each one of these components does require thoughtful development and alignment, from the policy framework all the way through to facility opportunities identified through utilizing that optimization tool. And I don't want to spend a lot of time on these because we saw them last time. I just want to put them here for reference. And our process follows a pretty strict timeline, but it does have feedback loops built in. The short-term goals are focused on the establishment of open enrollment procedures, but also drafting those district space needs for consideration. The midterm goals involve refining those project needs and also preparing for board approvals, while the long-term goals involve potential recommendations and the implementation of policies where applicable. So we're still in the short-term goal phase. Okay, so this timeline continues to inform and guide our work. It allows us to have these touch points along the way. And we discussed this last time, but this is separated into 2 areas. Top area is really those milestones that we're meeting with you as a board to discuss these aspects. The bottom portion, it just shows the sequencing and the work that administration is doing, working through these different components. And I highlight on the next one.
For page 9, yeah, this feedback loop, you know, I've had questions, and I still will have questions. There's questions like, you know, where does the district-wide, the DWIT group get to input, because they get to talk about academics. And you only mention CFACT on here that's talking about like the Citizens Facility Advisory Committee, like how do we match these two?
Right.
And I think there's some discussions there. You're just trying to give us like some basics here. And these might be things that we'll have to develop or change. I mean, to the point, or some of the discussions earlier, like this is kind of a living document. And so we need to keep revisiting some of this. Is that what you're going to be doing in these discussions?
I would say so, yeah. We might plug actually other items within those milestones that we want to make sure that we fold in. So as we move forward, we're just in February right now. So as we move forward with this process, there may be other opportunities, other discussions that we want to make and highlight. Okay, so what you see now is this slide just highlights a list of district needs. And this list of district needs come from discussions that have been going on for quite a while. From the long-range planning committee, from previous bond development. And you'll see at the top, there's 3 familiar. That's New Hope High School, New Hope High School, we also have Leo, and then the Early Childhood Center, additional early childhood centers. And then we go to administratively, you know, from school community relations. That team is a number of people. We think of it, it's not just them back there, these 3 here. It's a rather robust team, and they are in a conference room, is basically what they are. So this is a very familiar scenario that we're seeing administratively. We have like over 80 people in a 24,000 square foot administration building. And so we've grown. That support has grown for our campuses. And so there's some needs there. Police department, we have a solution for now, but that solution and the resources and the space they need is going to need to expand. Professional development has been on that list for a while now. And so this is just a highlight list of those district needs that was developed from previous conversation and administratively. And you read left to right, and then we look at what type of space they need, approximate square footages, the number of staff, and then just some of those notes that some of these programs want to be combined with each other. Now, all this could change as further project specifications are developed. The one thing to look at from a square footage standpoint, that's when we start looking at, well, what groups could be clumped together and utilize a district facility, and how would that work? And so that's kind of why you have some square footages, but that could change as additional project specifications are developed.
So let me just make sure I'm on the same page with you as you're going forward. When the long-range planning committee first met in the facility optimization, they developed a matrix. The district gave them the top 3 to say, put these, recommend to us, or tell us, where would you put this? And that's where you got the matrix and the discussion of capacity. And so there's a whole lot of conversations that spun off of that. But it was the first 3 that the district gave them.
Yeah.
Where did the others come? Here's what I want to, did the district hold back on these and only want to give 3, and y'all knew those were coming? Or tell me something about your process that now has this list developed.
Yeah. I can tell you personally and how we approach this, coming from the last several months, is we knew the 3 because that was just part of the process for the long-range planning committee. But then we did have to revisit this. We even did a tour with the long-range planning committee, just looking administratively, look at the facilities we have and the number of people, and to walk them through some of those experiences. Administrative offices has been part of a conversation for quite a while as we've grown as a district. Professional development was on the list for previous bonds for professional development and repurposing opportunity. It just wasn't brought in front of the long-range planning committee. So most of these have been highlighted before. They just never made it on the list for the long-range planning committee to consider at that time.
We talked about some of them at that meeting in September, because I know I was talking about the SCR offices.
Right.
Because I thought it was just the 3 of them that I could see, and people start popping up from behind like cardboard boxes, and they have so much equipment in addition to people, and it is stuffed in this little tiny space. So I remember I brought that up in September, and the rest of them, I mean, the police department's required.
Right.
So.
Yeah. And I think, when we always focus on putting as many resources back into the classroom as possible, these things happen, that eventually you get to a point that you do need some more support spaces for administrative purposes, professional development, et cetera.
But when the facility optimization committee originally looked at it, they looked at the 3, and the charge was, given capacity or low enrollment at some districts, what's the best thing we can do for those facilities? And so there were several facilities that were identified.
Right.
When I'm looking at this, we have need. Here's my question that I'm now wondering. We can do iteration. Maybe have we developed more? Are we saying that these all have to go into one single campus? Could they go into part of a camp? I want to hear from admin, though. I get what you're saying. But do you say, one thing goes into one campus, 2 things go into one campus? Could they go into part of a campus? Like, what are you, I'm trying to pull a lot of conversations that have happened over the time and go, where are we now? And make sure I don't assume. So I'm not sitting here like looking at the board members going, wait, we were talking about a platform, and now we're talking about a learning, portfolio. Like
I was going to say, I think based on looking through some of the other slides, like you might talk about what some of these questions. And so I don't know if we're jumping ahead about, and so I don't know if there's a better stop point to ask questions. Okay.
Okay, and just, I want to go to this.
Sorry, before you go on, words do matter, and so this caught me when you said that SER has a robust number of people, and so I just want to point out that, in my opinion, they do not have a robust number of people for the work that they do. They really have a skeleton crew. They have a robust number of people for the little tiny space that they exist in, is what I think you meant to say,
Absolutely,
and so I just want to make sure that that's very clear.
Thank you, Dr. Gearing. And so I think it's a great point to make. And this slide here just represents where the process would go from here. Once we have that confirmed list of that district space needs, then we will begin evaluating that through the optimization tools. And then we will get the results identifying and demonstrating facility opportunities. So here is where I want to talk about your comment, Trish. When we look at how much space we need, what programs can be combined in order to best utilize an underutilized facility. But then there is the option, right, that you could plug some of this into an existing campus and maybe take the 100 wing of whatever facility that is. One thing to realize and understand in that scenario is when we have underutilized campuses, we have some that have 2 to 3 sections of a grade level. And, through the long range planning committee and identifying some of the challenges when you get below 3 grade levels, from a PLC, and when you have smaller schools like that, and the amount of resources and amount of duties that those staff members have to plug into, it's a big challenge. And so those are some of the challenges that our enrolled campuses are experiencing. That wouldn't go away, right? So that challenge, even though we fill the building with something, we still have that challenge of under enrollment and fewer staff members to fill in some of those duties. I just wanted to highlight that it is a solution, but there are still some challenges that with the campus level that wouldn't go away necessarily.
Right, and we do talk about challenges. We're going to keep talking about them. And I don't know if this is the time to phone a friend for Pete or we can wait, but that is actually one of the questions I have, is that we've talked about innovative academies, and it means what happens when a district doesn't use the traditional model that we have, a campus doesn't use the traditional model that we have. What does a small model look like? I think there are things that are out there that could make an elementary school, might be different for a middle school, but where an elementary school could occupy half of a campus. And if we're saying we could still achieve learning and we could do that innovative and it's a small model campus look and still use the other side, use our facilities, I mean, I think parents and kiddos would prefer not to close their campuses. Sure. If it's really not going to save us that much money and we can still do what we want to do, which is help honor the learners and, maybe do that small model.
Yeah, I think it is something from an innovative approach, right, to look at the campuses and the facilities from that lens. I just definitely wanted to highlight some of the challenges that would still remain.
And there's another challenge, I think we say, because you're saying we want to evaluate the approved list of space needs utilizing the optimization tool, where the optimization tools are only developed assuming a campus is completely moved out. The optimization tool that came to us in our last meeting, the way that rubric is done and the way it was given to the committee and the way it was developed with administration only allowed for the assumption of the campus being completely moved out. Is that correct?
I think there's some other variables involved there. What the tool, the matrix, is going to identify which campuses are below that threshold of enrollment. And based on the rubric that they score, it'll highlight which campuses would be best utilized for potential opportunities. But there's still some evaluation that can go into that. They're underutilized and they're on that list. They may be high on that list, but they may actually meet the project specifications for one of these items. It still may meet that. That doesn't necessarily mean that the campus has to close. It's just it could be best utilized for potential needs that you have in the district. So it comes through the rubric, and this project specifications would identify.
So help me balance the two things that you just told me, just so I can make sure I'm on the same page. and I don't ask questions that belabor a point, you're saying that it's possible, when you look at these district needs for our under-enrolled campuses, and there's a few of them I'm looking here. I don't know if those are still the same numbers, but I'm looking at a number here. And let me just do elementary right now for the sake of conversation. You're telling me that when you're looking at this, that you may come back to us and say, based on district needs, we find that this campus can still operate as a traditional campus and we can put a district facility in it. Or you could say, this campus could operate as maybe an innovative, a small campus on one side, and we can do a district facility. So when you come back, it could be either or are you saying you also want to have like a third option of closing down a campus?
I don't want to rule out any opportunity that we may bring you in May by utilizing this tool and knowing these needs. Once we know which campuses have been identified, and facilities have been identified as an opportunity, and we know what our project specifications are, then we may be able to match those needs with those existing campuses. I don't want to eliminate any option or opportunity that we may bring you.
So the tool that the Facility Optimization Committee developed, you're going to run it through a lens, not because when the committee, the Facility Optimization Committee was given it, the only option they had was to completely shut down a campus. That was all they were given from administration that first round. And then they refined it second. So the first round, the only option they got was to completely shut down a school. There was an option to talk about, could a campus stay open? You're saying, when you look at this tool, even though it was developed with the thought of what's the square footage and all, you can use this tool to possibly keep a campus still open too. There's a duality in here.
There may be an identified opportunity there. I don't know at the moment without having run it through that matrix, but that may be something to where the board gives direction to administration based on those needs and those identified campuses that you want to explore that. I just don't want to rule out.
I think I would say, based on your expertise, based on the conversations we've had, you can use that tool in conjunction with district professionals to be able to come back and bring us some different options.
Correct.
So whether that tool is created to be used with a complete shutdown, or whether you think, hey, there's an opportunity here for me, for us to consider something else. Maybe we're gonna we're gonna put in this wing, it's gonna be our SER, just throwing it out there like that. But, or whatever it is, right? We know that we need administrative space. Maybe that's some of the things we do. I think there's just lots of options. I'm not saying that's the one, so please don't quote me that those are the things that we're doing. But I would hope that you would be able, you and your team with administration would be able to look at all of those components and then bring us some options based on that.
Absolutely.
I agree and concur. I'm seeing nods. Like, I would like not to see just complete shutdown. What happens if you take an elementary campus and move it over, do a smaller model, or give us 2 or 3 options to look at so then we can see what the difference is.
We're all agreeing on that, right? Okay. So.
Sorry, I just have a quick comment about the notes. And so where you have in the notes there, serves entire district, the note column. So because you did not specifically call out, it was only for the police department that you indicated has to be centrally located.
Correct.
Just wanted to make sure that, or the thought that would go into ensuring that different parts of the district get to partake in this exercise.
Yeah, and I think it comes down to the project specifications, why that the police department, right, essentially, we just have to look at logistically and how it can serve the entire district the most effective way. So that's the one really that kind of gets to that central. The other ones will be built within the project specifications given the campuses on how it can best be served and serve the rest of the district.
I'm glad you brought up the police department. That is my other question as well, because from work on Safety and Security Committee few years back, there was a discussion of how it is so much more powerful if our police are actually on the campuses. So do we have to have, I mean, are we talking about everybody in one large facility, or is there a way to also have, through feeder patterns or whatever? I mean, there was definitely some officing discussion on these campuses to make it a safe and secure environment. In addition to the one officer, we're talking about the staff too. I don't know how that works, but I'm just wondering, is that going to be looked at as well?
Yeah, again, with the marshal or officer program, those would be on the campus, but there are additional staff that need to support that, and from a central location. But we also have to remember that there's going to be quite a few, right, based on the number of campuses and facilities we have. So a central location for them to come to, and there's so many different logistical spaces that go along with a police department. But the officers would not be housed in that police department; they'd be on the campuses. So it's something to consider when we build those specifications for that need.
And does this also include like the thought of portables?
As a solution, or
I'm just curious for like if there's any for the police department. Is that something? Are you looking at a facility? I just want to understand where you as admin have progressed and what you're looking for.
Yeah, I think we first looked at for brick and mortar solutions to these needs. Along with the police department, there are requirements that we need to meet from a certification standpoint. So portables could be an obstacle there. But our first priority, looking at our under-enrolled campuses, that's the lens that we're looking at that for a brick and mortar solution, if possible.
That was going to be my comment about the police issue, because there are legal and security requirements for storage that I don't think a portable would allow.
Yeah. And we have explored that even when the subject just first came up, but it's a good question.
I'm sorry, just because I was looking ahead and didn't see it answered, so I want to go back, you don't have to change. My question is about what I'm seeing there on New Hope High School and Leo. Those are both, we have facilities. So are you looking at only putting them into a campus? Are you looking at adding or extending on or doing a modernization? Are you looking at a brand new build? Like, as you're looking at these, is the only thing you're going to bring back to us only putting them into campus, or will you bring us back other options as well?
That's a very good question. I think as we look at long-range planning in this framework, and what one of the goals is trying to accomplish is, again, assessing our underutilized campuses and what could they serve, what needs could they serve. I will tell you that they may not even, everything on this list may not find a possible new home, right? And these could lead to different conversations down the road from a real long-range planning perspective for some of these that may not just fit into a facility solution that we identify through the matrix. But what we're concentrating on, underutilized campuses at this moment. So.
How does this not get us in a short-sighted situation? Help me with that, because if we're only going to concentrate on what district facilities can we put in a campus, then how do we not look at it and go, man, I wish we had taken this in a more holistic perspective, because if I had thought about it, this one could have been upgraded, and then I wish I'd put this one into the campus. I mean, it just feels like the only thing you're doing for step one is you're not saying what else could this be and how else could we financially look at it. And so, I'm going to go back to what you said earlier about we want to make sure our spaces are equipped to meet our future needs.
Right.
And so if we're only targeting under-enrolled and saying we're only going to talk about this for under-enrolled, I feel like we are limiting ourselves in conversation.
I think it's a step in that finding solutions for our under-enrolled campuses, to me, is step one. It's for this spring. I think the conversation will continue even beyond what we're doing right now. As we again, you saw that within that timeline, there's going to be injections probably in there as well and further conversations. But I think priority one right now is to look at what needs could fit within some of our underutilized campuses. I'm not saying that's the last step, but it'll be step one to see what does it tell us once we run it through the matrix, and what options do we have. And it may lead us down a different road as well, and we can have that conversation. But right now, we're trying to match needs with facility opportunities, current facility opportunities.
I will continue to noodle on this, and I might come back, because what I'm concerned about is I don't want to get into a situation where we only say, this district is under-enrolled, therefore, the only thing we can do with the other side of that campus, or the other part, or whatever, is to put one of these things in there. I want to make sure that we're thinking about this well. And I'm wondering about financially. Is that financially the best choice too, to put it in there? Is there another choice financially that's going to make more sense, especially if bonding ability is going to be limited? And then I'm thinking, well, if bonding ability is limited, maybe the very best choice is to put that in with a campus. So I just want to make sure I'm understanding that it's not just only A or B, that you are looking at other options. Like you said, you're not going to close them off. Right. So if you think these don't need, that there's another option besides just into a under-enrolled campus, I'd like to hear that as well.
Understand. I do.
I don't know if this makes sense here, but I feel like we've really gone off the path anyway, so I'm just going to jump right in since we're not following your slides. If we talk about different options, one of the options that I'd like to put out there, and kind of as we're talking about space needs and part of a campus, there's been a lot of discussion about early childhood education, and looking at early childhood education that's bringing in revenue. And so in areas where there is space in buildings, being able to offer early pre-K opportunities to our families. I think that it's available for some of our families, that qualify, but making it available for anyone, and it could be tuition based. I think it helps us bring in a revenue stream. I think it helps also prepare those children to be kindergarten ready in LISD, and brings them into the LISD family. I know a lot of families have said, hey, I drop off at pre-K, and then I drop off at the elementary, and then I drop off at middle. If I could do one drop off less, So wondering if that's something that we have discussed and considered when we talk about space and optimization.
I think early childhood center is on here, right? We could adjust the structure of that as well. But I think we've talked about, that tuition pre-K is an opportunity that is out there. And we can discuss how that may fall within the framework that we're discussing for those underutilized campuses even.
Well, I feel like, at least for the early childhood center, right? I'm not saying we have that now, but we have the hubs already created, right? We're doing this model essentially already with some of our campuses. And so I'm kind of thinking, if we have a campus, right, that's under-enrolled, it could essentially live together with the K through 5 and an early childhood center, but it would just need to create some, you would have to, get the space, configured for a 3-year-old, right? But I guess when I start thinking about what you were saying, Trish, like I could see early childhood centers, kind of marrying with the K through 5. Yeah. Obviously, we're gonna have to refit things, but I don't see how anything else none of those would fit at one of our under-enrolled campuses. I feel like what you're saying, that whole repurpose, right? And that way, because otherwise it's gonna start invading on that K through 5 experience, right? And it just doesn't really go through the flow of the school. So I'm with Gloria. I want us to I feel like with early childhood centers, you can make revenue, but also you're building that community and engaging parents at that early level. And everyone knows, if you have a kid, right, trying to get in preschool, the wait lists are insane. Mm-hmm. And you do want something close to your neighborhood. So I want to lean into those centers as much as we can in those under-enrolled campuses, if possible. The fee one, whatever, the tuition, yeah.
Yeah, and as you said, we could talk about it as we're looking at this mapping. I'd love for us, if it makes sense, as we're looking at that mapping, to even talk about what it would take to pilot that. And I'm saying like pilot it starting in 20, I'm not saying as a whole campus hub where we've got to do a lot of infrastructure change to the campus. I'm saying in current campuses that are low enrolled, committing to having so many, early childhood classrooms for the 2026-27 school year. No, 2025, 2026. Yeah, I know. Jeremy's face went, everyone's face did that. But even if it's a pilot and we have the classrooms, there's not a whole lot of modification that has to happen. There's some, I get that. But we have time. It'd be more about us telling the community that, hey, this is something that we're going to try. We're going to pilot this. We're going to see what happens with this. I think it's an opportunity to bring children into those schools. It's an opportunity to be part of that LISD community. And I think we've heard from a lot of our families that this is something that they want.
I think that makes so much sense. I don't know if this also goes along with it. I think it does, so you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I agree. Like, we know our under-enrolled campuses are under-enrolled. So if we could go ahead and get them, if we're saying, could they operate in part of a building or, half of it or whatever that is, can we go ahead and start helping our campuses rethink this and get, whatever, that space is open, you're putting SCR in there, or if you're putting the early learning center, whatever that is, can we start thinking about with our under-enrolled campuses to have them rethink an innovative academy? What does that look like? A small school model? What does that look like? Like, let's go ahead and help them make this transition and start piloting some of these different things. So yeah, can we go ahead in that sign of urgency? Can we help our campuses go ahead and start making some of these transitions to help them when they have, they can't make PLCs. So let's help them transition because we want to, I remember Nkosi said this, most important thing is their kids that are in our campuses right now. That's first. So I want to make sure we're addressing the kids right now enrolled on our campuses. And then absolutely, what can we look at as far as tuition base and to help pull in more enrollment?
And with the expansion of that early childhood, as they were just talking about, that can also help with the problem that we heard from PASA, which was kids are just not showing up for kindergarten. So if we're able to get them in earlier, then they can stay for kindergarten. At least we'll be able to capture some of those kids that ordinarily might not have shown up.
I think that's a subject definitely that we will jump on and explore as quickly as we can, and what that would entail. Okay. All right. Okay, so real quick, I want to fast forward and give you a look into the future beyond just this framework, because I think it'll help for context. What you have here is just an example of a potential implementation timeline for an optimization project. And this is approximate. This is for a project that would be funded through the 2023 bond. So there are bond dollars within the 2023 bond for repurposing. There's approximately $161 million of repurposing projects that were included in 2023, but through long-range planning and bond oversight, the ECC at the Halsey property money was reallocated for a new facility for that. So that's around $60 million. So there's approximately just under $100 million worth of bond funds available for repurposing. So that could go a couple different ways depending on what those projects look like. So this timeline is associated with a project that would be funded through the 2023 bond that you wouldn't have to wait for additional bond funds for. So obviously, community engagement is at the forefront of this process. After we get through this framework this spring, and really it's highlighting that if you vacated a campus and an entirely new use went into there, That wouldn't be rolled out until the fall of 2027. So you can kind of see just the timeline that would have to be put into place, that the community engagement would start immediately after we're done here through this framework, and then we would have to go through design and construction, et cetera. But zoning, if that happened to be needed, then that would have to happen late this fall into early next spring. Just want to put this as an example for context when we start having those identified facility opportunities.
Okay, so now I would like to phone a friend if we can get Pete up here.
Yes, I would love to have Pete up here, yes. We're wearing the same jacket tonight, too. We're matching.
The Kohl's 2021 collection.
So Pete, we have a budget discussion later. I don't want you to go there. What I want to do is keep this very focused and very targeted, too. The question right now is about, his example is closing a campus entirely, but there's been some discussion up here by the board about not closing a campus. What if we don't close those elementary schools and make them in a small model? My question for you is, we have a budget that we're talking about, and I know that other districts have utilized closing campuses as a budgeting mechanism. Different districts will do different things. I appreciate Dr. Gehring saying, I'm not going to talk about other districts when you talk about what we're going to do here in Leander ISD. So I know these are sometimes tools that are utilized, so I get why the discussion is there, but my question for you is, when we're talking about the learning in our campus, I would lean more towards, I don't want to shut down an entire elementary if possible. I would rather keep those kiddos at their home campus and make it a smaller on one side and then do something with the other side. Can you tell me the negative implications for that? Because when we talked, you seemed to indicate that really there weren't many negative indications if we operated in a smaller model and not tried to do the traditional. So can you help confirm that for me? Am I still thinking the right thing?
No, great questions. No, when we talked earlier, just kind of give the board the breadth of the discussion. We were kind of just brainstorming. So one of the things that came up was, we obviously closing a campus. There's ramifications for that. It's tough on any community, even if it's declining enrollment or whatever. We've talked about building some district department positions in there and keeping, and sharing that facility. So one of the things we did just came up was, if you decided, if obviously we have budget constraints. So if you wanted to see, is it possible to keep a campus open? Could you come up with a different philosophy or a different staffing piece that would make it more cost per student equitable? It may not be the exact same, but which that conversation has to take place and calculated and figure out what would work. And then you got to calculate what's the instructional and ramifications of that, because you want to make sure we still have adequacy and equitably throughout our district. So is that possible to do? I can't say it is, I can't say it's not, but I think it's something that we can look at. And it may quickly not be something that's feasible, and may be able to look into it and see what's there. And then the other side of the coin is still look at, depending on the facility size and how many students, if it's really low, is there a combination where you could do that and the district and the district or departments as well? So I think what's fortunate, and I appreciate Dr. Gehring's comment, is we're Leander ISD. I'm not worried about other districts, but I'm sure going to learn from other districts, good and bad. So if there's some opportunities out there to see what someone else has done, let's look at it and just to see what we think is best for Leander ISD. And every district is unique, and we have our own situations. Not every district is 200-something square miles and north to south. So we are unique. There are some similarities with other districts, but I think we're in a fortunate position with the committee that Jeremy leads or is working with, and our instruction side, to just put everything on the table and see if there's something we can come up with that we feel it will work, and the ones that don't work, we can take those off the table fairly early.
So that would be helpful as these discussions continue, is to make sure Pete, because I'm gonna go ask him, like, can we afford this, or really where the savings are? Because there's this weird kind of balance you're gonna have to do between this you wanna be fiscally responsible, be very careful with taxpayer dollars, we've gotta be conscientious of the budget environment in which we're in. Also realize that our kiddos in our classroom, we need to make sure we're serving them as best we can. And I want to make sure that we're not leaving any stone unturned. So if there's a possible way to hold them whole, and I think that might work easier in elementary campus. I think we might have to have a different discussion for middle school, and I'm aware of that. I would like to know about that opportunity. And what does that look like? Because we talk about innovative academies, we only talk about magnets, and I just want to make sure that when you come to us with an innovative academy discussion the next time around, that it also includes this part of maybe a small school model, or does that work with kind of keeping part of that campus there? And then my other question, looking at this, identifying opportunities and using budget funding, bond funding, INS, we may find how we are collecting and how we are paying down debt to be changed after this legislative session. So I am really hesitant right now to commit a bunch. I mean, we had voters, they said they want to do something, but I'm wondering if in the environment we're in, just like we said with we talked about it up here earlier when we're talking about the platform, we had to find a platform that's cost conservative or conscientious. Is a complete repurpose, a shiny new thing, is that in the best interest right now? Can y'all also give us another option? What if it looks cost like totally optimized? What are the other options out there?
Yeah, I think folding in any fiscal obstacles or constraints as we develop these recommendations would be part of that. All right. Okay, so real quick, we can't leave here until I get to this slide. But based on this discussion, really what we want to do tonight is just to confirm these space needs. If there's something that was missed, something that's not on this list that you deem important, I want to make sure that we identify those, because our next step is for us to evaluate these through the optimization tools. And that's the work that we've begun and will continue to do until we see you in the future.
Okay. And then a quick question, you don't have to go back to that page, but
yeah,
like if you say find a new home want to recommend a new home for, say, New Hope High School, because they have this waiting list that it would be nice to clear and have all the kids attend, then that opens up their current space. And then that current space can be thrown in the mix to address some of the other needs. Does that work that way or not? Because that would need to be
theory,
repurposed. Yeah.
With that facility, we'd need to put some.
Yeah, it would need to be repurposed.
Some work into that one. Yeah, it's. But you're
CR is looking at us like, don't you even?
Okay,
Yeah,
that was
It's
just
the right mindset,
yeah,
though. Yes, you are thinking correctly. That one's unique, but yes, that there could be additional opportunities if things move around.
And similarly with Leo as well, where the space opens up it ends up being available. Okay. And then my last point is when we're talking about trying to increase our revenue as best as we can, we've talked about different options. We talked about the tuition-based pre-K piloting something this upcoming school year. The policy committee, we are going to really look I would expect very quickly at the open enrollment, the transfer, both in-district transfer and out-of-district transfer policies. And get those going. We have so many examples we can pull from. And so I think that's another opportunity for a pilot program for this upcoming school year. Elementary school kids, to me, that's somewhat easy. Middle school, high school, if they're not trying out, they might be able to jump on that as well, especially with UIL rules where they cannot, especially with high school, they'll have to sit out a year. They might want to come in early. So we'll just maybe pick a number or pick some schools and then.
I think that's a great idea. And so I do think that if we're going to have that idea and talk about, hey, let's pilot this at this 1 or 2 schools for early education, tuition-based early childhood education in tuition-based and open enrollment at 1 or 2 schools. I think we need to do that sooner rather than later because people have to make plans as children are on wait lists for pre-K 3 and 4. And I think that there's some opportunity, when we looked at open enrollment, I know when I talked to you about this and I talked to other school districts, you really know where you can look at your district and have some really good ideas of where it's going to impact and where it's not, right? They have to kind of be on borders with other districts and, so I'd like us, if this fits in this space right now, to kind of talk about what that would look like for both of those items. Is that okay for us to do that in this space? I'm looking at Holly because we're talking about long-range plan. It's part of that long-range plan. I feel like it fits, but I don't want anyone.
What do you want to talk?
So as we're talking about long-range planning, talking about piloting, starting open enrollment in a limited number of campuses, and also looking at piloting pre-K, paid tuition-based pre-K in a few campuses. I feel like it fits because I'm looking right at this slide, timeline and loop. So as I said that, I feel like it's there. But if anyone has any concerns about that discussion, Holly's right here. Does anyone have concerns?
I'm looking at the agenda item. It says discussion of the long-range planning framework. This isn't part of the framework. Identifying key district needs.
Okay.
And so I feel like, in part of the discussions, this is what we've seen as a key district need. And it would definitely, if y'all can have it, help inform the policy committee because Sade has been active and it is kind of becoming up in a policy discussion, so this would be where we can have an open meeting to inform us on what you see as the key district needs. So unless Holly has reservations.
Bruce
She
is
does
giving
have
me
reservations? She does have reservations, so let's make sure.
I think, can I say something that might alleviate this? I think, and I see enough I can read the room enough to say that the administration can easily go away and work on these 2 items and bring you back something.
Great.
I don't think further discussion here is really helpful tonight because we're not prepared to have that conversation. But certainly we can go away with those 2 things and dig deep as quickly as possible and bring you back something as soon as we can.
That makes sense. It does. And so I think these both have budget implications, have implications for long-range planning. And so if we can have some of that information that we could talk about at our budget workshop.
I was going to say there's already 2 parallel conversations because these are both revenue-generating ideas that we can certainly bring back at the 27th meeting.
That makes sense. Thank you, Holly.
We're going to do the policy conversation until we hold. Given this.
I can talk about this stuff all night long.
Administration's going to need to follow up with policy in case the discussion can't move. So administration needs to follow up later.
Okay, say it one more time, sorry.
I need administration to follow up based on what y'all just said in here to make sure that policy is still on track and doing the right things.
Yes, ma'am.
Not doing the wrong work.
Yes, ma'am.
That's all, just based on.
Okay, so I think we've gotten some direction. I didn't say these are all the wrong things, and so we'll continue to move forward with those key district space needs in and begin to work with the matrix and optimization tool. So
I'm sorry, I just need to make sure I'm clear, because sometimes I leave the meeting and I thought we were all on the same page, and then like, wow, wait, that wasn't what I meant. So, when I say, do I confirm the list of district space needs? I confirm this is a process that y'all have done, and you're bringing us the things. You've also said that you may change or tweak as we go along. You're just gonna start the process, and that we're not saying yet that we're gonna repurpose an entire campus yet. I still want to know what the opportunities are to only do part of a campus, and what does that mean?
Sure, and
Okay.
the list of space needs are what we're going to run through the optimization tools, and the outcomes could come in different forms when we get to the point.
But you're
bring back-
only,
I think to this entire conversation, as we run through the optimization tool, we're going to find out additional things that we don't know yet,
Right.
that are going to inform this conversation. So I think a lot of what we've talked about tonight is actually one step ahead of where we are, and is why we're struggling to answer the questions, because we haven't got there yet. So I think when we bring this back to you in March, April, I think the framework says in April, we'll bring back the other half of this conversation, and then we'll be plugging some of these things in, but there's going to be more conversation around other things too. We just want to make sure that this list is not missing something critical, or that this list has something on it that the board doesn't want us to examine. That's what we're trying to clarify tonight, and that's all. The rest of this conversation is going to play out over time, over the next 2 months.
I did have a comment in regards to, I know we need administrative offices, but what I'm thinking is like a standalone building. And I think about the current state around the state of Texas, right? And certain districts are selling their administrative buildings. So I just want to know, what does it look like, across? I know we're not supposed to compare, but just wondering, like, I know Richardson ISD was selling one of their administrative buildings, and just wondering, like, is this going to be a trend across the district? And if that's the case, like, how does that, goes back to your point, like, do we, put our administrative buildings, into certain campuses, right? What does that look like? And that's just a comment.
absolutely, and when funding's so restricted, I just think this conversation's gonna be 20 times harder than it already was. My hang up on this is just that when you talk about, you're gonna look at the needs, utilizing the optimization tools. And so I know how the tool was utilized before, and it was only about repurposing an entire campus. So I just wanna make sure that we've gone on.
So let me say out loud that I assure you that we will not just bring you single options, we will bring you multiple options for everything.
Yep. All right. Thank y'all.
Right, thank you, Jeremy. All right, we're going to move on to our next item, which is 7C2, 2024-25 budget projections. This is the 2024-2025 budget projections.
Good evening, members of the Board of Trustees, President, always mess up your last name, sorry, Glory. We'll say Board President.
Just
and
say
members of the
Glory.
board. Yeah, I butchered it, so. Hey, tonight we come to give a very brief presentation, very highlight of the 24-24 budget and its projections. Kind of a bigger picture. This will lead into the next item on our agenda, which is a 25-26 discussion. And as a reminder, I just want to mention this is kind of just a prelude to get answers, get some questions and feedback as we prepare for the February 27th budget workshop, where we'll probably dig a little more in depth and take some of the feedback, and we'll have those opportunities to discuss a little further and to give you an update of where we're at. Tonight we have 7 months of data, so it's about a little over about 57% of the fiscal year. We'll give those numbers. We usually prorate them out. It's not an exact science. We use pretty conservative estimates, so our expenses are going to come in higher, and then as we go through each month, it gets a little more accurate.
Just a quick reminder, you have this sheet in your folder to make it a little easier, sorry.
Yeah, because if you can see that, you've got better eyesight than I have. But just give you just kind of the brief, explanation of it. We're going to look at the projections through the end of year, kind of that third column. So we'll start with revenue. I just want to briefly give a couple of, we've had some unique instances with the revenue, so I want to just briefly go through it. But just look at the total revenues. Original budget was $448 million. Current revised is 446, just under 447. Our projections is 449 million. One of the things I do want to just kind of reiterate, we had some exceptions, and it wasn't just one. We had more than one exception, so there are quite a bit of unique pieces to it. But so we knew that there were going to be some changes in our revenue with the CPD value, and so that's the comptroller's property value. So that came into effect, and so that increased our revenue $2 million. This is all netted in here, but I just want to take a brief moment. So our revenue went up $2 million because of the value coming in lower than what we had. Well, we knew we were coming in lower, and so but we knew that after the budget was adopted. Second, we knew the state was still trying to figure out all the details with the over 65 exemption and how that affected the whole harmless on the M&O side. When they did that, our revenue increased $3.4 million. And then all of that we thought we were going to be in pretty decent shape with and help with, all that was wiped away when the actual student counts came in and we went down $5 million in revenue. So so while we didn't only have one exception, we had many, but if you just looked at the numbers, that would not really jump off the page at you because it's all netted in there. So I wanted to just briefly bring your attention to that. As we go through the payroll cost, the contracted services, supplies, materials, other operating costs, our payroll right now is high based on when we prorate it out. And again, we use conservative estimates. We have some fairly, going to be a little under on the contracted services and as well as supplies and materials. So throughout the year, as we go through these and we get some better ideas, we'll be doing some budget transfers back and forth and getting these in place. When we did the raise last year, when the board approved the 2.5%, we did not have a file ready for that amount, so we had to do some estimations. And so we did our best on the payroll side, but we also set some monies aside in the 6,200s and 6,300s aside just in case we need it. Now we know as we track that, we'll be able to move those monies back and forth and cover that to the best of our ability. But the total expenditures, 474.6. So the net operating results is about 25 million, and 26 million, 26.2 after the transfers out. So when you look at that, you're like, okay, it's $26.2 million. If you go down below, if you add all those up, it's 14.4, but you need to subtract the 3.2, the first line of the positions increase in our expenditures. Because when we came to the board with those expenditures, we also came to the board with an amendment to increase revenue. So that really washed it out. So it really is not it does not cause the delta. And so between the revenue and expenditures. So it's really about 11.2. So it really puts us off about 1.92 million from what we adopted budget with the 12.9 deficit. So that's kind of where that's at. We are up on the revenue side, 2.7. So unlike in prior years, we knew we would adopt a deficit budget of 13 or whatever. We knew at the end of the year, I think the year before, we adopted negative 6.5, and we ended up, we actually would have added money to fund balance at CHAR's, not reduced that year. This is to the point where I think we're getting to the years where there's not as much, I hate to use the word cushion, but there's not as much leeway in the budget. So these actuals are going to be closer to, if we adopt a negative 10 million budget, it's going to be closer to actually being a negative 10 at the end of the year. I mean, it's just not that cushion in there with no increase in funding since 2019. So that's kind of, just to give you an update of the 2004-25. And then, the next item we will take that and extrapolate that out and what that means as we begin the 25-26 budget adoption. or budget development. But are there any questions on just the update for the 24-25?
It's not a question, it's
Okay.
so, it's the contracted services. I'll get with you later, because what I'm looking for is, as far as contracted services, what does that look like for an evaluation? Or what are we paying those individuals for translation for those evaluations? Just on the special education side, just so I
Okay.
can have that, just to see where we're at in regards to if we're spending more on contracted services rather than, should we look over here as far as personnel? That's all.
Gotcha.
I'll
Okay.
get with you later.
No, okay. We can get that information for you.
My understanding is that the fund balance is relatively high. I don't know if you would agree with that, but what is the ideal? I guess the question is like, what is the ideal fund balance?
Well, there's no ideal fund balance. There's a minimum fund balance kind of set by TEA. And whenever we get hit financially, they lower the minimum. So it makes it look like we're still in good financial shape. But usually we go with 3 months, 25% of your operating budget. So for us, top of my head math real quick, I believe that's about 125, 130 million. We have 100 in our audited fund balance for the end of last year, I believe it's 185 million. We have, so that's why when I use the term healthy fund balance, that's what we've met in the past. Now,
It's probably $25,000, let's say, based on the projections.
yeah, we've got,
20.
if your budget is 450 million and, and your optimum fund balance is 25% of that, that's, you're 45, 90, you're 105, 110. I mean, so we have a very healthy fund balance. Now, that's good because in this current financial situation, you're not going to be able to add, you can build that. You also want to be careful how do you dip into it. You can dip into something for 1 year, maybe 2, but you don't want to continue to have payroll and stuff and recurring expenses and have you dip into fund balance. Now, if you know you have something coming in a year or two and you can kind of smooth out or ride that out a little bit, but we'll be taking a fairly decent amount of this fund balance at the end of 24-25. And so obviously that begins to understand why we've had some of the discussions we've had for 25-26.
Makes sense.
So the fund balance, when I think about where we were in 2015, was I think more robust. And as the projections came in, always conservative take was what we did as a district and a board. And so we were able to actually kind of grow that a bit. And then, as we were looking at things, we chose things like I feel like was honoring and valuing our staff. And we said, based on conservative budget and history, we can do this a bit. I feel like we've made good decisions. I feel like it's based on the different reports out there, the Fitch ratings and stuff, that we're getting information back on good decisions. We now have a different environment that's happening. So not only do we have the state doing something different, we have the federal government looking at how they're going to fund possibly different. And then we also have inflation increasing. And so I'm curious, as we think about what our fund balance was and now, and Nkosi hit on this a bit, I want to know, for this year, we still have some months left. Inflation keeps. I'm wondering about these reoccurring expenses. Where else do you think we need to be watching to see where else it might end up impacting our fund balance?
In the 24-25 year? Okay. Yeah, we've had some very preliminary discussions in the business office of finances. We have not had it at the chiefs and cabinet level yet about do we want to make any changes in this current year or ask individuals or departments to, kind of scale back if they can. We haven't had any of those discussions at this point. We do use fairly conservative numbers in these estimates. So we really err on the side of conservatives. So we anticipate that these will go down, but I can't. It's not going to be 26 million going down, but I mean it'll be some adjustments. But we're still putting a strong focus on student attendance. We are hovering right a little over the 94, like 94.1. We built our budget on 94. So if we can maintain that will help. But we're looking at ways on revenues. We're looking at more accurate data. We're looking at expenses. We're looking at everything that we can, particularly for 25-26. But there may need to be a discussion on 24-25 just to see if we can kind of be a little careful, on some certain transactions or some things that we can maybe go without that doesn't affect or harm anything that we've significant for our students or our staff.
I appreciate there's an asterisk on these numbers, so there may be more.
Well, we have, all of our vacancies are pretty much on hold. There's a lot of, we're having those meetings as well. So there's a lot on the salary side that will again, that's not, the vacancies being on hold are not built into this model. So if those are on hold and those are delayed a little bit, that will reduce the actual expenditures for salaries, and that will be reflected as we hit the actual amounts.
Okay.
So right now, everything's kind of on the hold. Remember, 87% of our budget is payroll. So those are the positions that we have on hold, and having those discussions to see which ones do we not fill, which ones do we put on hold, and which ones do we think we may or may not need. So.
And out of 87% payroll, how much of that is our central admin?
I pulled the numbers today off the TAPER report, so this is just based on base salaries, not including benefits, et cetera, but it'll be fairly accurate. Our central admin is for salary, it's 1.6% of the district's budget in salaries, and the FTEs, we are 0.6% of the FTEs. The state average is 1.2%. We're half of the state average on
When you say 1.6%, what is the amount of that 1.6%?
$4,820,750. And that's just base salaries. And in the next presentation, we'll talk about what we are looking to reduce that by for next year.
And then for the police department for right now, I get it. I'm sure other board members have had the question. I have as well. Why did you choose the police department? There's been some discussion on the legislative floor. Schools don't have to choose the top of the line. They don't necessarily need a police department. We had discussions for quite some time. We might remember of why this model was chosen. So I usually refer people back to that. So I'm not asking you to revisit that conversation, but I am wanting to make sure I understand the cost. Are these going to be reoccurring in this increase that you're seeing, or why do we see an increase in police department? At least that's what it says right here.
Yeah, our current budget, I believe when we first, when Mr. Miller was up here about a year and a half ago, we talked, it was a very preliminary estimate at that time, but I believe it was $2 million out of the fund balance just to get started. And I think we spent about 2.5 this past year, or in the last year, just to get started. I mean, things have gotten more expensive. Obviously, when you really get into the weeds of it, there's items on there that that we didn't realize we needed, or some things of that nature. Once we're up and running, we expect about $4.8 million a year. That's before, time, raises, et cetera, but about $4.8 million. We get about $1.1 million from the safety and security, or safety and security allotment, or student safety allotment. So, then if you look at it as that way, you can say that was an unfunded mandate, right? Or you could say it was an unfunded requirement, whether or not, no matter what we did, if we contracted out with a private security firm, it was going to be more than $1.1 million. So either way, the allotment does not and will not cover what they have mandated be done. Now, we can have the argument all day long about whether a police force is the best choice or not, but we made that decision based on the needs of Leander ISD, as did many districts. And so that's going to, the allotment in no way, shape, or form covers the cost of, like I said, no matter how you decide to meet the requirements, it's not going to cover it. And hopefully, I think the legislatures know that. They've been told that. I know there's been some discussion, 400 to 500 million be added to that, and doubling it. And there's another one that was significantly increased it. 100,000. Was it 100,000? 60,000 per campus from 15, and I think it went to the student amount increased dramatically as well. So it's just been proposed. We'll watch it, but there's definitely, if there's an opportunity for the legislature to make that allotment really truly cover what's mandated, then that will help districts that are right now, as we talked about earlier presentation on special education, as we're using regular ed funds, or the funds that we have, to subsidize these costs because the allotments aren't covering it. And then, like I said, if they would fund what they've mandated, districts we would have a lot more money to do a lot more, to enhance our programs and pay our staff much better.
And we absorbed some ESSER positions. Do you remember how much that was, the ESSER funds that we lost?
Our ESSER funds totaled about 32 million, all said and done. And I don't think I'm including the first part of that because they kind of used that just to cover our ADA funding in that spring of 2020 when we went to spring break and had the longest spring break ever. Never went back, and we completely changed how we provided instruction in a week. So that's what Leander ISD had. Now, some of the positions, not all those were positions. Some of those positions we have not filled. But one thing, as we alluded to before, yes, we've had inflationary costs, but we've also had student need cost. I mean, 8-9 years ago, was mental health really a very big discussion at the board meetings as far as funding and money and positions? No, but that has changed dramatically, and we have that. So there's a lot of things that are increases that are beyond just the inflationary cost. Because inflationary is what you've already had, just to cost you more to do it. But there's also been additional student needs, staff needs, and districts are doing their best with their limited funds to provide, mental health services for their employees through our health insurance plan, as well as mental health providers to help our students. And it's, we're not funded for any of those. I mean, that's just supposed to come off your budgeted funds, but we're having to use a lot of those to cover the SPED and cover, the safety allotment. So, what the safety allotment doesn't fund. So, it's a juggling. We try to do our best with what we have and what is mandated, but in some areas it's easier than others. But while it's a struggle, we put our heads together, we work together, we do our best, and we'll continue to do so. And we'll see what the legislature does this year, and we will continue to struggle. And so I need to end that on a more positive note than that, but we'll go with the reality strategy tonight.
I'll save my questions for budget development on that. So.
Okay.
I started this. Okay. Right. We're going to move on over to 7C3, which is our 2025-2026 budget development update.
All right, thank you, Madam President. I'm going to get started while Casey comes up. Just to outline this carefully, we do have a budget workshop coming up in 2 weeks on the 27th, and so we really are going to have a robust conversation at that time about the details of the 25-26 budget. So the purpose of putting this on the agenda tonight is really to create a space for us to talk more about the process and where we find ourselves right at this point in time in terms of the development of this budget and what we've done so far. And so we're going to try to walk through that here as quickly as we can. This is essentially the same presentation that we've been sharing with our principals and our leaders in the district, as well as in our listening sessions over the last several days. And so we'll run through this relatively quickly. We remind ourselves all the time that the students are at the heart of everything that we do, and we want to maintain that focus. And specifically in Leander ISD, we want to maintain the level of student experience that our community and our students deserve, and that our community and our students have come to expect from us. And so that is really at the heart of this whole conversation, is how do we do this in such a way that to the best of our ability we maintain that student experience as much as possible. And really the only way that we get to do that is when we stick together and we work together on this. Both of these two first slides are items that are now on the wall in Leo as part of the deep culture that is Leander ISD. And so when we say #OneLISD, it really is our whole family. It really is all of us coming together, Spot is ready, helping each other through challenging times. And when we make mistakes and when we fail, we pick each other up and we figure out a better way to go forward. And so we just wanted to make sure that we keep that as a reminder. We have really tried to adhere as much as we can to these guiding principles for our budget conversations that have been going on since the middle of the fall. Our vision for learning, what do we want learning to look like in each and every classroom across the district consistently, and we've developed that through our strategic plan and specifically through the Paint Done document. So what do we want that learning to look like by May of 2027? We're really trying to avoid a deficit mindset and approach in this budget season. It's very difficult to do when you're in the circumstances we're in, but we want to make sure that we're really looking at this from a strengths-based approach and identifying what can we do with the resources we have, as opposed to what do we have to get rid of and woe is me and what do I have to cut out. A reminder that we're about 87% of our budget in people. And in Leander ISD, we really are. That is the most important thing, the relationships that we build, the interactions that we have on a daily basis. We are trying to do better with less. We know that we're going to have less. We understand that. And this is not about asking people to do more with less, because we know that our people are stretched thin as it is. And so we want to make sure that we're being really creative about how we reinvent who we are and what we do, while still maintaining that student experience over time. That's going to be very challenging. We're going to have to get creative with what we do. We're going to have to also stop doing some things. That is just inevitable in this process. And so we want to make sure that we're really paying attention to how do we do better with less. From the beginning, we've established a prioritization framework that says that if we have a great list of priorities in the district, then we know what are the things that are at the bottom of that list that we might have to drop off, even if we don't want to. But we also know what's at the top of that list. What is the most important things, and how do we make sure that we maintain those things and strengthen them as we go through time? And we've really tried to be as collaborative in this decision-making process as possible. And we've involved our leaders from the very beginning of this process and through multiple iterations and feedback loops as we've gone through. All right, so why are we here? We have had no change to funding since 2019, and as we've talked about in a high inflation environment, about 22% for Leander ISD as an organization, and for our individual staff members and their families, and our students and their families as well. As a reminder, at the last session, the state appropriated $4.5 billion for public education in the budget, and then could not come to agreement on how to legislate and write laws to get that money to public schools. And so that money remained on the table. We've also seen a loss of about $1.5 million in Title I funds, a loss of going forward of $1.5 million in SHARS funding, which is special education related, reimbursement of services to our students in high need. We've seen a reduction of instructional material and review approval funds, and that is shown through the fact that this board had to approve $2 million out of fund balance to fund our last science adoption, to make sure that our students and our staff have the materials that they need to adequately learn that material. You've seen that we're already dipping into fund balance this year. What you'll notice is that on the next slide that Pete will start talking about is that's already a month old. We had a $29 million deficit. You just seen on this latest sheet that Pete showed you a $26 million deficit. I just want to point out that that's the shift that Pete's talking about, that over time that number's going to narrow slightly, but we are dipping into fund balance. And part of the reason is that as a governance team, we've made some decisions about one-time payments that we've made out of our fund balance in this budget cycle. And those are important decisions. One of those decisions was a $5.5 million cost for a one-time payment to all of our employees that we agreed on right early at the start of the last budget cycle as we approved the compensation plan for the district. But it's good that those are one-time payments because they're not recurring costs, but we cannot continue to dip into fund balance and maintain, to Nikosi's point, that healthy fund balance that we need to manage cash flow in the district. And we're really trying to make sure that we're planning ahead for the long term and that we don't have to make even bigger reductions in years 2 and 3 of this cycle as we continue to work through this budget crisis. Why is there urgency in making these decisions now in February when the board doesn't actually approve the budget until June? A couple of things. Our culture is very deep in the district. We've talked about preserving the student experience a lot already, but we also have a commitment to treating all of our adults in the system with dignity and respect. And having as much runway as possible making personnel decisions affords us the ability to maintain the dignity and respect that our employees deserve as we try to figure out the surplusing process and understanding how we're going to get through reducing this number of positions in the district. We had made a pledge to get staffing allocations out to campuses on time, which we did manage to do last week. And we're really trying to provide as much clarity and transparency through this process. We're trying to be as open and honest as possible about where we find ourselves, how we got to this point, and what the path going forward is. And so with that, I think I'm going to turn it over to Pete.
All right, thank you, Dr. Gehring. So as we look at this slide, here's the same slide that we had last time. So the 24-25 will not match the previous discussion we just had because it's the exact same slide as of a month ago. So we're focusing on the early estimate 25-26. So we go through this, you should look at this real briefly. Here's our revenues of 445.6, our expenditures 480. So we're $34 million, almost $34.5 million deficit. Do your transfer outs, you're 34.2 million. We have about a 13 million, 3% threshold. So we're 21.2 million above the 3% threshold, which is the assumptions that we adopted on January 23rd. So as we look at that going forward, that's where we need to look at and see, okay, what are some of the things that we can do that Dr. Gehring mentioned about preserving the student experience, and how do we look at doing some efficiencies or looking at some things that we need to do, that we all take a look at our processes and how we do things. So this takes us to the next slide, which is kind of what we've talked about earlier. So first and foremost, we'll go back to the question or the answer that I gave a minute ago on the previous agenda item. Was we're coming to you tonight with the central office reductions of 6%. It's $3 million. The total salaries we have in central admin was 4.8 million, if you remember from the previous slide. Just to give you an idea of what that entails. So that's just salaries. There are department budgets, there are other areas, but I just wanted to, since that was brought up, I mentioned that I would tie that back to it in this part of this presentation. The next section is expenditure reductions identified through the chief meetings on January 29th and the 30th. This is about $10.6 million. This is the information that we got and gathered from principals and from staff and through some surveys. The next line down, which I wish I would have inverted these two lines, switched them around, but 0.9%, that was 4.9, sorry. 0.9% decrease was because we used the reduced enrollment numbers. That was going to happen no matter what. So that's 2.157 million. But I also want to bring back the fact that when I mentioned earlier, we had a decrease in revenue of 5 million because of the actual numbers. But when we changed our reduced numbers, we only had to reduce in expenditures of 2.1. So it's still a 2.9 delta. One of the things we had built in our budget originally, or had talked about building the budget, we did was set aside $3 million for the TASB study. At this stage, not knowing what the legislature was going to do, we felt it was in our best interest at this time continue with the study, but we're gonna not build it in the budget. We're gonna put it over here on the shelf, and we'll see what happens with the legislature. If they're gonna give us any raise, or they're gonna mandate a teacher flow-through raise, or they're gonna do anything. So it's, at this stage of the game, we'll have the data. We will put it in the quote parking lot, and then we'll see what strategies or what options we have once we know what any legislation is passed. We know both bills, or the current law has the gold penny increase. It's a little, just under $3. It gets us 1.1 million. So if you look at, if you start back at the top, 21 deficit, 3 million for central office cuts gets you to 18, 4.9 at the campus, and the 0.9 because of the reduced enrollment. It is about 13.7. That gets us down to 5.4 million. $3 million off of that for the TASB study gets us down to 2.4. 1.1 million in new revenue gets that deficit down to 1.3. One of the things, eliminate IB at the elementary and phase out the high schools, is about 600,000. That gets us down to about 700,000 deficit. We do know that we have a Title I funding loss of 1.5 million. We had 500 built into the budget for special ed growth, so I don't know exactly if we're going to be able to not have any there and use that 500, or we're going to have some combination. But we know we're going to look at least having to have to reduce $1 million in Title I. Now, does that mean we move it all to general fund? Are we able to do that? Those are the discussions we'll have to figure out. So assuming it's $1 million, that gets us back to 1.8 million. And then the second half of the phase 2 of the police department is 1.85, and that gets us to 3.642 million. So we are still, with all these changes and all these proposed reductions, we're still $3.6 million over the 3% deficit, or 3% threshold that was adopted by the board on January 23rd. So this is one of the things that that's hard for any district. And so I heard a quote, and I want to share it with you. I heard it from Dr. Stephanie Elizalde from, not from Taylor Swift, okay, but from, we're not on one-to-one talking basis yet to show quotes, but it was just, I was at a leadership institute a couple months ago, and she made a comment, and I wrote it down because it kind of stuck with me. But I always like to say student-centered, data-informed. That's kind of the CFO, my mantra term, if you will. But she made the comment that being student-centered doesn't always look student-centered, and I think this is one of those moments, one of those processes. It's not fun, and I wouldn't wish on anybody. But this is the reality of our situation and the reality of vast majority of school districts in the state of Texas. And so this wanted to leave you on that note before I let Casey talk about the staffing implications.
All right, thank you, Pete. And thank you, board. Thank you, Madam President, Dr. Gearing, for engaging in this conversation with us tonight. It was a treat tonight to see our students that were here and to see the performance and growth that our students have had. I want you to know that these students that we saw tonight, plus the 40,000 plus other students that we have been at the center of our conversation throughout this process. And so if you'll transition to the next slide. Oh, right. Thank you. Way ahead. One back. There we go. Thank you. And so we've had quite a process so far. And again, we have centered our conversations on the needs of students and the staff here in Leander ISD. I'm not going to read through all of this, but the month of January was a busy month. We started by using data from 2022 that was collected by Leander leaders, and the chiefs and cabinet discussed the data that we received not only from 2022, but also from Leander leaders on January the 15th. We collected data from them. We synthesized that data, discussed that data, did a little bit of arm wrestling, lots of long discussions about what was best for students, what type of impact that any type of staffing reductions would have on students. We discussed mitigation strategies. If we did have to eliminate a position, what could we do to address that missing position? Could we abandon the responsibilities that that position had, or redistribute the responsibilities of that position? So lots of long, difficult conversations, like I know that you're having about these budget challenges. On February 4th, we announced the reductions of staff to Leander leaders, including our principals. The principals were given, after they received the reductions and had time to process those and share their ideas about the reductions, they were given talking points that they could share with individual staff members that were impacted. On February 5th, district-wide communication went out, and then communication went out also on that date to the community. On February the 6th, the first Leander ISD listening session occurred. We had 3 of those that Dr. Gearing led. We also sent a survey on that date to central office personnel, other non-campus personnel, about possible reductions that could occur at central office, and we'll talk more about that in a moment. On February the 7th, we sent out staffing surplus guidelines to our principals and other Leander leaders, and we sent a separate iteration of that document to anyone, to all other staff members, or we made it available to them so they could better understand the surplus process here in Leander ISD. On February the 12th, yesterday, or day before yesterday, feels like 2 days ago, Leander ISD, we had the final listening sessions where Dr. Gearing led a conversation and answered questions from staff about reductions.
I want to just point out that at the December board meeting, we presented to the board the pre-assumptions and had some conversation around what the calendar would look like for budget development. Based on those pre-assumptions is why these conversations started. And so when you see that January 15th through 17th data collection piece, that was because of the pre-assumptions that we had and the beginnings of conversations around how do we meet these assumptions and develop a budget in line with the assumptions that we were presenting. And then on January 23rd, we presented the assumptions to the board, and the board approved those assumptions. And that's what triggered these then very serious conversations starting on January 24th of now that we have board approved assumptions, we have to develop a budget around those assumptions. And so that's what really triggered those serious conversations between the 24th and the 30th. And really the conversations turned very quickly to there's some really serious implications here, and we need to act quickly if we're going to be able to give our campuses the runway that they need to execute some of what we're talking about doing. And so that's when we also then had some small group conversations with board members to make sure that we were on track and that we understood where we were going and how we were going to do this before we made those announcements on February 4th.
So lots of dialogue about possible reductions have occurred throughout the month, and starting with the central office staffing action items, we're committed to eliminating or creating at least $3 million in savings at central office, which would be, as Pete said, 6% of the central office budget. At the elementary action items, we are eliminating library instructional aides. That's 13.5 instructional aide positions. Just in pre-K, we had lots of discussions about what the staffing ratios could be for pre-K. It says it was 18-1 this school year. Next school year, we're going to have 20-1. Just want to point out that we also have an instructional aide in each of our pre-K classrooms. Making the adjustment from 18-1 to 20-1 yields 9 teacher positions and 9 instructional aide positions. As a large district, we have staffing guidelines in place that have been in place for a very long time. In recent years, we've kind of strayed a little bit away from those staffing guidelines to meet individual campus needs and department needs. We're going back to it. We're adhering to the staffing guidelines that going back to the staffing guidelines will yield 3 assistant principal positions, will reduce 1 intervention teacher position, a media innovation specialist, an admin intern, but it will also add an instructional coach by going back to the staffing guidelines. Staffing on reduced growth, we've had a lot of conversation about. In the past, we've staffed on moderate growth here in Leander. We're transitioning to staffing on reduced growth because of our enrollment. That will yield 23 teacher positions. It will also add 5 dual language teacher positions. We'll reduce 4 assistant principal positions at the elementary level, 4 counselor positions, and a PE aide, a PE instructional aide position. And then elimination of IB at elementary level will yield 2 IB coordinator positions and 2 Spanish teacher positions. Moving on to middle school, we currently have 9 student support
Can I
facilitators.
ask a question real quick on the previous slide?
Sure.
When we talk about reducing staffing or staffing guidelines, how is our Title I positions impacted? So when you look at those title, with our staffing guidelines, we do have some positions that are Title I, and so
Certainly.
how does that factor into that staffing guidelines?
So we did have discussion about Title I. We have lost how much? 1.5 million in title. So obviously that does have an impact on staffing. We've agreed to return $1 million back to mitigate that amount. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, so to be clear, I'm just going to help out here a little bit. We lost 1.5 million in Title I funding this current year already. We had enough money that flowed over for us to mitigate that this year. We're still losing that again because we're at about 4.84%, below that 5% threshold for next year. We feel like those positions are critical to the work that they do with those students, and that's why we already had 500,000 built in the budget. We added the other $1 million back to the budget that made our position worse, if you so to speak, because we're essentially losing the title funding and putting it instead in 199.
But we're keeping those then.
So that maintains all of those positions
Okay,
exactly
okay.
as they are.
Good, thank you. Sorry about that.
I have a question for elementary staffing and elementary staffing, yeah. So it relates to the classroom teacher ratios for K through 5, and there are different numbers for K through 2, I believe, and then maybe 4th and 5th grade have a different.
So pre-K doesn't have a cap by the state, but Leander ISD has 18-1 currently and is transitioning to 20-1.
No, I'm looking at other
K
grades, because that one just says pre-K, but I'm just looking at higher grades, because there's been discussion about I'm sorry, okay, all right.
K through 4 is 22-1, and the 5th grade doesn't have a cap at the state level, but we've capped it at 25-1 here in Leander.
So we did have a lot of conversation around this. At K4, 22-1 is state law, so you can't adjust that. At 5th grade, you could adjust it. It's 25-1 right now. If we were to move it to 27-1, it actually saved us 1 FTE. And so we really looked at that carefully and said we didn't think that was worth the change. So we left it at 25-1.
No, I'm just saying that there was, with the, how will I put it? So there are schools that have lower ratios in their classrooms and some have a higher ratios. Is there a number that we're looking at? We're talking about that 22-1 for K through 4 and looking at schools where we're bringing them up to those numbers. I just didn't see it in those titles.
I have that same question because, again, right, we know this 13-1, it drives me nuts. I'm just going to tell you that right now because that does not tell the story across our district. And so I'm trying to figure out those campuses, right, that have over 28 kids in their class, 29 kids in their class. How does this impacting them? Are we going to look at them overall and be like, well, you know what, you already have 29 kids in your class, this campus, right? This
Hold
other
on a
campus.
second. There's at elementary we do not have 28 and 29 kids in the classroom.
I'm an elementary parent, and I do. And so I'm trying to understand when we're talking about ratios across the district, how is this impacting those campuses where we do have those classes that are filled?
So our cap at elementary is 25-1. I'm not aware of. Okay. Yeah, there are lots of instances where it's lower than the 20.
So you may be right. We may have some 5th grade classes that are more than 25
yeah,
to 1.
right. I'm talking about the entire district, right? Like I'm just trying to understand when we're talking about those campuses, right, where we know that those classes, and there's other campuses that are considered under enrolled, but we know those campuses have 21, 22. They're pretty. I'm not going to name schools, but what I'm trying to understand is those campuses, right, with those classes that are not your 13-1 or your 22-1. How are we supporting and we're sure we're not keep packing those classes? I guess is what I'm trying to say. How does that process work out for the overall district?
Certainly, we're constantly reviewing numbers. We get enrollment reports every week in HR, and we look at the enrollment numbers in each class at each grade level. And so there's a constant review, and we address that by adding staff to those campuses that are at those numbers. Obviously, at a certain point in the school year, you don't want to break students up from their classmates. And I want to make sure that we were able to answer your question. Did you?
So it's the reverse of what she was asking for the classes, for the schools where the classes have really low number of kids. I've heard anywhere from 13 to 16 kids in each class in a grade level.
Yeah.
Yes, so the situation comes if you have 45 or 46 kids in a grade level in a low enrollment campus. You really have to have 2 sections for that grade level because you can't put more than 22 to 1. You can for a little while if you get a waiver, but at some point in time, you have to then split those classes. And that's where you end up with 13 or more. We tried to avoid that if at all possible, but there are situations where that happens, certainly. But in those low enrollment areas, it's really unavoidable.
And an example would be if let's just say we had 2 sections on a campus. If we had 26 students at a grade level, I know that's an incredibly low grade level, but I'm sharing it just as an example. If we had 26 students at a grade level, we would break that grade level into 2 sections, which would result in 13 on each section. So the smaller campuses do have more of a challenge in hitting the cap of 22 to 1.
But it's something that I guess I will share with you some specific campuses that I've heard and grade levels where you can take 1 class away and there will still be less than 20 kids in each class.
Yeah.
And certainly now as we're transitioning to using our staffing guidelines and staffing on reduced growth, I don't think we'll have examples like that as much. Obviously, we are chasing a moving target when it comes to staffing. We follow, our staffing follows enrollment.
Yes, so I think it points to the fact that what happens is we staff on projections, and then as we see whites of eyes at the start of school, that does sometimes come into play where we end up being slightly overstaffed. Now, if we don't have a need for that additional teacher somewhere else in the district, there may be cases where we have lower sections like what you're talking about when there's 5 or 6 sections on a campus. But that's part of what we're really trying to tighten up and make sure that that's part of the reason we're staffing on the low enrollment projection.
Yeah, I just want to make a comment on, I think I mentioned this a month or 2 ago, but I think it wasn't the main part of the presentation, so I don't know if it was kind of highlighted. We talked about, that 13.9 student-teacher ratio. That is a theoretical, that's a calculation. It means no relation to the number of kids in a classroom. It's how many teachers you have per student. Now, the next level is Casey and his staff go through the staffing guidelines. Each campus gets allocated. There are decisions made that affect that classroom size based on the decisions made at the campus level on, if department heads get an elective period, well then, if you have 6 department heads, that's 6 less sections that you have, and you have to increase that class size, or you have to do some things of that nature. So I think the example I gave was you could have 2 high schools at 2,500 kids, exact same, with 2 principals with maybe some different philosophies. They're going to get the same number of FTEs, but the average class size could be very different based on the decisions that are made at that campus. At that campus, principal and his team or her team makes based on to meet the specific needs of that campus. So when we say 13.9 or whatever we compare us to the state or wherever, that's called the theoretical ratio. There are decisions that are made that affect class size that are well beyond that. So like I said, you may have 2 campuses, exact same size, exact same number of FTEs, but based on the decisions that are made, I'm not saying the decisions are right or wrong. You have to do a cost benefit. Is it worth to have higher kids in a class because you want to give this, or is it worth to have less? You don't want to do that. And that's really more at the campus level. So there's it's a hybrid between the district and the campus piece. So I just want to reiterate, when I show you a graph that says 13.9, it doesn't mean that you walk into every classroom and there's 13.9 kids in that classroom. It's not even related to that at all. It's strictly it's a theory. You staff on that, then decisions are made that affect class sizes, et cetera, down. So I just wanted to reiterate that, because I know that just want to clarify that.
An example of what Pete's sharing is, like, if you want to have smaller classes in Algebra 1, you're going to increase class sizes elsewhere. So you'll have some classes that might be at 20, even at high school, or even lower perhaps, for classes where students need more instructional support, which means when you do that, you're going to have to raise other classes to accommodate the smaller classes.
And then we also are bringing in some master schedule training that the district has not had at a district level in many years. So we'll look at use that over the next 1 or 2 years to really fine tune some things.
Pete, you and I have had conversation on student-teacher ratio since you came to the district. That and healthcare, my two favorite subjects here. Yes, I agree that these are numbers that are kind of like at a system level that may not reflect the entirety of what it looks like in the classroom. But to Anna's point, I think you get the board wanting to know really how is the delivery happening in the classroom and how do we do that? And here's the challenge, board members don't get involved in day-to-day. So y'all, the district is in charge of the different campuses and the principals get to be that way. So then at this higher level, what are we supporting and what are we doing? And so that's why I think there's a little bit more focus on this, because this is the number we focus on. So I appreciate, I want to continue to have those discussions of what the district is doing to address like the master planning or how teachers get their support. I think that's important because, we don't get to, this really isn't our lane as far as we can't go in and micromanage each of these pieces. I think we're still trying to figure out, though, at a system level, what can we ask to make sure that we're all on the same page. And then to Sade's point on the lower enrollment, you raised such a good question, and I didn't ask it earlier, although I implied it. I was talking about elementary schools being smaller schools, but from what I'm hearing out there, middle schools are kind of a different beast, different thing. And so I would like to know on this work that y'all did, where y'all were listening to leaders and hearing from them, I want to know, what did our middle schools with low enrollment say? What are they seeing in staffing and what are their needs? Because it might be completely different. And so I really would I know we get a lot of data. I just would like to be able to kind of get the data for our leaders, middle school campuses with low enrollment.
And then on the flip side, what about our enrollment, our campuses that are, over at capacity, right? And so what does that look like? How are we, we have some campuses, middle schools, right, with 30 kids in their classroom, right? And I know it goes back to the master schedule, but if we're cutting more staff, right, are we going to be adding more 36 kids to this math grade class? Like, what does that look like? Where is that fine line where you're giving those campuses what they need? But we also have to understand as a community, what's happening here is not going to look the same over here. And that's what I'm trying to understand, is that balance.
Certainly. Good point.
And then just in general regarding programs, the one major program that was highlighted throughout the district was the IB program. But I wanted to know, is there an opportunity to conduct an inventory of our programs around the district to see what the cost and student participation looks like before really, and use that to make a decision as to what really needs to be streamlined.
And I know we're asking a lot of questions. I don't expect you to answer these tonight. I know we have a budget workshop coming up, and so I think that would be an opportunity for us to kind of dig a little deeper into some of these things, because we don't want to make tonight the budget workshop, and so, if we could have some of that information, though, for our budget workshop, that would be really
appreciate the
helpful.
guidance.
Thank you.
I just want to add all programs, not just IB. Like, I want every program we have. And so just so we can, if we're going to talk about programs and, what's cost per pupil and what is benefiting the most out of our 42,000 students, I want to see everything. So what Sade just said, I want to see all the programs we have.
I just have a question about, I just want to make sure I understand board role here. because when I hear all programs, there's a whole lot. And board members, when we're doing budget, I mean, it's the same thing as like grievance, right? When grievance comes you don't retry the situation that comes to us. Grievance rules say, you have to say, did district uphold policy? So I'm just trying to figure out, like, when we're looking at this, that doesn't mean we get to pick and choose programs. I guess then, Anna, is the question, we're gonna ask the district to show us the process of why they're picking programs? Is that what you're saying?
Well, just like how we had the discussion on the calendar, right? We had a pretty intense discussion going A, C, right, moving days around. If we're gonna go and remove an IB program, right, that's impacting, we have 2 elementary campuses, and then we have like, what, about 70 students in high school per se, right? In my mind, I'm thinking overall picture of our district. And then I start thinking about our other programs. I'm not gonna start naming them because I don't wanna get people in a frenzy. But I start thinking like, okay, well, if we're willing to go and cut this IB program, we have another program over here that serves, say, 200 students. How is that impacting this entire system? Because right now I'm thinking we're in this budget crisis. We are, let's be honest, right? And for me as a trustee, and everyone knows I had a kid graduate from IB, right? But in my mind, I have to think of the overall picture, all of our students, all of our staff. And so what I want to see is what programs are having the most impact for our students, but also for our district. Because I would love to have all these one-off programs. I would love that. But I know we're not in the financial season to do this. We can't do it. And so, yeah, I want to see, like, we've got questions. What does the IB breakdown look like? How many students are impacted? What does that cost per pupil, right? And we've got some of those questions today. And I will say some of the information we saw was pretty eye-opening how much we're spending, right, per pupil for this small section of students. And I know we want to give each and every student their own learning opportunity, but in this certain situation, right, if we're talking overall picture, I need to make sure that our students, all 42,000 students, right, what program is going to come out of this is going to be the most impact but most importantly, sustainable. Yeah. That's what I'm looking for.
I'm processing this as you're saying it because I feel like there is an oversight to say, hey, how did y'all choose this? I'm trying to process, but we don't get to pick and choose the programs as a board member. Like, that's an admin function. And as I'm thinking about that, I'm like, okay, because I was gonna say, does the IB program have to end on X year? We heard a lot of students that talked about the fact that they had been preparing, could we do a softer launch on the rollout? And I'm like, well, I don't even know if that's in a board realm. Like, I think I wanna be very conscientious because I don't wanna overstep what is our board role, or what we have the authority to do through statute, because it can be like a slippery slope that once you start dipping down, that's in the administrative day-to-day role, where do we stop? And so I just want to make sure I'm clear on, which parts we get to talk about as a board and which parts are like oversight, like you just tell us, these are the decisions we made, and we get to check on process, policy, did you do it? So I think we have to be.
It's the process. Did you do it did you consider other programs? That's the process.
And it's also part of teaching and learning as well. I think that's part of the conversation also when we're looking at different programmatic offerings to our students. I think it's a discussion looking at programs like Anna said, we got some data today. We saw how many graduates from each program. I think that's helpful as a board member when community is talking to me. I also think I have questions in terms of teaching and learning. What type of other opportunities are we providing for our students in that campus? And so before we take away a program or before there's conversations of that, I know somebody mentioned at Leander High School that they don't have an AP capstone, and that Vandergrift has IB and AP capstone, and some of the Leander families were saying, well, it'd be nice if I'm not going to have IB, if I could have this small cohort learning style of some type. So this is the type of conversation that we weren't able to have, and I think it's important when we're looking at those budget numbers. There is some teaching and learning component too, as we're kind of talking through, these decisions. And I think there is a board role to be had in those discussions. So I'm also gonna try to move us into the next piece of this, because we are gonna have a very robust budget workshop in 2 weeks where we'll really be able to dig into this.
And I just wanted to make a quick comment just before we move on. And it was really based on the previous slide for elementary school and IB. And when we looked at the Innovative Academies presentation, when the presentation about Innovative Academies, and there was just a listing of certain features that would be nice to have in an Innovative Academy. When I looked at that list, to some extent, some of the features were really describing what you would get in a primary years program. So they're just things to consider as to how some of these recent discussions are connected. And then, we can look at programs holistically. Thank you.
Thank you. And just, hearing your discussion and the questions that you're having, we've been living in that discussion and having those questions as a leadership group in Leander. We have delved into a lot of the questions that you're bringing up today, so I appreciate where you're going with this. We do have some middle school staffing action that want to hit on. I think I already covered the SSF, but I'm just going to start from the top on this one anyway. We had 9 student support facilitator positions. We're moving to 3. And those 3 that will be repurposed. I know there's some discussion about how to use those 3 positions, but they're still going to be for supporting students. Those positions were previously funded with ESSER and have transitioned to local funds, and so now we're reducing it to 3 with a yield of 6 positions. We're also reverting to the 2022 assistant principal staffing guidelines that were previously in place. That will reduce our staffing at middle school by 6 assistant principals. We're just like elementary, high school will be the same. We're going to adhere to our own staffing guidelines. That'll yield 1 more position eliminated at middle school. We're adjusting our staffing formula. We had a pretty complex staffing formula at middle school. Before I was a math teacher and I really struggled with it myself. We're transitioning to a 23-to-1 staffing ratio, which is similar to what we had at elementary, or what we have at elementary and high school. So we'll have a regular staffing ratio like we do at those 2 levels. And moving to high school.
What was that 2022 staffing, assistant principal staffing guidelines?
And so I don't know it off the top of my head, but we're returning back to what we had.
Sarah, can you jump in and help?
Yes, sir. So in 2022, we actually went through a process improvement effort with our middle school principals as well as some other staff members. And through those efforts, it was recommended that the staffing guidelines be adjusted at that time to ensure that we had 3 assistant principals at every campus. So prior to that change, we had certain student enrollment that is what indicated when you would get an AP. And so it was like, and I'm going to get these numbers slightly off, but like 600, you would get 1, 1,200, you would get 2. Nope, that's not right. But 1,200 was 3.
I had a question. So you said it was 2002, we surveyed the middle school principals?
We went through a process
So
improvement effort.
have we, 2022, right, so I'm thinking right now, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 middle schools who've changed principals in that time. How were they able to give their input on this?
On this particular change?
Yes.
As Dr. O'Pry had noted, we actually engaged in feedback loops with all of our leaders. On January 15th, we brought them all together and they gave input.
I guess my question then is, was it pretty much the same from 2022 till now? Because again, there's 5 different new middle school principals in those positions. 22 is also a lot different climate. So I'm just trying to understand, was it the same feedback? Was it different across the lines? Was there pushback?
No, that's okay. I don't have that right in front of me.
Yeah.
I mean, of course, any of our leaders, you know, they rely on the support with their assistant principals. And so that is definitely a struggle. And it is feedback that we have heard as we continue through this, of recognizing the situation that we're in with the budget constraints, but also recognizing what is needed for supports for their campus. And we are definitely listening to that feedback. It is hard. Yes, ma'am.
And you'll get us maybe, I guess, the feedback broken out, like Anna was saying, for those principals who talked about the mass need that they have, big enrollment numbers, but I'm also looking for the under enrollment from middle school. I'm really curious about what those principals said their need, because I think there might be some urgency there. We're talking about things that we're doing, and I think there might be an urgency need there that so far we haven't really figured out yet how to help them for this coming up semester.
Okay, moving on to high school. Okay, and so the high school staffing action items, reducing campus administrative positions, so we're removing or reducing each high school campus by one administrator on each high school campus. We're adjusting the student teacher ratio from 20-1, which it is currently, to 22-1. We discussed all the way up to 25-1 at high school. This reduces staffing by 68.5 teacher positions. Just like elementary and middle school, we're going to adhere to our own staffing guidelines. That'll reduce high school by one teacher position, a curriculum specialist position, a dean of innovation position, and an administrative intern position. We're also staffing on reduced growth as we are at elementary and middle. That'll reduce high school by one counselor. We'll add so when you use our a reduced growth measure, you still will add some positions. So we'll add a media specialist, an attendance clerk, and an admin assistant registrar at the high school level. And then elimination of the IB program will result in 2 coordinator positions and 2 teacher positions being reduced or eliminated. And there's the total with all of the reductions.
All right, and then this is just the same slide that we had earlier, just to remind us of how we got to where we are.
So I have a question, slide 11. So we talk about this data collection from Leander leaders, and then we go into this whole, January 15th, this collection, right? So I'm having a hard time understanding, if we did all of this work behind the scenes, why do we not have anything in regards to cabinet reductions at $3 million? Because I get that,
Sure.
but we did some really, really heavy work, and we put together elementary, middle school, and high school. And remember, the board got a presentation beforehand, so I'm trying to understand, why was none of that data collected from 2002? Has this never been an issue? I'm trying to understand this.
So I'll be very frank with you. So we showed you, I don't know if we have the tables available. Do we have the tables available? The tables that we have. So we talked through this with you as a board in small groups, and we pointed out what this data tells us. And what this data tells us, just to summarize, I'm not going to get into the data, but our culture in Leander ISD is to really preserve the student experience as much as possible. So at every step of the way, we preserve student-facing positions in the district. And that's true on the flip side too. So as we add positions to the district over time, when we've had sufficient funds to do that, where we add those positions have been in student-facing positions. And so what this data tells us is that we're actually have higher student ratios at central office And when we say central office, the two categories here are central admin and professional support together is what we generally call central office. And so when you look at that, the number of students that each central office administrator is responsible for has increased significantly over that time period. If you look at campus administrators, that has decreased significantly over that time period. When you look at teaching student ratios, that 1.5 looks really small, but remember that's a lot of teachers, right? So there's over 3,000 teachers in the district. So to give you some context of that, each 0.1 of that 1.5 is about $1.4 million worth of payroll. And so what this data tells us is that if you're going to start reducing personnel, which is what you have to do when you're trying to find $16.5 million, because we're 87% of our budget in people, then the place you have to do some of that, number one, over the largest portion of the district, which is the 48 campuses. So some of that has to be student facing. We could eliminate all of central administration and not be able to find that number of dollars. And that is where we have the ability to reduce some of that. We don't like to do it, we don't want to do it, but we find ourselves in a position where we have no choice but to do it. And so when we initially looked at this, we started there. And we also knew that we were on a time frame to make sure that we could give to the campuses exactly what their allocations were going to be so they could start their planning process in the same timeline that they're used to. And so you know that in the small groups, when I brought this to you, in small groups as board, we didn't initially have as much in the admin cut. That just wasn't there. I listened very carefully to the feedback I got from the board during those sessions, and we flipped that very quickly, in fact, from between Friday and Monday, the 3rd of February. And so we haven't had adequate time to tell you exactly what that $3 million pledge is, because we've worked on the campus pieces of that, and that was a late addition. So we bring this to you knowing that we're making a pledge and a promise that we are right now working on identifying exactly what that $3 million looks like, and we'll bring that to you. We actually have a timeline, I think, laid out already, Dr. O'Brien.
March 11th is our...
So March 11th, we'll have those definitive numbers to be able to share with everybody.
I guess where I'm just frustrated, right? We have been having this conversation about this budget situation, like since I became a board officer. And so I think it's frustrating to me that we knew going into the next 2 to 4 years with this budget that things were going to get interesting, I'll say that. And so I'm just frustrated and a little disappointed that we didn't start with cabinet and leave there. Like I know that people around our cabinets lean, but there's other positions in our organization that could be considered cabinet, right? Based on their title or by funds, and those are the things that I'm looking at. And so I'm just disappointed. Y'all should have, I'm sorry, I'm frustrated because when you originally came to us with that amount, it felt like a slap in the face. And I feel like we started scrambling and it was like, here's $3 million, we're doing our part, but we're not gonna tell you till 2 months later what that part is. And so I'm just frustrated is all. Like, I know y'all are lean and y'all are busting your bottoms to do everything for this district. But I also have to think about our campuses and our teachers that are seeing our students, and it's the perception, Bruce, it really is. And so y'all could have done a better job at it. I'm disappointed the way it was rolled out, that's all.
I appreciate you sharing that with us.
There's a lot of positions that we're seeing in there, right? Reduction, this many staff. From an HR lens, can you talk to me? I've had a lot of people reach out and say, are we gonna fill these with attrition? Are we gonna have to riff in areas? Can you talk a little bit about what that means for our district?
Let me turn this mic on. Absolutely. And so, yes, in answer to your question, we will fill this, take care of our surplus teachers that are a result of this process. We will have surplus teachers. We have, for this school year, we have 204 surplus teachers, 204 and a half surplus teachers. We had 182 last year. And so the school district, we're used to placing surplus teachers in Leander ISD. We had 413 vacancies last year, teacher vacancies, and so we have opportunity to place these teachers. Now we're going to have to move fast because we want to make sure that teachers have plenty of options. We also want to make sure that we have our vacancies because, believe it or not, we're still going to be recruiting teachers because we'll have still needs in special education, some of our science positions at high school, some math positions at high school, our bilingual classrooms, our two-way immersion classrooms. We'll still have those needs. And so the faster we get our teachers placed, it gives them peace of mind. It helps them, it supports them as they prepare for next school year, but it also supports the district in that we know where our vacancies will be that we'll need to recruit for this spring.
Just to clarify real quickly, the 204 is the addition of all of what you just saw on the slides. That's the number of positions that we're reducing in the district. So we say that they become surplus because their position has disappeared, but we're still going to try to find them a different position in the district through attrition.
And that'll be a priority of the HR department. We're going to take care of our teachers that have been, that are surplus.
I have a question on process regarding the elementary schools and a question that I had asked during my call. And to Anna's point about programs, a lot of the programs in elementary school happened through the libraries. And using my youngest is in middle school now, but using his elementary as an example, there were 915 kids in his school when he was there last year. So you're now talking about removing IAs from one of the areas in the school that serves every single student. Those IAs were responsible for running the library while the librarian was teaching. How many programs, how was this considered in the process that you're now leaving one person in a position that is already massive, that serves every single student in the building, is required? Library's not an optional aspect of anybody's education.
To address the impact that this staffing reduction will have.
And then my second question about the process was actually about the rollout itself. Because this went up on social media, but offices had had a chance to talk to all of their staff. And I understand that not everybody likes social media, I get it, but we're a 6A district in the year 2024.
Sure.
It's here, it's how people communicate, and we have to stop acting like that's not happening. Doesn't have information before our staff does, because that is absolutely not okay.
Sure, I totally agree with you. It was startling how quickly it made it to social media. We really did. We tried to look at every facet of our communication in this process, and so yes, we do need to examine the process we took to communicate this. We wanted to make sure our leaders knew first. We wanted to make sure they were equipped first with not only the information, but also tools that they could share or tools that they could use to communicate with their staff. And so we wanted to make sure they had a full day to just process the information first before it was out, before it was shared with our staff, and then following that with our community.
So I was at that meeting when it rolled out, and it was chaos. I'm going to be honest. I'm disappointed in the way it was rolled out. And not in the sense that it was a great presentation, right? But after everything was said and done, everyone's going to be upset, right? I get it. But the questions were, well, if they're going to tell their campus at this time and they're going to tell their campus at this time, and that confusion was created in that room. I saw it happening in real time. And as a trustee, I didn't know what to do because I'm just as frustrated because they're frustrated. Sure. And so I think going forward, we really need to look at what that process looks like, because it could have been, none of this is going to be easy, right? None of it's going to be easy. You're sitting there telling principals, hey, guess what? We're going to, we're taking this away because this is our reality. But the way I feel like we set our principals up and the way we rolled this out, and some campuses didn't find out until 2:30 that next day. Some found it at 8 a.m. And I know we're a large organization, but that's when leadership needs to step up. And so we're gonna be down this road again. You know that.
Certainly.
I need to see a better communication rollout, but I need to see our principals supported a lot better. Not just our principals, but our teaching and learning department too. I saw some of our teaching and I remember, I sat in all of the little pods that we had, and the big conversation is, yeah, you know, this is happening, but how am I gonna communicate this? What does this look like? And I feel like we dropped the ball on that.
Thank you for your feedback.
I do have a question about the campus allocations, just process to make sure I'm clear on this, because the reason I was thinking that we don't have a number yet for Central is because part of the district process has and always has been, after we set those deficit parameters, then y'all start talking about the allocation for the campuses. You don't talk about allocation for central office. Am I correct? I get that there's extenuating circumstances, but that's the conversation path I thought was happening.
No,
Great point.
Dr. Gearing answered that question just a second ago. He said he presented it to executive board on Friday, and it was, I mean, he just said that it was a much lower amount, and we said no, that it needs to roll out in a different way. And so it went from $500,000 to $3 million, and from Friday to Monday, and so just haven't had enough time to work through what all those pieces are.
I guess my question is the process of when does Central start talking about normally? Like,
I think
in the
that
budget
they
process,
just
when
haven't,
does-
right? I mean,
So
you just
our
didn't
goal-
have enough time,
Our
is
goal
what
was
you
to
said.
make sure we got projections out. We wanted to make sure our campus personnel, our leaders at the campus level understood what their staffing would look like for next school year. And so we did table the discussion because we made a priority of our campus positions first. But we have already delved into, we have already surveyed staff. Our central office staff has already received a survey about, to gain, so we can gain their perceptions about staffing at the central office level. We are diving into conversations already about what staffing looks like at the central office level. Every chief is currently looking at every position in their department. They're reviewing each line by line, each position in their department. We're compiling their feedback currently, and we're starting our first meeting to really look at that feedback tomorrow. Actually, we're spending our Friday afternoon working on that, and then Monday we'll be back to it again. And so we're investing a lot of time on analyzing the data that we're receiving about central office personnel.
Is this parallel to the process you took for our campuses? Did principals, I mean, is that, I just want to make sure.
It is.
Okay.
It's almost the exact same process that we had. Obviously, we're going to work on our communication a little bit, tweaking our communication to make sure that it is tight and that it protects everyone.
Okay. I have a question. My last one is for Holly. But Holly, would you mind coming up here and joining us so I can ask you and you can answer it? She's like, no, I'm sitting here comfortable. Thank you. So when we were talking earlier about the agenda item and what we could talk about, for me, it seemed really clear, oh, this could work with that. And you're like, no, I don't feel comfortable with that. Here's my bright line on this. Talking about something like our budget, and especially for our upcoming budget workshop, and we're talking about programs and staffing, there are definitely things that admin does that board does not do. And I'm just wondering, is there a bright line, or is there a document you could get us, or how do we help move forward in these conversations? Because I'm thinking about IB, for example. We talked about, is there another program or what else is out there? I'm like, oh my goodness, does that mean for all the work that our team just did, and they're giving people staffing guidelines, did we just automatically change something that they gave in staffing by asking about IB? Does it make people think, oh, we've got to hold then? I'm just wanting to be very careful as a board of what conversations we have, that we're working together and coordinating. We're in our lane and admin stays in theirs. So.
Right. I think for we'll take a close look at the agenda language for next time, make sure that it's, broad enough to cover all the things that you want to, track the statutory language in Chapter 11, and make sure that we cover those extra items that you want to talk about.
But can I ask about IB without, what, I guess, not tonight, but can we think about what can we be asking about the programs? Or what can we be asking about the guidelines, or whatever questions is within a board lane when we're talking about the budget development? I
Right.
just don't want to, I want to make sure we stay in our lane. I'd also like to make sure admin stays in their lane. So I want to make sure that we have that type of insight
We'll
moving
keep that in
forward.
mind when we're working on the agenda language for next
Okay.
time.
And as we move forward with the conversation, maybe you could give us a heads up, just so, because when we go into a grievance, we know there's certain things you talk about and you don't.
Right.
I feel like it's the same thing. I mean, I feel like there's statute that dictates what we can talk about in a very.
Yeah, that will guide us, right.
Yeah.
I do think that it's not like a grievance, so I disagree with that point, that this is not like a grievance. We're talking about the budget, and we're talking about different pieces and components of that budget, some programs that are fundamental to teaching and learning. And so I do think it is privy to the board to have discussions about that. So I do want the agenda to be, our budget workshop to be wide enough so that we can ask all the questions that we need to ask. So, but we can talk more about it. Thank you, Holly. I have another question, though, to add to budget workshop when we're having these discussions. It's more to do when we talked about the counselors and APs and our staffing ratio. I'm more curious about, did we look at implications at schools that are high eco-dis? In schools where there's higher behavior problems, where our APs and our counselors have, we can look at instances from the APs. I'm concerned that we have one staffing ratio, but should it be one staffing ratio? Should we be looking at this at different school populations and knowing what the load is like at those schools? So I'd like to add that to our discussion as well. That was more for y'all. Thank you.
Certainly.
I think it goes back to what, sorry, Franny. Oh, sorry. I think it goes back to what I was saying earlier, right? When we're looking at campuses, right? It's not this holistic big LISD picture. It's like, what's going on at Blockhouse? What's going on at Pleasant Hill? That's what I'm looking for, because each campus is going to be different. But how is that impacting those campuses? That's all.
And I remember when I first got on the board and somebody says, hey, when you approve the budget, you don't get to go in and pick out the different pieces of the budget you want to approve, you approve the budget. And so I want to make sure we're all on the same page of what the discussions can and cannot look like from a board. And that we're all there, because, if we can go deeper in some things, I'll go deeper. But I just want to make sure we're clear on that, Holly.
Got it. We'll work on it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any further questions on this? No further questions? All right, I'm going to move us over to the next agenda item.
I'm going to interrupt you, Madam President. It is her birthday, y'all. Happy birthday, Gloria.
Happy birthday. This is exactly where I wanted to spend my birthday. Thank y'all. No, I do. I mean that. I love y'all. Thank you. Okay, we're going to move to the next item, and we're going to move over to 7C2. No, sorry, we're at 7D, not moving us backwards. 7D, Business and Finance Monthly Reports.
Thank you, Madam President. Tonight we have the cash flow report, the monthly bond status report, the monthly financial report, the monthly investment report. We have $640,000 in interest earnings in the general fund for that month, and the monthly tax collection report, where we are actual collection for current and delinquent is 52.43%, slightly below last year. But we're well within target. These are standard reports. I know it's late. If there are any questions on any individual report, I am more than happy to answer those questions, but my spider sense is telling me that there's not going to be any questions, so all your heads are nodding no. So, but if there are any questions, but other than that, the standard reports, nothing out of the ordinary. I've given you the highlights of the reports, so I'll leave that as is unless there's any questions.
I don't believe so. Thank you. It is 12:15 a.m. and the board will now go into closed session for the purposes permitted by Texas Government Code 551.071, consultation with attorney regarding pending or contemplated litigation or attorney-client privilege matter. Texas Government Code 551.074, personnel deliberation regarding resignations, terminations, employment reassignments, duties, and evaluation of personnel and public officers. Texas Government Code 551.0821, deliberation regarding matters whereby personally identifiable information regarding one or more students will be disclosed. Texas Government Code 551.074, superintendent formative evaluation quarterly review. Texas Government Code 551.072, deliberation regarding the purchase, exchange, lease, or value of real property. No action will be taken in closed session. Any action related to closed session agenda items will be taken when the board returns to open session.
Paul already left.
It is 1:30 a.m. and the board, having no further business, this meeting of the Leander Board of Trustees is adjourned.